This audiobook reveals the forbidden metaphysics that turn your nightly rest into a gateway of creation. As you listen, you'll discover how surrendering to sleep can silently shape your reality and awaken unseen powers. Step into the sacred hours where the universe listens most closely, and let your dreams become your allies. Forbidden Metaphysics for Sound Sleep. Introduction. In the depths of night, when the world falls silent and consciousness begins to drift, you enter the most sacred temple of manifestation. This hallowed space between waking and dreaming holds mysteries that sages and mystics have guarded through the ages. What appears as mere slumber to the uninitiated is, in truth, your nightly communion with the infinite. The ancient ones understood that sleep is not an intermission from life, but rather the stage upon which your deepest creative power unfolds. As your body surrenders to rest, your essence travels along what the wise ones called the silver thread, that luminous connection between your earthly form and the vast cosmic mind that orchestrates all of creation. In these precious moments before sleep claims you, when your thoughts begin to lose their sharp edges and float like leaves on a gentle stream, you stand at the threshold of pure potential. Here, in this twilight realm where resistance melts and the analytical mind loosens its grip, your intentions seed themselves most deeply into the fertile soil of the universe. This wisdom was once shared only in whispers, passed from teacher to initiate in temples and sacred groves. They knew that the final thought you hold as consciousness dims carries the weight of 1,000 daytime affirmations. In that space of perfect surrender, when you have released all striving and control, the divine listens most intently to the whispers of your heart. The mastery you seek requires no force, no mental gymnastics, no relentless effort. It asks only for your trust in the natural rhythm of consciousness, your willingness to align with the ancient tide that pulls you toward sleep's shores each night. For in this gentle release, you access a power greater than any awakened will, the power of pure, unresisting being. These are the gateways to sleep alchemy, where transformation occurs not through doing, but through allowing. Through the 11 veils that await, you will discover how to harness this sacred state, turning your nights into portals of infinite possibility. Before we get into the book, comment, "I am ready," to affirm your intention to the universe. Part 1. The First Veil, Entering the Drowsing Gate. Chapter 1. The Gate of Silver Mist. In the twilight hours of 1938, Eleanor Whitfield sat at her worn sewing table, fingers trailing over delicate fabrics as lamplight cast shadows across her small workroom. Each evening, as her needle wove its final stitches, she noticed a curious phenomenon. A gossamer silver mist would begin to gather at the edges of her vision, like moonlight taking form. At first she tried to brush it away, believing fatigue had clouded her sight. Yet the more gently she accepted its presence, the more this ethereal visitor seemed to wrap her in its luminous embrace, carrying her thoughts into realms where imagination and reality danced as one. The passage between wakefulness and sleep is not merely a dimming of consciousness, but a sacred threshold where the universe speaks in whispers. In these precious moments, as your mind releases its daytime grip, you enter the most potent corridor of creation. The analytical thoughts that usually guard your mind begin to soften, allowing the deeper currents of manifestation to flow unimpeded. This transition holds more power than all your waking efforts combined, for it is here that the silver thread, your connection to the infinite, glows most brightly. As tension melts from your form, you naturally align with the vast creative force that shapes all reality. No striving is needed, only the willingness to surrender. Joseph Harland, a masterful clockmaker in 1901, discovered this truth through his craft. After years of forcing mechanisms into place, he learned that the most precise timepieces relied not on strength, but on perfect balance and gentle release. One evening, examining a particularly intricate movement, he realized the gears turned most smoothly when allowed to fall into their natural rhythm. In that moment of understanding, his own mind began to mirror this principle, and he found himself sliding into the most peaceful sleep of his life. Just as Joseph's clockworks required space to find their perfect motion, your own creative power flows most freely when you release the need to control. Each night as you approach sleep, you stand at the threshold of this same divine mechanics. To access this sacred corridor, rest quietly in your bed and envision a soft silver mist gathering around you. Let it approach as gently as twilight falls. Do not grasp at it. Simply observe as it surrounds your thoughts, softening their edges. Feel yourself becoming one with this luminous presence, allowing it to carry you into the deeper waters of consciousness, where manifestation begins. Chapter 2. Breathing the Forgotten Rhythm. In the smoky jazz clubs of 1952, Chicago, Raymond Fletcher discovered a truth that would transform both his music and his soul. Night after night, he struggled to capture the melodies that danced just beyond his reach. Yet it was in the quiet moments before sleep, as his breathing naturally slowed, that the most sublime compositions flowed through him. One evening, exhausted from hours of practice, Raymond lay in his small apartment above the club. As his chest rose and fell in the darkness, he noticed how each breath seemed to carry him deeper into a state where music simply existed, pure and perfect. The notes that had eluded him all day now arranged themselves effortlessly, floating on the current of his breath like autumn leaves on a gentle stream. Your breath is more than mere sustenance. It is the ancient bridge between the visible and invisible realms. With each inhalation, you draw in not just air, but the very essence of creation. Each exhalation releases not only carbon dioxide, but the accumulated tension that separates you from your natural state of alignment with the universe. This rhythm of breath connects you to the silver thread, that luminous cord linking your conscious mind to the infinite well of possibility. As your breathing slows, your resistance naturally dissolves, allowing your intentions to sink deeper into the fertile soil of the subconscious mind. Martha Caldwell, a schoolteacher in 1947, carried the weight of endless worries into her evenings. Each night her mind raced with tomorrow's lessons and yesterday's concerns, until one evening, Watching her cat sleeping peacefully on the windowsill, she noticed how the feline's steady breathing seemed to create an aura of perfect contentment. Following this example, Martha began her own ritual of conscious breathing before sleep. With each breath, she felt her anxieties losing their hold, dissolving like morning mist in sunlight. Over time, this simple practice transformed not only her nights, but her days, as if she had discovered a hidden doorway to peace that had always been within her. Martha's experience mirrors an eternal truth. Breath is not merely a biological function, but a metaphysical key that unlocks the gateway to inner stillness. As you lie in bed tonight, allow your breath to become your guide into the deeper mysteries of sleep. With each inhale, imagine drawing the infinite wisdom of the universe toward you. With each exhale, release the accumulated tensions and thoughts of the day. Let each breath be a gentle wave, carrying you closer to the shore of perfect alignment with the creative force that shapes all reality. The ancient ones knew that breath was the first and final bridge between worlds. Now, as you prepare for sleep, let your breath become the vessel that carries your intentions into the vast ocean of possibility. Practice. In these moments before sleep, place one hand upon your heart and the other on your abdomen. Breathe deeply and slowly, imagining each inhale drawing in golden light from the universe, filling you with its creative power. With each exhale, release any remaining tension from your day, watching it dissolve into the darkness. Continue this rhythm until you feel yourself beginning to drift, knowing that each breath aligns you more perfectly with the eternal flow of creation. Chapter 3. The Soft Collapse of Daylight Armor. In the hushed corridors of the Hartford Public Library, Catherine Monroe moved between towering shelves with practiced grace. Her shoes clicked softly against polished floors as she reshelved volumes with meticulous precision. To those who frequented the library, she appeared the very image of composure, her posture perfect, her movements measured, her smile unfailing. Yet beneath this carefully maintained facade, Catherine carried invisible weights. Each good morning was a mask, each helpful gesture a shield, until her entire being had become wrapped in layers of protective artifice. Night after night, she returned to her modest apartment, her shoulders heavy with the burden of maintaining these defenses. Until one evening, as she prepared for sleep, Catherine noticed something extraordinary. As she lay in her bed, watching moonlight paint silver patterns on her wall, she felt the day's pretenses begin to dissolve. Like water flowing from cupped hands, her carefully constructed identity began to slip away. In this sacred space between waking and sleeping, Catherine discovered a profound truth, that each night offered her the gift of complete surrender. The universe speaks to you now, as it spoke to Catherine then. Your waking hours are spent constructing and maintaining careful barriers, shields of social expectation, armor of professional dignity, masks of acceptable emotion. These defenses serve their purpose in the light of day, yet they also block the flow of universal energy that seeks to restore and transform you. Each night extends an invitation to shed these accumulated layers. In the sacred space of pre-sleep, you need not be strong or capable or composed. You need not maintain any image or meet any expectation. This is the time when the universe asks you to simply be. Thomas Avery understood this truth well. As a postman in the autumn of 1935, he walked his route with a smile and a wave, carrying not just letters, but the weight of hundreds of daily interactions. Each evening, as he sat in his weathered armchair, Thomas developed a ritual. He would close his eyes and imagine removing his postal uniform, but with it went the day's accumulated tensions, the forced conversations, the careful pleasantries. Layer by layer, he would allow himself to become simply Thomas, nothing more and nothing less. His nightly surrender mirrors the path that lies before you. Like Thomas, you carry invisible garments of protection, the smile that hides uncertainty, the confidence that masks vulnerability, the strength that conceals fatigue. These are not burdens you must bear into the night. As you prepare for sleep, imagine each piece of your daily armor gently sliding away. Begin with your social mask, letting it dissolve like mist. Feel the shield around your heart softening, melting like snow in spring sunshine. Allow your professional persona to unravel like a loosening thread. Layer by layer, permit yourself to be stripped of all pretense until only your essential being remains, open, receptive, and aligned with the universal flow. This practice is not merely relaxation. It is a sacred metaphysical unburdening. In this state of pure receptivity, the silver thread of creation finds no resistance, and the great mind may work its transformative power through your surrendered consciousness. Let this nightly disarmoring become your ritual of trust, your ceremony of allowing. For it is in your most undefended state that you become most powerful, a clear channel through which the universe may pour its infinite wisdom and grace. Chapter 4. The Hidden Law of Restful Receiving. In a sun-dappled kitchen in rural Vermont, Harriet Dawson stood surrounded by jars of preserves, her hands raw from hours of canning. Each day she labored tirelessly, striving to create the perfect home, the perfect life. Yet her greatest desires, a child of her own, a sense of true fulfillment, seemed to drift further away the harder she reached for them. One autumn evening, exhausted beyond measure, Harriet surrendered to a deep, peaceful sleep. In that moment of complete release, something shifted. The next morning brought news that would change her life. A young orphan needed a home. Without striving or forcing, her deepest wish had found its way to her doorstep. The wisdom hidden within Harriet's experience reveals an ancient truth. Sleep is the most sacred receiving state granted by the universe. In those precious hours when your conscious mind releases its grip, when thought and worry fade into silence, you enter a realm of pure potential. Here, in this space of complete surrender, the universe works most powerfully through you. This is why the final thought you carry into sleep holds such tremendous creative force. As your defenses lower and your resistance dissolves, that single seed of intention sinks deeply into the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. There, untouched by doubt or contradiction, it begins to grow. In a small workshop at the edge of town, Walter Briggs shaped wood into beautiful forms, his hands moving with quiet certainty. Unlike other craftsmen who worked long into the night, Walter honored the rhythm of rest. Each evening he would lay down his tools and surrender to deep, replenishing sleep. Upon waking, his mind was clear, his intuition sharp, his creations flowing with natural grace. His finest works emerged not from endless hours of toil, but from the wellspring of restored energy. Walter's way teaches us that rest is not passive, but deeply generative. Just as a seed grows most vigorously in the dark soil of earth, your intentions flourish in the rich darkness of sleep. His practice of conscious rest mirrors the very state you must enter to align with the universe's creative force. As you prepare for sleep tonight, choose a single intention, one pure thought that captures your heart's deepest wish. Speak it softly, just once as you settle into your bed. Then release it completely, trusting that in your rest, the universe works through you with perfect wisdom. Let sleep become your sanctuary of manifestation, where dreams take root in the fertile soil of surrender. Practice. Before closing your eyes, whisper your chosen intention once. Then release all effort, knowing that sleep itself is the most powerful act of receiving. Trust that in your rest, the universe shapes reality with infinite wisdom. Chapter 5. When Thoughts Turn to Embers. As twilight descends upon your consciousness, a sacred truth unveils itself, one known to the mystics of old. In the quiet halls of a New England boarding house, Lucille Frey discovered this wisdom as she watched her poetic verses dissolve into the approaching night. Each evening, as her quill grew still and her eyes heavy, she witnessed her thoughts transform from blazing inspiration to gentle, glowing embers. Within this transition lies one of the universe's most cherished secrets, the power of a softening mind. As your thoughts begin their nightly descent, they shed their sharp edges, their urgency, their resistance. Like water seeping into fertile soil, these mellowed thoughts sink deeper into the substrate of your being, carrying with them the seeds of tomorrow's reality. The great mind works not through force, but through surrender. Each thought you release as sleep approaches carries the weight of 10,000 waking thoughts, for it travels unimpeded through the layers of consciousness that typically guard the gates of manifestation. In the rolling hills of Vermont, Caleb Merritt learned this truth through the simple rhythm of farm life. Each night, as he settled onto his straw-filled mattress, the day's worries would soften like butter in summer sun. He noticed that on evenings when his final thought was of gratitude for his small plot of land, the next day's harvest proved especially bountiful. When his last waking moment held visions of healthy livestock, his animals thrived beyond explanation. What Caleb discovered through simple observation, you now understand through higher wisdom. As your consciousness dims, it merges more fully with the universal mind. Your thoughts, no longer confined by doubt or resistance, float freely into the vast ocean of potential. This is why the ancient ones taught that the final thought before sleep is the most potent prayer you can offer. Just as Caleb's gentle observations transformed his farm's prosperity, your own softening thoughts hold the power to reshape your reality. Each night presents an opportunity to place your purest intentions into the hands of the infinite. Sacred practice. As you prepare for sleep, watch your thoughts begin to cool like embers in a dying fire. Choose one intention, one seed of creation, and let it glow softly in your mind. Feel it growing warmer, more alive with potential, even as your other thoughts fade. In these final moments before sleep claims you, imagine placing this glowing ember gently into the universe's waiting hands. Trust that as you surrender to rest, this ember will be tended in the sacred forge of creation, ready to manifest with the dawning day. Chapter 6. Walking the Corridor of Fading Echoes. In the autumn of 1932, Evelyn Sharp discovered a secret passage within her mind. Each night as she prepared for sleep in her modest apartment above the millinery shop she owned, she found herself walking an imagined corridor. This hall stretched before her like polished marble, its walls somehow both solid and translucent. As she moved deeper into this space, the day's concerns, unpaid bills, difficult customers, her sister's illness, transformed into mere whispers, growing fainter with each step. The corridor you enter each night holds similar power. It stands as a sacred space between the world of conscious thought and the realm of pure potential. This threshold, known to ancient wisdom keepers, serves as more than mere passage. It is the very mechanism through which the universe cleanses your energy of resistance. Within this corridor, thoughts lose their sharp edges, emotions release their grip, and the mind's constant chatter softens into silence. The laws that govern this space operate differently from those of waking life. Here, letting go requires no effort, and surrender becomes as natural as exhaling. As you traverse this nightly passage, each step carries you further from the surface world of effects and closer to the deeper realm of causes. The universe designed this corridor as a cleansing chamber where the dust of daily living falls away, leaving your consciousness clear and receptive to higher vibrations. Jonas McCade, who operated the telegraph office in a small railway town, understood this principle through his own unique lens. Each evening, after hours of receiving and transmitting messages, his mind would buzz with fragments of others' communications, dots and dashes that seemed to echo endlessly. Yet he discovered that by imagining himself walking away from his telegraph machine down a long, quiet hallway, these persistent signals would gradually fade. At first, Jonas thought he was simply practicing good mental hygiene. But as weeks passed, he noticed something remarkable. The messages that remained clear, that refused to fade during his nightly corridor walk, often contained information vital to the next day's events. The universe, it seemed, knew which signals to preserve and which to let dissolve. Your own nightly journey through this corridor mirrors both Evelyn's and Jonas's experiences. Each evening you stand at its entrance, carrying the accumulated static of the day. With each step you take into this sacred space, you allow the universe to sort through these energies, releasing what no longer serves, while preserving what remains essential for your path. Ancient practice. As you lie down tonight, envision yourself standing at the entrance of a serene corridor. Its walls shimmer with a pearl-like luminescence, stretching ahead into gentle darkness. Begin walking this hall unhurried, feeling the day's tensions transform into soft echoes. With each step, let these echoes grow fainter, more distant. Notice how some thoughts naturally fade while others remain as gentle whispers, guiding you toward sleep. Trust that what dissolves here is ready to be released, and what remains carries the seed of tomorrow's creation. Continue walking until even the sound of your own footsteps merges with the silence, and you find yourself drifting into the deeper chambers of consciousness. Chapter 7. The Shadows That Guard the Threshold. In a quiet village at the turn of the century, Rosemary Clark owned a small general store where shelves lined with jars of penny candies caught the late afternoon sun. Each evening, as she climbed the narrow stairs to her apartment above the shop, shadows would gather in the corners of her mind. At first, these dark visitors filled her with unease, bringing thoughts of dwindling supplies, mounting competition from the new store in town, and her own aging hands that weren't as quick with the ledger as they once were. Yet one fateful night, as she lay in her brass bed watching these familiar shadows approach, something shifted within her understanding. These weren't harbingers of worry at all, but ancient guardians coming to collect what no longer served her spirit. The shadows that visit you in those precious moments before sleep are not your adversaries. They are the universe's most gentle healers, arriving precisely when your defenses have softened enough to allow transformation. Like the twilight that separates day from night, these threshold guardians stand ready to receive every fear, doubt, and resistance you're prepared to release. What appears as darkness is truly the absence of struggle. In these moments, you need not fight or flee. Only recognize that each shadow comes bearing the gift of surrender. The universe speaks clearly in the language of release, teaching that what you willingly let go transforms into the very force that carries you into deeper consciousness. Samuel Hargrove, a train engineer from the Western Territories, came to understand this truth through his own nightly ritual. As he guided massive steam engines through mountain passes by day, he learned to recognize how shadows played across the tracks ahead. At night, in his small cabin near the rail yard, similar shadows would cross his mind as sleep approached. Instead of bracing against them as he once did, he began to see them as signals, much like the railway lanterns that guided him safely through dark tunnels. Samuel's experience mirrors the ancient wisdom that what we resist persists, while what we embrace transforms. Those shadows crossing your consciousness carry away the very tensions that would otherwise tether you to waking concerns. They are not darkness at all, but rather the absence of resistance, creating space for new light to enter. As you prepare for sleep tonight, remember that each shadow appearing in your awareness comes as a sacred messenger. These guardians arrive precisely when you are most capable of releasing what weighs upon your spirit. Their presence signals that you have reached the threshold where conscious surrender becomes effortless grace. Practice. Lie quietly and observe any shadow thoughts that arise. For each one, silently offer these words: I thank you, guardian of the night, for receiving what I now release. Allow gratitude to fill your heart as each shadow dissolves, knowing it carries away whatever no longer serves your highest good. Chapter 8. The Alchemy of Surrendered Breath. In the depths of night, when the hospital halls grew quiet, Irene Calloway discovered a sacred truth. As a nurse in the bustling city ward, she carried the weight of countless lives in her steady hands. Each evening, as she prepared for rest, anxiety would creep into her bones. Memories of decisions made, lives touched, and the constant dance between healing and loss. One particularly trying night, as she lay in her small apartment overlooking the city lights, Irene noticed how her breath seemed to hold all the day's tension. With each inhale, her chest tightened with remembered responsibilities. But then, something extraordinary happened. She began to observe how each exhale carried away these burdens, like leaves scattered in an autumn wind. The universe speaks through the rhythm of your breath. This ancient knowledge, whispered through generations, reveals that your breath holds the power to transmute energy. As you approach sleep, your breath becomes an alchemical force, transforming the dense matter of worry into the golden light of peace. Each inhale draws in universal energy, while each exhale releases what no longer serves your highest path. In the quietest moments, when the veil between worlds grows thin, your breath becomes the bridge between intention and manifestation. The ancient ones knew this, that in the space between breaths lies the power to reshape reality itself. As tension dissolves with each exhalation, you create space for the universe to fill with its infinite possibilities. Franklin Boyd, who tuned pianos in the gas-lit parlors of the wealthy, understood this delicate art of release. Each evening, before sleep claimed him, he would sit at the edge of his bed and breathe as though he were tuning the strings of his own being. With every exhale, he released the discordant notes of the day, the tight shoulders, the worried mind, the hurried heart, until his inner music played in perfect harmony with the night's silence. Just as Franklin found his nightly peace through conscious breathing, you too hold this power. Each breath before sleep is an opportunity to tune your being to the frequency of pure potential. The resistance you carry in your muscles, your thoughts, your very cells, can dissolve into the darkness, leaving only peace in its wake. Sacred practice. Lie quietly in your bed and place one hand upon your heart. Begin to breathe slowly, deeply. With each inhale, whisper silently, "I receive the night's peace." With each exhale, release any remaining tension, whispering, "I let go completely." Continue this gentle rhythm until you feel yourself becoming one with the silence. Allow each breath to carry you deeper into surrender, knowing that in this sacred space of release, the universe works its quiet magic through you. Chapter 9. The Body as Ancient Guide. In a small seaside town, where waves kept time with the turning world, Lydia Proctor would sit each evening in her window-side chair, watching the setting sun paint the waters gold. As a weaver of fine textiles, she spent her days directing every thread with conscious precision. Yet at night, she discovered a profound truth. Her body held wisdom far deeper than her calculating mind. Night after night, she noticed how her shoulders would naturally drop at precisely the same hour, how her breath would deepen of its own accord, and how her limbs would grow heavy with an ancient knowing. Fighting these signals only brought restlessness, but surrendering to them opened doors to the most restorative sleep she had ever known. Your body carries the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. Within its cells lies a knowledge that precedes thought, a rhythm that aligns perfectly with the universe's own pulse. This innate intelligence knows exactly when to rest, how to heal, and what state of being best serves your highest good. The body speaks in whispers, a heaviness in the limbs, a natural slowing of breath, a softening of muscles. These are not mere physical sensations, but sacred signals from the universe itself, guiding you toward states of perfect receptivity. When you honor these cues, you align with forces far older than conscious thought. In the early 1900s, Edwin Clark, a carpenter known for his exquisite craftsmanship, learned this lesson through his own experience. Each evening, after hours of precise measurements and careful cuts, he would feel his body calling him to rest. At first, he ignored these signals, believing his mind knew better. But the more he resisted, the more his work suffered. One night, exhausted from fighting his natural rhythms, Edwin finally surrendered. He noticed how his body naturally knew when to set down his tools, how his muscles would signal the perfect moment for rest. From that day forward, he trusted these physical whispers, and his work took on a flow that seemed almost magical. Like Edwin, you carry the same bodily wisdom, the heaviness in your limbs, the natural slowing of your movements. These are not obstacles to overcome, but sacred guidance to embrace. Your body knows the exact moment when the veils between worlds grow thinnest, when your energy is most receptive to the universe's gifts. Practice. As you prepare for sleep, lie quietly and scan your body from toe to crown. Notice any sensations of heaviness, warmth, or tingling. These are your body's ancient signals, guiding you toward perfect rest. Rather than directing your body, simply observe and follow its natural wisdom. Let each breath draw you deeper into this innate knowing, trusting that your physical form carries the memory of countless nights of sacred sleep. Chapter 10. Crossing the Drowsing Gate. In the quiet hours of twilight, Margaret Doyle tended to her small garden in the heart of New England. Each evening, as shadows lengthened across her herbs and flowering plants, she would settle into her cushioned rocking chair by the window. For years, she had drifted into sleep without awareness, until one evening she noticed something remarkable, a subtle shift, as though passing through an invisible veil, marking the exact moment consciousness began to transform. This transition, so often overlooked, holds the key to mastering the metaphysical realm of sleep. When you approach the threshold between wakefulness and dreams, you stand at the gateway where thought becomes form. This crossing point, this inner gate, represents the sacred moment when your conscious mind releases its grip and the deeper forces of creation begin their work. In this twilight space, the universe speaks in whispers, and your intentions gain extraordinary power. The gate itself is not a barrier but a passage, one that opens naturally as your awareness softens. Here, at this precise point of transition, you become both the creator and the witness of your transformation. A similar revelation came to Henry Sullivan, who spent his evenings in the quiet solitude of a railway station in 1924. As trains departed into the night, he noticed how his consciousness would slip away like the last car disappearing into darkness. Rather than fighting this transition or trying to remain alert, he learned to honor this gentle crossing, treating it as a sacred threshold where the day's worries dissolved into possibility. Henry's nightly passage through this inner gate taught him that sleep was not a mere ending, but a beginning, a doorway into the vast chamber where reality takes shape. Each evening, as the last train whistle faded into silence, he would acknowledge this transition with quiet reverence, understanding that he was stepping into the workshop of creation itself. Just as Henry recognized his nightly crossing, you too pass through this inner gate each evening. This is not merely a descent into unconsciousness, but an ascension into the realm where thoughts crystallize into tomorrow's reality. Every night, as you approach this threshold, you stand at the entrance to infinite possibility. Ancient practice. Rest quietly in bed and focus on the subtle sensations that signal approaching sleep. Without grasping or resisting, observe the moment when your thoughts begin to drift and your awareness starts to shift. Simply witness this transition, knowing you are passing through the drowsing gate. Let this recognition become your nightly ritual of entering the sacred space of creation. Part 2. The Second Veil, Subconscious Surrender. Chapter 11. The Whisper Beneath the Mind. In the warm glow of a 1940s switchboard room, Beatrice Langford connected her final calls for the evening. After hours of weaving conversations across copper lines, she would return home to her modest apartment, where she discovered something extraordinary. As she lay in bed each night in that gentle space between waking and sleeping, she began to notice a voice, not the echo of daily exchanges, but something far more ancient and knowing. At first she dismissed it as fatigue from long hours at the switchboard. Yet night after night, as her conscious mind softened, this whisper grew clearer. It spoke with a wisdom that felt as old as time itself, guiding her toward truths she somehow already knew but had forgotten. The universe holds this same wisdom for you. As you approach sleep each night, beneath the surface noise of your thoughts lies a deeper intelligence, one that has existed since the dawn of creation. This is not mere imagination or the residue of daily thinking, but the voice of the great mind itself, speaking through the silver thread that connects all beings to the source of manifestation. In the space between consciousness and sleep, your barriers naturally dissolve. The mind's usual static fades, allowing this ancient whisper to rise like music from depths you rarely access in waking hours. This is why the moments before sleep hold such powerful creative force. They grant you direct access to the subconscious mind, where all manifestation begins. Frederick Montgomery discovered this truth after 30 years of conducting trains across the countryside. In retirement, he found himself lying awake at night, missing the rhythmic sounds of the rails. But in that silence, he began to recognize something profound, a quiet voice that had always been there, obscured by the noise of his busy life. This voice spoke with remarkable clarity about decisions he faced, opportunities approaching, and truths he needed to embrace. What Frederick learned And what you too will discover is that this inner whisper is your direct line to universal wisdom. It speaks most clearly not in the bright light of day, but in the dimming of consciousness, when your usual mental barriers begin to fall. This whisper flows through you even now as you read these words. It is the same voice that guided the ancient mystics, that whispers through the silver thread, that knows the perfect path for your desires to manifest. In these precious moments before sleep, you stand at the threshold where conscious thought gives way to deeper knowing. Here, your intention need not be forced or analyzed. It need only be surrendered to this ancient whisper that knows the way through the night. Nightly practice. As you prepare for sleep, rest quietly and turn your attention inward. Allow your thoughts to grow dim like stars fading at dawn. In this softening, listen for the whisper that rises from the depths of your being. Let it speak to you of what you truly seek. Hold your intention gently in this space, trusting that this ancient voice knows the perfect path for its manifestation. Allow this whisper to be your last companion as you cross the threshold into sleep. Chapter 12. The Fading of the Outer World. In a small New England town during the gentle autumn of 1934, Clara Winslow worked in her bakery, filling the air with the warmth of fresh bread and the sweetness of cinnamon. Each evening, after the last loaf cooled and the floors were swept clean, she would return to her apartment above the shop. As she prepared for sleep, she began to notice something peculiar. The world around her seemed to fade like a theater production drawing to its close. First, the sounds of the street below would soften, then the shapes in her room would lose their sharp edges, and finally, even her awareness of her own body would begin to dim. What fascinated Clara wasn't the fading itself, but the profound sense of peace that accompanied this nightly dissolution. This natural dimming you experience each night is far more significant than mere drowsiness. It is an ancient mechanism of consciousness, a sacred withdrawal that creates the perfect conditions for manifestation. As external impressions fade, your energy turns inward, entering the chamber where creation itself begins. The universe designed this process with infinite wisdom. When outer perceptions dim, your vibrational field becomes pure and receptive. No longer bombarded by sensory input, your subconscious mind can receive your intentions without interference or contradiction. This is why the moments of fading awareness hold such powerful creative potential. Gerald Huxley discovered this truth upon returning from the trenches of World War I. The chaos of battle had left his mind restless and alert, until he noticed that each night, as the world softened around him, a profound peace would emerge. The fading of external stimuli became his nightly ritual of healing. As streets grew quiet and rooms grew dim, he found himself entering a space of perfect clarity where the wounds of war could not follow. What Clara and Gerald both discovered mirrors the journey you take each night. As your awareness of the outer world diminishes, you naturally enter the universe's creative chamber. This is not a loss of consciousness, but a shift into a deeper state of receptivity. The dimming of external reality signals that you are approaching the sacred space where manifestation begins. In these precious moments, As the theater of daily life fades to darkness, your intentions find their purest expression. Without the static of sensory input, your desires can imprint themselves clearly upon the cosmic substrate of creation. Ancient practice of the dimming light. Lie quietly and close your eyes. Begin to notice how the world around you naturally fades, like lanterns being lowered one by one. Allow each sensation to soften, sounds becoming distant, physical awareness growing diffuse, thoughts becoming less distinct. Welcome this dimming as the sacred threshold it is. Feel yourself entering the creative chamber of the universe as external reality gently dissolves. Hold your intention in this space of pure receptivity as you drift toward sleep. Chapter 13. The Law of Gentle Withdrawal. In the bustling heart of Chicago, 1923, Agnes Porter sat at her oak desk in Marshall & Sons law office, her fingers dancing across typewriter keys from dawn until dusk. Each day she poured her energy outward, into letters, into conversations, into the constant demands of others. Yet it was in the quiet sanctuary of her evening ritual that she stumbled upon a truth that would transform her life. One night, exhausted from the day's labors, Agnes noticed how naturally her energy drew inward as sleep approached. Instead of fighting this retreat, she allowed herself to follow it, discovering that this gentle withdrawal wasn't an escape, but a return to her source of power. With each evening's surrender, she found her days growing brighter, her manifestations clearer, her presence stronger. The art of withdrawal holds ancient wisdom within its folds. When you pull your energy back from the outer world, you aren't hiding. You're gathering your creative force. Like a wave that must first recede to build its strength, your consciousness must withdraw to manifest with clarity. This nightly retreat cleanses your energy of the day's scattered impressions, allowing your pure creative essence to emerge. Your attention, typically fragmented across countless external demands, naturally consolidates as sleep approaches. This is not a weakness, but a gift, the universe's invitation to reclaim your scattered power. In these precious moments, as the world dims around you, you gather the very substance of creation back into your being. Consider Lionel Carver, who in 1925 ran a modest barber shop in Boston's North End. While others sought success through constant activity, Lionel discovered his prosperity through evening solitude. Each night, he would sit quietly in his chair, allowing the day's conversations and concerns to fade away. As he mastered this gentle withdrawal, his business flourished unexpectedly. Clients were drawn to his renewed presence, his steadier hands, his quieter strength. Agnes and Lionel's experiences mirror a universal truth. Your power doesn't come from constant outward projection, but from knowing when to draw back. Like the moon pulling the tides, this natural rhythm of withdrawal and expansion governs the flow of manifestation. The practice. As you prepare for sleep tonight, find a comfortable position and set aside 1 minute for sacred withdrawal. Let your awareness naturally pull inward, like a flower closing its petals at dusk. Don't force this retreat. Simply allow your energy to follow its natural inclination to return home. Feel how this gentle withdrawal restores your creative essence, preparing the soil of your consciousness for tomorrow's manifestations. Before we get into the next chapter, you can download a free ebook version of this audiobook using the link in the pinned comment below this video. Chapter 14. The Lunar Pull of Inner Silence. In a small New England town, Dorothy Klein arranged flowers in her shop window as dusk settled over the quiet streets. Night after night, she noticed something peculiar in these tranquil moments, a gentle tugging sensation, as though the evening itself beckoned her inward. Like the moon's influence on the tides, this ethereal force drew her consciousness away from the outer world of roses and lilies, guiding her toward an inner chamber of profound stillness. The universe speaks through silence, and in this silence dwells a magnetic power that few have recognized. This force of inner gravity exists not to pull you away from life, but to draw you closer to the source of all creation. When you allow yourself to follow this subtle current, you activate the most potent law of manifestation, the law of withdrawal. Just as the moon's gravity shapes the ocean's rhythms, your consciousness responds to cycles of expansion and contraction. In the outward flow of daily life, your energy disperses like waves breaking upon the shore. But as evening approaches, a natural tide turns within you, gathering this scattered power back to its source. This is not mere fatigue, but a sacred recalibration. The subconscious mind holds a magnetic quality that strengthens as outer activity dims. Like a flower closing its petals at dusk, your awareness naturally folds inward, drawn by this subtle yet irresistible force. In this state of gentle withdrawal, your intentions find fertile soil, free from the resistance of scattered thoughts and worldly distractions. Along the rugged coastline, Howard Ellison kept his nightly vigil in the lighthouse tower. For 30 years, he observed how the moon's phases influenced not only the tides below, but also the quiet tide of his own consciousness. Each evening, as he lit the great lamp, he felt himself drawn inward with the same reliability as the ocean's retreat. In this withdrawal, he discovered not loneliness but a profound connection to the rhythm of the universe itself. Howard's experience mirrors the natural law operating within you each night. Just as the lighthouse keeper attunes to lunar cycles, your consciousness responds to an inner twilight, a time when the universe calls you to withdraw from outer concerns and enter the sanctuary of silence. To embrace this law, rest your hand over your heart and allow yourself to feel the gentle lunar pull of your awareness turning inward. Like the tide responding to the moon's quiet gravity, let your consciousness naturally withdraw from the surface of life into the depths where true power resides. Chapter 15. The Slow Stream of Thoughts. In the twilight hours of 1910, Mildred Hayes sat at her wooden desk in the empty schoolhouse, watching shadows lengthen across rows of vacant chairs. After her students departed each day, she observed a curious phenomenon. Her racing thoughts, which had churned like rapids through her teaching hours, began to slow their pace, transforming into a gentle stream as evening approached. Night after night, Mildred noticed how this natural slowing prepared her mind for rest. The day's lessons, worries about her students, and plans for tomorrow's activities no longer rushed past like white water, but meandered like a peaceful brook. In this quieted state, she discovered her most brilliant teaching ideas emerged effortlessly. The universe speaks most clearly through thoughts that flow with grace. When your mind races like a turbulent river, creation becomes scattered, diluted by the force of too many competing currents. Yet as your thoughts naturally slow with the approach of sleep, they gain a magnetic potency that the universe readily receives. This slowing is not a dimming of power, but an amplification of it. Like a river that appears most profound when it moves unhurried, your thoughts carry greatest creative force when they flow without resistance. In this gentled state, each intention rings with crystalline clarity, unmuddied by the contradictions that rapid thinking brings. Charles Batterson understood this principle through his work as a trolley conductor in 1915. Each evening, after guiding his vehicle through busy city streets, he would sit quietly in his garden, allowing his thoughts to slow from the day's rushed pace to a peaceful meander. Where once anxiety had ruled his nights, this natural deceleration brought him a sense of deep equilibrium. Through time, Charles noticed that his slowed evening thoughts seemed to shape the next day's experiences with remarkable precision. When he allowed his mind to settle like still waters before sleep, life responded with a similar smoothness and grace. Your own thoughts undergo this same nightly transformation. As you approach sleep, the universe offers you this sacred slowing, a natural shift from the rapids of daily thinking to the gentle stream of creation. This is not a dimming of consciousness, but an entry into its most potent state. Practice. Find a quiet place to rest. Close your eyes and observe your thoughts without trying to direct or change them. Notice how they naturally begin to slow, like a river gradually becoming more peaceful. Allow this process to unfold without resistance, knowing that in this gentled state, your intentions gain their greatest creative power. Chapter 16. The Thinning of the Veil. In a small bindery filled with the scent of leather and glue, Sadie Whitmore spent her days bringing order to loose chapters, transforming them into beautiful books. Yet it was in the moments before sleep that she made her most remarkable discovery. As she lay in her narrow bed, the solid walls of her reality seemed to grow translucent, as though the barrier between what was within and what lay beyond had become gossamer thin. Through this experience, you now encounter one of the most guarded secrets of metaphysical wisdom. The veil between consciousness and creation naturally thins as you approach sleep. This thinning is not mere fatigue, but a sacred occurrence when the universe's creative forces draw nearest to your awareness. In this state, your emotional vibration travels unimpeded through the softened boundary. The thoughts and feelings you hold become pure intention, freed from the resistance that daylight consciousness creates. The universe receives these signals with perfect clarity, for they arise from a place where doubt has not yet solidified. This explains why ancient traditions viewed the threshold of sleep as a gateway to divine communication. As outer awareness dims, inner knowing brightens. Your desires, stripped of mental interference, shine their truest light into the fertile darkness of night. Otis Chandler, who spent decades sorting mail in a quiet post office, came to recognize this thinning during his evening rest. As the world grew soft around him, insights about long, puzzling situations would drift into his awareness, like letters finding their rightful destinations. What seemed complex by day revealed its simple truth in these gentle moments, when the boundary between knowing and mystery dissolved. His experience mirrors the universal law that guides your own nightly journey. As you approach sleep, you stand at the same threshold where all seekers throughout time have accessed deeper wisdom. The thinning veil is your invitation to let your truest desires pass freely into the universe's keeping. The ancient practice: rest quietly in your bed and focus attention on the sensation of reality growing softer around you. Notice how the solid world begins to feel less rigid, more permeable. Allow yourself to sink into this natural thinning, knowing your connection to the universe grows stronger as the veil dissolves. This is the sacred moment when your heart's desires can most easily enter the field of creation. Chapter 17. Opening the Subconscious Gate. In the humming silence of a factory at nightfall, Eugene Archer stood among his beloved machines. Each day he carefully maintained the intricate gears and mechanisms that powered the industrial age forward. Yet it was in the depths of night that he stumbled upon a far more subtle mechanism within himself. As Eugene prepared for sleep one evening, he noticed that when his mind grew still, something within him began to open, not with the mechanical precision of his machines, but with the organic grace of a flower unfolding. This opening felt like a gateway, invisible, yet undeniably real, through which his deepest wishes could pass unhindered. The subconscious gate stands as one of the most powerful portals in the metaphysical realm. When your mind releases its grip on daily concerns and your body surrenders to rest, this sacred threshold becomes accessible. Unlike the gates of the physical world, this opening requires no key but stillness, no force but faith. As you approach sleep, your consciousness naturally dims its guard, allowing this inner gate to appear. Through this portal, your intentions travel directly into the creative matrix of the universe, unfiltered by doubt and unchallenged by resistance. This is why the moments before sleep hold such profound manifestation power. They offer pure access to the field of infinite possibility. In a quiet church across town, Vera Talbot sat before her organ each evening after services. As her fingers left the keys and her mind began to drift, she discovered her own version of this sacred gate. Instead of pushing her dreams into the world with force, she learned to place them gently through this opening, like notes floating through still air. Vera found that when she surrendered her desires through this gate, they manifested with a grace that no amount of daytime effort could achieve. She stopped trying to make things happen, and instead trusted this nightly passage to carry her intentions into the fertile soil of creation. Your own subconscious gate opens each night, inviting you to place your desires into the universe's keeping. Like Eugene and Vera, you need only recognize and trust this natural opening. As your mind softens and daily tensions release, this portal appears, ready to receive the seeds of your intentions. Ancient practice. Lie quietly and imagine a gentle gate opening within as your thoughts slow. Feel its welcoming presence. Without strain, place one clear intention through this gate, trusting it will be received by the infinite intelligence that works while you sleep. Chapter 18. Ego's Polite Departure. In the bustling marketplace of 1930s Chicago, Jonah McAllister arranged bottles of perfume and stacks of fine soaps behind the glass counter of Marshall & Sons. Each day he wore his identity like a well-pressed uniform: the efficient clerk, the capable son, the respected member of his community. Yet as darkness descended and the shop bell chimed its final ring, Jonah discovered a curious truth about the nature of self. Night after night, as he lay in his narrow bed, he witnessed how his carefully maintained persona, the very essence of who he thought he was, would bow with graceful dignity and step into the shadows. In this gentle recession of self, Jonah found an unexpected freedom, as though some invisible weight had lifted from his shoulders. The nightly surrender of ego reveals one of the universe's most sacred laws. During waking hours, your sense of self stands guard like a vigilant sentry, filtering experiences through the lens of identity, beliefs, and past conditioning. This vigilance serves its purpose in the light of day, yet it also creates resistance to the pure flow of creation. But as sleep approaches, a magnificent shift occurs. The ego naturally loosens its grip, bowing before the greater wisdom of the subconscious mind. This is not a defeat, but a sacred retreat, allowing the deeper currents of manifestation to flow unimpeded through the opened gate. Along the humming switchboards of the Bell Telephone Company, Florence Weaver connected thousands of calls each day, her fingers dancing across the cables, her voice maintaining perfect composure. Yet it was in the silence of her evening ritual that she discovered true connection. As Florence prepared for sleep, she felt the layers of her daytime self, the efficient operator, the dutiful daughter, the composed professional, dissolve like morning mist. In this dissolution, she touched a profound sense of liberation. Without the constant narrative of who she should be, Florence found herself merged with a vast sea of possibility. Her experience mirrors the universal truth that awaits you each night. As your ego steps aside, you enter a state of pure potential. Here, in this sacred space of surrender, your intentions meet no resistance from the story of who you think you are. They flow directly into the creative matrix of the universe, untouched by doubt or self-limitation. This ancient wisdom teaches that true manifestation occurs not through the force of will or identity, but through the willing retreat of the self. Each night offers you this gift, the chance to release the weight of who you think you are, and allow the universe to work through you unimpeded. Practice. As you prepare for sleep, imagine your ego as a respectful guardian who knows when to step aside. Feel it bow with grace and gratitude for its daily service, then watch it retreat into the shadows. Rest in the spaciousness that remains, knowing that in this empty vessel, the universe works its greatest magic. Chapter 19. Night as Sacred Servant. In a dimly lit workshop on the edge of town, Samuel Dwyer bent over his sewing machine, golden threads glinting in the lamplight. For 40 years he had crafted suits and dresses that transformed his customers' outer appearance, yet it was the night that taught him about inner transformation. Each evening, as shadows lengthened across his wooden workbench, Samuel noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The worries that had knotted his thoughts throughout the day began to loosen like threads being gently pulled apart. The solutions that had eluded him in daylight emerged with crystal clarity in the velvet darkness. His deepest desires, whispered to the night like secrets, seemed to weave themselves into reality by morning's light. The night, Samuel discovered, was not merely an absence of day, but a presence itself, a sacred servant of the universe's deeper laws. Like a master tailor working behind the scenes, it took the rough fabric of your intentions and, with invisible hands, fashioned them into manifest form. When you surrender to the night's embrace, you activate an ancient power that has served humanity since time immemorial. The darkness does not diminish your creative force, it amplifies it. In these quiet hours, when the world retreats and the mind grows still, the universe's creative current flows most strongly. Every night presents you with a gift, the softening of resistance, the clarifying of vision, the strengthening of intention. It is in this sacred darkness that the seeds of manifestation take root most deeply, for the night tends them with a wisdom beyond mortal understanding. Consider Marjorie Booth, who sorted letters at the city post office. For years, she fought against the night, seeing it as lost time, empty hours that kept her from action. But when she finally surrendered to its rhythm, miracles began to unfold. Her greatest wishes, entrusted to the darkness, returned to her as morning gifts. A long-awaited promotion appeared unexpectedly. A cherished relationship healed mysteriously. Opportunities arose as naturally as the dawn. Marjorie's experience mirrors a universal truth. The night serves those who trust in its power. When you cease struggling against the darkness and instead allow it to work on your behalf, you align with one of creation's most potent forces. The night waits to serve you, to carry your intentions through the hidden realms where reality takes shape. It requires only your willing participation, your trust in its ancient wisdom. Practice. As you prepare for sleep, speak these words with quiet conviction. Night, serve my intention. Let this simple phrase be the key that unlocks the night's transformative power. Trust that while you rest, the darkness works diligently on your behalf, weaving your desires into the fabric of tomorrow. Chapter 20. The Ritual of Soft Surrender. In a quiet corner of Madison Trust Bank, Leonard Pittman stood at his window, meticulously counting bills as sunlight filtered through the tall glass panes. Day after day, he maintained perfect control over every penny that passed through his hands. Yet it was at night when he discovered a truth worth more than all the gold in the vault. One evening, exhausted from maintaining his usual precision, Leonard found himself unable to hold on to his rigid discipline. As he lay in bed, something remarkable occurred. The moment he released his iron grip on control, the universe's gentle current began to move through him. Like water finding its natural course, his life began flowing with effortless grace. The ancient wisdom speaks of surrender not as defeat, but as the supreme gesture of trust in the universal order. When you release the tight hold of conscious control, you activate forces far more powerful than your striving could ever summon. This letting go is not passive resignation, but rather an active alignment with the deeper currents of creation. In another part of town, Hazel Montgomery sat at her sewing table, surrounded by spools of thread and unfinished garments. For years she carried the weight of every unmet deadline, every imperfect stitch, until she learned to perform what she called her nightly offering, releasing each worry to the silver thread that connects all things. As she surrendered her cares to this mystical cord, Hazel noticed that solutions appeared by morning, as if the universe had been waiting only for her to loosen her grip. Her work became infused with an ease that no amount of forcing could have achieved. These tales mirror the eternal truth that awaits your recognition. Each night offers you the same invitation to release the illusion of control and allow the universe to work through you. Your surrender becomes the key that unlocks the door to effortless creation. When you withhold nothing, the universe withholds nothing from you. This is the paradox that Leonard and Hazel discovered. In releasing everything, they gained everything. Their stories whisper to you of a power that awakens only when you dare to let go. The practice: find a comfortable position and allow your body to settle. Take one long, complete breath. As you exhale, imagine the entire day, its struggles, its striving, its tension, falling away like autumn leaves in a gentle breeze. Feel yourself surrendering fully to the night's embrace, trusting that the universe will weave your intentions into tomorrow's tapestry. Part 3. The Third Veil Dream Temples of Creation. Chapter 21. Meeting the Inner Architect. In a sunlit studio in Boston's Back Bay, Adelaide Mercer stood before her easel, capturing the essence of her subjects on canvas. Yet it was in the darkness behind her closed eyes, in those precious moments before sleep, that she encountered the most remarkable presence she would ever paint. Night after night, as her conscious mind began to soften, Adelaide witnessed a silent figure moving through the landscape of her inner vision. This presence seemed to weave with threads of light, creating luminous structures that felt more real than any painting she had ever created. At first, she dismissed these visions as mere dreams, until she noticed how these ethereal blueprints manifested in her waking life with uncanny precision. The inner architect, as the ancients knew, is not a flight of fancy, but the very engine of creation itself. This aspect of your consciousness awakens only when the noise of day has dimmed enough for its sacred work to begin. Like a master builder waiting for silence to fall before beginning construction, it requires the stillness of near sleep to shape your desires into form. In the depths of your subconscious lies this timeless creator, ever ready to receive your intentions and transform them into the structures of tomorrow's reality. Each night, as your resistance melts away, the architect's power grows stronger, translating your deepest desires into energetic frameworks that will become your future experiences. Edgar Hollings discovered this truth while working as a railroad planner in Missouri. Though he spent countless hours at his desk plotting routes across the countryside, his most brilliant solutions arrived not through conscious effort, but in those gentle moments when sleep approached. As his mind released its grip on problems, the architect would present him with complete designs, appearing as shimmering patterns behind his closed eyes. These experiences of Adelaide and Edgar reveal the same wisdom that lies before you each night. As your awareness drifts inward, the inner architect rises, ready to receive your desires and shape them in the fertile soil of sleep. This is why the final moments before rest hold such power. They are your direct line to this master builder of reality. The practice. As you prepare for sleep tonight, lie still and imagine yourself in the presence of the inner architect. That silent, wise aspect of consciousness that builds in the realm of pure potential. Choose one intention that matters deeply to you. See yourself holding it like a delicate blueprint, then gently hand it to this presence waiting behind your thoughts. Trust that as you drift into sleep, the architect will begin its sacred work, shaping your desire into the framework of manifestation. Chapter 22. The Dream Sand of Midnight. In an era when candlelight still held dominion over darkness, Marian Aldridge crafted candles in her small New England shop, infusing each one with intention. Yet it was in her nightly dreams that she discovered a truth more luminous than any flame she had ever kindled. As consciousness ebbed each evening, Marian found herself walking across vast expanses of shimmering silver sand. With each step, the sand captured her footprints with perfect clarity, holding them like memories pressed into metal. She noticed that when her heart felt light, her footprints left trails of sparkling light. When worry clouded her mind, the impressions darkened, and the path behind her shifted accordingly. The dreams and you walk upon each night is not mere fantasy, but the metaphysical substance of creation itself. Like the finest silver powder, it responds to every nuance of your emotional state, every subtle belief you carry. In sleep, this sand becomes most receptive, capturing the essence of your being with unmatched precision. Each feeling you carry creates an impression that ripples through the fabric of tomorrow. Harvey Pennington knew the importance of maintaining clear signals as a lighthouse mechanic. Yet it was in his dreams that he discovered the most crucial signals of all. Night after night, he witnessed how the silver sand beneath his feet responded to his inner lighthouse, his emotional state. When fear gripped him, the sand formed treacherous labyrinths. When his heart held steady faith, straight paths emerged before him, leading to shores of opportunity. The experiences of Marian and Harvey mirror the ancient truth that your emotional vibration leaves lasting impressions in the dreaming field. Like footprints in silver sand, these impressions become the template from which the universe molds your future experiences. The paths that appear in your life tomorrow are being shaped by the emotional traces you leave in the dreams and tonight. As you prepare for sleep, envision yourself walking across a vast expanse of flowing silver sand. With each step, feel the sand responding to your emotional presence. Choose consciously which feelings you wish to imprint. Peace, abundance, joy, love. Let these higher vibrations sink deeply into the dreams and, knowing they are becoming the blueprint for your tomorrows. Walk mindfully through this sacred sand, aware that every emotional footprint you leave is a seed being planted in the garden of your future. Chapter 23. Builders of the Unseen Realms. In the quiet hours of a small New England post office, Winifred Clark sorted letters with practiced grace. Yet it was in her dreams that she discovered a different kind of sorting, one that would reveal the hidden mechanics of creation itself. Night after night, as she drifted toward sleep, Winifred glimpsed shadowy figures moving through her dreamscape. They worked with purposeful care, adjusting scenes from her day like stagehands between acts. Some rebuilt crumbling walls of confidence, while others swept away debris of doubt. Though their forms remained indistinct, their presence brought comfort rather than fear, as if they were ancient allies in her soul's nightly restoration. These shadow builders are not figments of imagination, but represent the tireless workers of your subconscious mind. As you release your grip on waking consciousness, these subtle forces begin their sacred labor, weaving the fabric of your reality according to the patterns your emotions have drawn. They respond not to your words, but to the living blueprint of your feelings, transforming each sincere intention into energetic framework. Russell Pembroke understood this truth through his own nocturnal encounters. Each day he repaired typewriters with meticulous attention, but at night he witnessed a profound parallel to his work. In his dreams, mysterious figures restored bridges between his hopes and reality, reinforced the foundations of his aspirations, and carefully aligned the mechanisms of his inner world. What appeared at first as simple maintenance revealed itself as profound metaphysical reconstruction. The bridge builders in Russell's dreams showed him what happens when you surrender to sleep's embrace. Your inner world undergoes careful renovation. Just as his fingers knew the delicate adjustments needed to restore harmony to a typewriter's mechanisms, these unseen workers know precisely how to calibrate your energy to manifest your heart's desires. These shadow builders are the very agents of your subconscious, working faithfully to arrange circumstances according to your deepest beliefs and expectations. They neither judge nor question, but simply respond to the emotional blueprints you provide. When you drift towards sleep, holding pure intention, they receive clear instructions for their night's work. Before surrendering to sleep, take a moment to lie still and imagine these benevolent builders moving silently through your inner landscape. See them receiving your intentions like master craftsmen, accepting sacred blueprints. Trust that as you rest, they labor with perfect precision, aligning circumstances in harmony with your desires. Your only task is to offer them clear emotional guidance through your last thoughts before sleep. Ancient practice. As you prepare for sleep, visualize gentle shadows moving through your mind's landscape, adjusting and aligning energy according to your intention. Hold one clear desire in your heart as you watch them work, knowing they will faithfully build upon the foundation of your belief throughout the night. Chapter 24. The Echo of Midnight Intention. In a small roadside diner where chrome gleamed and coffee steamed, Ida Mae Rutledge discovered a truth as ancient as the stars. Each night, after hanging up her crisp apron and settling into bed, she would whisper a single intention into the darkness. What began as a simple habit soon revealed itself as something far more potent, for in her dreams that whispered wish would return, rippling through every scene like gentle chimes carried on a midnight breeze. The power of your final conscious thought before sleep surpasses all others, for it enters a realm where resistance has dissolved and the universe listens most intently. In these precious moments, as your awareness drifts toward the silver thread, intention takes on a crystalline clarity. Here, free from the static of waking doubt, your whispered desire becomes a pure vibrational signal that the subconscious receives without contradiction. This signal, once released into the dream field, does not simply fade, it echoes, expanding through layers of consciousness like ripples across still water. Each echo carries your intention deeper into the creative substance of the universe, where it is amplified and absorbed into the very fabric of your reality in formation. This is why the ancient ones taught that night is the most potent hour for manifestation, for it is then that your whispered truth finds no resistance in its path. Douglas Whitaker, who once played trumpet in smoky jazz clubs, came to understand this truth through music. Each night before sleep, he would hold his intention in mind like a single, pure note. In his dreams, that note would return, transformed, sometimes as a melody floating through empty streets, other times as symphonies played by unseen orchestras. Yet always, his original intention remained the heart of every song, woven through every measure. What Ida May found in her diner dreams and Douglas heard in his midnight symphonies reveals the same timeless wisdom. Your intention, spoken in that sacred moment before sleep, becomes the foundational frequency of your dream state creation. Like a bell tone carrying across still waters, it shapes every aspect of your unconscious experience, harmonizing the subtle energies that craft tomorrow's reality. Settle now into the silence before sleep. Let your chosen intention rise naturally to your lips, speaking it softly into the darkness. Imagine it lifting like a gentle note into the midnight sky, echoing across the vast expanse of dreams that awaits. Trust that each echo carries your desire deeper into the universe's creative depths, where all things begin. Chapter 25. Dreams as Mirrors of the Hidden Self. In the gaslit halls of a bustling law office, Josephine Crane spent her days translating spoken words into neat lines of shorthand. Yet it was in the depths of night that the most important translations began to emerge. As she drifted into sleep each evening, her dreams became living mirrors, reflecting truths her waking lips never dared to speak. The visions that visited Josephine revealed layers of herself she had never acknowledged, hopes for advancement she thought too bold to voice, fears of inadequacy she believed safely hidden, and desires for recognition she dismissed in daylight hours. Through these nightly reflections, she began to understand that her dreams were not mere fantasy, but precise mirrors showing the beliefs secretly shaping her daily experience. Your dreams serve as sacred mirrors, offering glimpses of the inner landscape that creates your outer world. When you close your eyes at night, the universe presents you with living symbols of your deepest beliefs, both those you consciously claim and those operating beneath awareness. Every dream image carries a message about how you truly see yourself, others, and the world around you. In the depths of sleep, Your subconscious mind creates scenarios that reflect your current vibrational state with perfect accuracy. A dream of flying might reveal untapped confidence, while repeated dreams of being unprepared may point to underlying beliefs about worthiness. These mirrors show not just what you think, but what you feel and believe at the deepest levels. This truth found another witness in Archer McNeil, who spent his days quietly operating machinery in a textile factory. Each night, his dreams showed him standing before crowds, speaking with authority and ease, a sharp contrast to his reserved waking demeanor. At first, he dismissed these visions as mere fantasy. Yet as the dreams persisted, Archer began to recognize they were reflecting a confidence that had always lived within him, waiting to be acknowledged and expressed. Just as Josephine's dreams revealed her hidden hopes and Archer's unveiled his latent strength, your own dreams offer pristine reflections of your inner state. They show you where your conscious intentions align with deeper beliefs and where they might conflict. Every symbol, scene, and emotion in your dreams provides insight into the beliefs currently creating your reality. To work with this ancient wisdom, choose one image from a recent dream that stands out in your memory. Before sleep tonight, hold this image gently in your mind and ask, what belief about myself or life does this symbol reflect? Allow the answer to arise naturally, knowing that your dreams always mirror truth. The practice is simple but profound. When you awaken tomorrow, record the first dream image you remember. Sit quietly with this symbol and ask what belief it reveals about your current path. Trust that the mirror of your dreams reflects with perfect clarity, showing you exactly what you need to see. Chapter 26. The Symbols That Speak Across Worlds. In a small dress shop at the edge of town, Fiona Hartwell stood before her workbench, arranging patterns and pins as twilight settled over the windows. Night after night, as she drifted into sleep, 3 symbols appeared with unwavering consistency: a tarnished brass key that gleamed despite its age, a lantern whose flame never flickered, and a silver thread that wove through every scene. At first, she dismissed these as fragments of her trade, mere echoes of days spent with needles and cloth. Yet as the symbols persisted, their presence grew too powerful to ignore. Each morning, Fiona woke with increasing clarity about their meaning. The key wasn't just a key, but represented doors within her that longed to open. The lantern illuminated truths she had kept in shadow, while the silver thread connected all moments of her life into a single, purposeful tapestry. Through these symbols, the universe spoke to her in a language deeper than words. When you enter the dream realm, you step into a sacred gallery where the universe displays its messages in symbols uniquely chosen for your understanding. These symbols bypass the analytical mind's tendency to question and doubt, speaking directly to the subconscious where true creation begins. Each symbol carries a vibration that resonates with specific aspects of your inner truth, awakening knowledge that your conscious mind may have overlooked. Milton Graves spent his days arranging letters into words at the local newspaper, but it was in his dreams where the most meaningful arrangements appeared. Night after night, he encountered a weathered oak tree, its branches reaching toward stars that seemed close enough to touch. As a typesetter, he understood that letters formed words, but now he learned that symbols formed a language far more ancient and profound. The oak spoke of deep roots and patient growth, while the reachable stars whispered of aspirations within his grasp. Through time, Milton realized these symbols weren't random. They were precise communications from the universe, each carrying a message about his path and potential. The oak's persistence in his dreams reflected his own unacknowledged strength, while the stars mirrored possibilities he had deemed too distant to pursue. Just as Milton's dreams offered him a personal symbolic language, your own dreams present symbols chosen specifically for your understanding. Each symbol that appears repeatedly carries a message waiting to be acknowledged, a truth-seeking expression in your waking life. Practice. Find a quiet space and bring to mind one symbol that has appeared in your recent dreams. It might be an object, an animal, a color, or a scene that left a lasting impression. Sit in stillness with this symbol, not analyzing it with your mind, but feeling its resonance in your heart. Allow its meaning to rise naturally, like water from a deep well. Trust that the first intuitive understanding that emerges carries the message the universe has chosen for you. Chapter 27. Claiming Your Dream Throne. In a dimly lit telegraph office where messages flowed day and night across copper wires, Virginia Bellamont discovered an ancient truth. As she sorted through the day's final transmissions, she noticed that her approaching dreams felt less like accidents and more like kingdoms awaiting her command. Each night, as sleep drew near, she found herself able to set the tone of her dreams with the same precision she used to tap out Morse code messages. At first, Virginia simply observed how her final thoughts before sleep would ripple through her dreamscape. But soon she realized she could do more than observe. She could direct. By holding specific feelings as she drifted off, she shaped the emotional atmosphere of her dreams. Fear transformed into courage, doubt into certainty, all through her conscious choice. The universe speaks through the language of emotion, and your authority in the dream realm stems from this fundamental truth. The subconscious mind responds not to demands or force, but to the gentle yet unwavering assertion of your chosen emotional state. This is why the moments before sleep hold such potent creative power. They are the hours when you may claim your rightful place upon the throne of your inner kingdom. Lawrence Pickett, a shoemaker known for his quiet ways, learned this truth through his own nightly practice. Each evening, as he put away his tools and leather scraps, he would sit in his workshop's old wooden chair as though it were a throne. There, in the soft lamplight, he would choose one feeling, be it peace, abundance, or joy, and let it fill his heart completely before sleep. Over time, his dreams began to reflect this conscious sovereignty, and his waking life followed suit. Lawrence's simple ritual reveals the profound metaphysical law that governs all creation. Your emotional state is your scepter of authority. By claiming your place upon the dream throne, you acknowledge your power to shape not only your dreams, but the very fabric of your reality. As you lay your head upon your pillow tonight, remember that you are not merely drifting into unconsciousness. You are ascending to your rightful place as sovereign of your inner realm. Let this truth settle into your bones. The dream world bows to the emotion you choose to embody. Ancient practice. Rest quietly in your bed and imagine yourself seated upon a throne of midnight blue velvet. Feel its solid presence supporting you, grounding your authority in the dream realm. From this place of power, choose one emotion you wish to carry into sleep. Let it fill your being completely, knowing that this feeling is your royal decree to the universe. Chapter 28. Creating Through Expectant Stillness. In a small mailroom tucked away in the heart of 1930s Chicago, Patricia Ellery discovered a truth that would transform her understanding of dreams. As she sorted letters each day, she noticed that her nighttime visions responded not to her desperate wishes, but to her quiet certainties. When she stopped forcing her desires and simply held them with gentle assurance, her dreams began to mirror her calm expectations. The stillness of expectation carries more power than the strain of desire. Within the sacred chamber of sleep, the universe responds not to what you chase, but to what you already know to be true. Like water settling in a pond, your consciousness naturally reflects what you hold as certain. Your dreams are not a battleground for forcing change, but a garden where seeds of expectation bloom naturally. When you enter sleep carrying peaceful certainty rather than anxious want, you align with the ancient laws that govern creation. The subconscious mind recognizes only the language of present reality. It knows no difference between what you expect and what exists. In the smoky jazz clubs of New Orleans, Gordon Whitfield learned this same principle through music. Each night before sleep, he would not strain to compose, but would rest in the quiet knowledge that melodies already existed within him. His dreams filled with symphonies, not because he grasped for them, but because he expected them as naturally as breathing. The music flowed through his sleep precisely because he didn't chase it. He simply knew it was there. Gordon's experience reflects a universal truth. Creation flows most freely when you release the strain of wanting and rest in quiet expectation. Just as a river doesn't force its way to the ocean, but flows naturally along the path of least resistance, your dreams respond to the gentle certainty you carry into sleep. The nightly practice remains elegantly simple. As you lay your head upon your pillow, hold your desire not as a distant hope, but as a present reality. Feel the calm assurance of knowing rather than the tension of wanting. Let your body soften and your mind quiet, carrying only the peaceful expectation that what you seek already exists. Practice. Rest in your bed and allow your desire to settle within you, not as a future wish, but as a present truth. Hold this feeling gently, knowing that your quiet expectation shapes the dream more powerfully than any effort could. Let your certainty be as natural as the beating of your heart, requiring no strain or force, only peaceful acknowledgement of what already is. Chapter 29. The Lucid Instant of Choice. In the dim light of her modest hat shop, Esther Malone arranged velvet ribbons and delicate feathers with practiced precision. Yet it was in her dreams where she discovered her true artistry. One night, as shapes and colors swirled through her dreaming mind, something extraordinary occurred. The misty veil of sleep parted, and she found herself fully aware within her dream. In that crystalline moment, She chose to turn away from a shadowed path and toward a golden doorway. The dreamscape responded instantly, transforming around her like watercolors bleeding into new forms. Within the depths of sleep lies a hidden gateway, a brief, luminous instant where awareness rises like a lamp in darkness. This moment of lucidity is not merely a curiosity, but a sacred portal where you may consciously redirect the currents of creation. The ancient mystics understood that these rare moments of clarity within dreams reflect your innate power to shape reality itself. When consciousness stirs within sleep's embrace, you stand at a crossroads of infinite potential. Here, the emotional patterns that guide your life become as malleable as clay in a potter's hands. A single choice, made in that fleeting instant of awareness, ripples through the fabric of your manifestations with unprecedented force. Clinton Avery, guiding his streetcar through fog-shrouded mornings, encountered such a moment during an afternoon rest. In his dream, as passengers boarded his spectral streetcar, he suddenly recognized his power to choose. Instead of following the usual route of worry, he consciously selected joy. The dream streetcar lifted from its tracks, carrying him toward shimmering horizons he had never dared imagine. These lucid instants mirror the truth of your own creative authority. Just as Esther and Clinton discovered their power to redirect the flow of dreams, you too possess this ability to consciously shape the emotional current that carries your manifestations. Each recognition of awareness within sleep strengthens your connection to the universe's responsive nature. The practice that opens this gateway requires neither force nor complexity. As you prepare for sleep, imagine recognizing one clear moment of awareness within your dreams. In this instant, choose a new emotional direction, perhaps from doubt to trust, from fear to peace, or from lack to abundance. Let this choice ripple through your being like a stone cast into still waters, knowing the universe honors every conscious redirection of feeling. Chapter 30. The Night Forge of Becoming. In the quiet hours before dawn, Harriet Sinclair would sit at her piano, fingers hovering above ivory keys, feeling the resonance of something deeper than music. Yet it was in her dreams that she discovered the true source of harmony. Night after night, she found herself drawn to a mystical forge where unseen hands worked with streams of liquid light, shaping them into forms that mirrored her heart's deepest longings. As she watched, each desire she had held before sleep transformed in the sacred fire, becoming pure potential ready to manifest. The Night Forge exists in that sacred space between consciousness and dreams, where the universe receives your intentions and begins its ancient work of transformation. Here, in this metaphysical crucible, your thoughts and feelings are purified, refined, and strengthened. Like metal in a divine furnace, your desires are heated until they glow with possibility, then shaped by the masterful hands of universal law into the substance of tomorrow's reality. Deep in the coal mines of Pennsylvania, Benjamin Rowe carried wounds from years of hardship, until one night he dreamed of standing before a brilliant forge. In its golden light, he watched as his pain was lifted from him like ore from the earth, transformed in the flames until it emerged as strength. Night after night, the unseen smiths worked upon his spirit, until he felt the weight of past hurts transmuted into wisdom that glowed like refined gold. What Harriet and Benjamin discovered speaks to the eternal truth of your own nightly transformation. The night forge represents the universe's constant work upon your consciousness while you sleep. Just as a blacksmith knows precisely how much heat and pressure to apply, the divine intelligence knows exactly how to shape your intentions into manifest form. As you prepare for sleep tonight, imagine yourself standing before the sacred night forge. Feel its warmth washing over you. See its light illuminating the chambers of your mind. Choose one desire, one pure intention, and with complete trust, place it into the forge's transformative flames. Watch as unseen hands begin their work, knowing that while you sleep, this desire is being shaped, refined, and forged into the very substance of your reality. Let go of any need to direct the process, for the ancient smiths know their craft well. Part 4. The Fourth Veil Forbidden Laws of Night Creation. Chapter 31. The Law of Rhythmic Descent. In the quiet hours of 1934, Lucinda Harrow sat at her switchboard, connecting calls between distant voices. Yet it was in the stillness of night that she discovered the most profound connection, the rhythmic pulse that guided her consciousness toward sleep. Like waves drawing back from shore, she felt her awareness retreat in gentle, predictable stages. Each night, this sacred cadence carried her deeper, until she understood that this was no mere drowsiness, but the universe's own spiral calling her home. Through this rhythmic descent, you access a power far greater than daytime meditation or conscious intention. For it is in these measured stages of surrender that the mind naturally aligns with universal law. As your awareness spirals downward, each turn releases another layer of resistance, creating space for your desires to settle into the fertile soil of the subconscious. This descent follows ancient patterns, ones that predate modern understanding. First comes the softening of outer awareness, then the quieting of mental chatter, followed by a deepening stillness where the ego's grip loosens. In this sacred sequence, each stage prepares the way for the next, like steps carved into the side of a mountain leading to a hidden temple. Milton Avery knew the steady rhythm of locomotives, the measured cadence of wheels against steel rails. Yet it was in his nightly descent toward sleep that he discovered an even more profound rhythm. Each evening, as he allowed himself to sink naturally into darkness, he found that clarity rose to meet him, not through effort or will, but through simple surrender to this timeless cadence. The more he trusted this rhythm, the more the universe seemed to open before him, offering insights that eluded his waking mind. What Lucinda discovered at her switchboard and Milton learned from his locomotive speaks to a forbidden truth. Your nightly descent follows precise metaphysical laws. When you honor this natural rhythm, neither rushing forward nor holding back, you align with currents far older than time itself. In this alignment, intention flows without resistance, desire transmutes into reality, and the silver thread glows with heightened power. As you prepare for sleep, close your eyes and imagine yourself sinking gently through soft layers of darkness. Feel each layer dissolve tension as you pass through it, creating space for your intention to take root. Trust this ancient rhythm to carry you exactly where you need to go, knowing that with each level of descent, you draw closer to the source of all creation. Chapter 32. The Law of Silent Magnetism. In the twilight hours of 1924, Eleanor Price sat at her sewing machine, fingers moving deftly across delicate fabric. Yet her greatest discovery came not through the precision of her stitches, but through the quiet emotional current she cultivated each night before sleep. As months passed, she noticed a profound pattern. The evenings when her heart felt softest brought the sweetest surprises by dawn. A gentle customer would appear with an unexpected commission, or a difficult alteration would resolve itself with surprising ease. The law of silent magnetism reveals itself in these hushed moments before sleep, when the noise of the world fades and your innermost feelings rise to the surface. This sacred law teaches that manifestation flows not from forceful declaration, but from the subtle emotional frequency you maintain as consciousness dims. Like a tuning fork struck in perfect stillness, your quietest feelings resonate most purely with the universe. The subconscious mind, that master creator of circumstance, responds not to volume, but to clarity. It seeks not the sharp edges of desperate wanting, but the smooth contours of peaceful knowing. As you drift toward sleep, your emotional state becomes a silent signal, broadcasting into the vast field of potential with unmatched precision. This signal, free from the static of daytime struggle, draws matching experiences toward you with invisible yet irresistible force. George Latham understood the power of subtle vibration through his work as a piano tuner in 1922. Each evening, as he prepared for sleep, he noticed that his unspoken feelings shaped the tenor of his dreams more profoundly than any conscious intention. When his heart held quiet gratitude, his dreams filled with harmony. When peace rippled softly through his awareness, opportunities flowed effortlessly into his waking hours. He learned that the universe responds most generously to emotions that whisper rather than shout. Eleanor's gentle realizations and George's quiet discoveries illuminate the same truth. Your emotional frequency, held in the silence of night, becomes the magnetic force that shapes tomorrow's reality. Like a lighthouse beam cutting through darkness, your softest feelings guide experience toward you with unwavering accuracy. This ancient law tells us that creation requires not effort but alignment, not force but frequency. As you prepare for sleep tonight, lie still and summon one soft emotion, perhaps peace, gratitude, or quiet expectancy. Let it hum within you like a magnetic field, knowing that this gentle vibration carries more power than all the striving of your waking hours. Chapter 33. The Law of Dream Field Alignment. In the hushed corners of a small-town library in 1943, Marjorie Ellsworth discovered a truth more precious than any book she'd catalogued. Each night as she drifted into sleep, she witnessed the dreamscape transform in perfect harmony with her feelings. When her heart held peace, gentle meadows stretched beneath moonlit skies. When joy bubbled within, crystalline streams danced through sunlit valleys. Through these nightly visions, she learned that the dream field responds not to the thoughts you think, but to the emotions you carry. This revelation unveils one of the most guarded secrets of sleep metaphysics. The dream field serves as the living canvas of your subconscious mind. Like an artist's palette mixing colors before they touch the canvas, your emotions blend and flow to paint the background of every dream experience. Your beliefs provide the structure, like an architect's framework, but it is your emotional tone that fills this framework with vivid life and movement. The dream field knows no delay between feeling and formation. Unlike the waking world, where manifestation often follows a longer arc, the landscape of your dreams shifts instantly to mirror your inner state. This immediate response reveals the true nature of creation. It is your emotional frequency, not your conscious direction, that shapes the reality you experience. Clinton Hargrave, traveling the dusty roads of 1944 selling typewriters, found himself experiencing this truth in his own way. Night after night, he noticed that when he deliberately aligned his emotions with calm expectancy before sleep, his dreams took on a harmonious quality. The chaos of daily sales calls and long drives would dissolve, replaced by scenes of natural order and flow. His dreamscapes reflected not his thoughts about success, but his feelings of peaceful assurance. Both Marjorie and Clinton's experiences illuminate the same profound principle. The dream field operates as a perfect mirror, reflecting not what you think you want, but what you truly feel in the depths of your being. This mirror shows you exactly how your emotional vibration shapes your experience, teaching you the art of conscious creation through feeling rather than forcing. As you prepare for sleep tonight, imagine your dream field as a vast landscape, waiting to respond to your emotional touch. Feel how it shifts and flows like liquid light, taking the shape of whatever feeling you choose to hold. This is not visualization, but vibrational alignment, allowing your chosen emotional state to paint the canvas of your dreams, knowing that as you master this art in sleep, you master it in waking life as well. Let yourself rest in the feeling you wish to experience, knowing the dream field will faithfully mirror this frequency in perfect detail. The landscape of your dreams stands ready to transform, waiting only for the brush of your heart's true feeling. Chapter 34. The Law of Soft Attention. In the amber glow of her boarding house parlor, Evelyn Carrington sat each evening in her favorite armchair, watching as twilight settled over the quiet streets of 1934. Through years of tending to travelers, she had learned the art of holding things lightly, from the delicate china cups at breakfast to the ever-changing roster of guests who passed through her doors. Yet it wasn't until she applied this same gentle touch to her inner world that the true magic began to unfold. Each night as sleep approached, she discovered that her dreams responded most vividly, not when she clutched at her desires with desperate hands, but when she allowed them to rest softly in her awareness, like rose petals floating on still water. The more she released her grip on outcomes, the more clearly her dreams reflected her intentions back to her. This reveals one of the most sacred laws governing the dream field, the law of soft attention. The subconscious mind, like a shy deer in a forest clearing, approaches only when your awareness becomes gentle enough not to startle it away. It is in these moments of relaxed focus, when intention is held as lightly as morning dew, that the deeper mind opens fully to receive your desires. At the Marshall Building in downtown Chicago, Peter Winslow worked the quiet night shift, tending to the endless small repairs that kept the grand structure running smoothly. In the hushed hours between midnight and dawn, he learned to move with a watchful gentleness, knowing that the softer his presence became, the more clearly he could sense what each machine or fixture needed. This same principle, he discovered, applied to his dreams. When he approached his desires with that same quiet attention he gave to his work, his dreams began weaving paths between his intentions and their fulfillment. These stories illuminate a truth long hidden in plain sight. It is not through force of will, but through the grace of gentle focus that we shape the dream field. Like moonlight touching a still pond, your attention must rest upon your desires without creating ripples of anxiety or urgency. As you prepare for sleep tonight, choose one intention that matters deeply to you. Place your awareness upon it with the lightness of a feather touching water. Let it float in your consciousness without effort or strain. This is how the dream field prefers to receive your desires, not through the heavy hand of determination, but through the soft touch of trust. Chapter 35. The Law of Energetic Dissolution. In the warm glow of the evening shift at Murphy's Diner, Helena Ross moved between tables with practiced grace, carrying not just plates of comfort food, but also the weight of countless worries that had accumulated throughout her day. Like many before her, she had spent years trying to solve her troubles through endless mental wrestling matches that left her exhausted, yet no closer to peace. Until one autumn evening in 1952, when bone-tired from a particularly trying day, she surrendered to sleep without her usual struggle. To her amazement, she awoke to find that the very concerns she had carried so heavily had dissolved like morning mist, leaving behind a clarity she had never known through conscious effort. This reveals one of the most closely guarded secrets of sleep metaphysics: the natural dissolution of dense energy patterns that occurs when you cease resistance. The universe has designed sleep as a sacred alcove where emotional tangles unwind themselves, not through your intervention, but through your willingness to release them to the night. Your role in this process is not to solve or analyze, but to step aside and allow the ancient wisdom of sleep to dissolve what no longer serves you. Just as a sugar cube naturally dissolves in warm water without being forced, your emotional density disperses when you stop holding it so tightly. At his small tobacco shop on Cedar Street, Franklin Boyd spent years gripping his frustrations like old coins in a closed fist. Each night he would carry his daily disappointments to bed, clutching them close as though protecting precious possessions. But one evening, exhausted from the weight of holding on, he simply opened his hands before sleep and watched as his troubles drifted away like smoke rings in still air. His dreams that night flowed with a peace he had never known through conscious striving. Both Helena and Franklin stumbled upon the same profound truth, that sleep offers a natural dissolution of emotional density, but only when you grant permission for this process to unfold. The universe cannot dissolve what you insist on holding. This dissolution occurs most powerfully in the minutes before sleep claims your awareness. As you lie in bed tonight, Imagine your worries as dense clouds dissolving into the silver dark of night. Don't analyze them. Don't fight them. Simply watch as they disperse naturally into the vast space of sleep. This is not an act of will, but a gentle surrender to the night's ancient wisdom. You need only rest back and observe as each concern melts into the darkness, knowing that what dissolves in sleep creates space for new life to emerge at dawn. Let your hand open softly, releasing each worry to the silver dark void where all density naturally returns to light. Chapter 36. The Law of Primed Intention. In a modest schoolhouse at the edge of town, Martha Jennings arranged her lesson plans each evening before retiring to her small apartment above the classroom. Night after night in 1924, she noticed a peculiar pattern. The thoughts that filled her mind in those final moments before sleep seemed to bloom into reality with uncanny precision. When worry clouded her last waking moments, challenges multiplied the following day. Yet when she held thoughts of harmony, her classroom flowed with unprecedented ease. Through this simple observation, Martha unveiled one of the most potent metaphysical laws, the power of the final imprint upon consciousness. Your last thought before sleep acts as a seed dropped into the fertile soil of the subconscious mind. In these precious moments, when the analytical mind loosens its grip and the silver thread glows most brightly, your emotional frequency plants itself deep within the creative substance of the universe. This is the sacred law of primed intention, the understanding that your final emotional signal carries magnified creative force. The subconscious mind, preparing for its nightly communion with the great mind, becomes extraordinarily receptive in these moments. What you plant here grows with supernatural speed, nourished by the mystical waters of sleep. In his paint shop across town, Gordon Halley discovered this same principle through his nightly ritual of mixing colors. Each evening, before setting aside his brushes, he would hold a single intention in mind, as pure and distinct as the primary colors he worked with daily. He found that this final thought, like a drop of pigment in clear water, would spread throughout his dreams, tinting every scene with its particular hue. Some nights he held the feeling of abundance, watching as his dreams filled with images of overflow and plenty. Other evenings he focused on healing, and his dreamscape became a garden of renewal. The intention he chose, held purely in those last moments, invariably shaped the territory of his dreams. Both Martha and Gordon revealed the same timeless truth, that your final thought before surrender acts as a template for the night's metaphysical work. The universe takes this last impression as your chosen directive, weaving it into the fabric of your becoming. As you prepare for sleep tonight, choose one intention with care. Hold it gently in your awareness for 10 seconds, not with force or strain, but with the same delicate touch you might use to hold a soap bubble. This final thought will echo through the chambers of your subconscious, calling forth matching circumstances as you rest. Chapter 37. The Law of Midnight Absorption. In a small candy shop among cobblestone streets, Louise Whittemore discovered a truth sweeter than any confection she crafted. Each evening in 1934, as she closed her shop and ascended to her apartment above, She noticed that the feelings she carried in those precious moments between wakefulness and sleep seemed to crystallize within her as sugar transforms into candy. When her heart held joy while drifting off, that sweetness multiplied through her dreams and into the following day. If worry tinged those twilight moments, that too would spread like food coloring through batter, tinting everything that followed. Through this observation, Louise uncovered one of the most guarded metaphysical principles, the law of midnight absorption. In these sacred moments, as consciousness begins to soften and the silver thread starts to glow, the subconscious mind opens like a flower at dusk. Here, in this twilight stage between worlds, your emotional frequency is absorbed with perfect clarity, unfiltered by the analytical mind's resistance. The universe listens most closely in these moments, taking your feelings as pure instruction for creation. This principle works ceaselessly, whether you recognize it or not. Every night, your subconscious absorbs the emotional tone you carry into sleep, using it as a template for manifesting corresponding experiences. Like water taking the shape of its container, your tomorrow shapes itself around the feeling you hold tonight. Harold Easton, a streetcar conductor on the midnight route, came to understand this law through his nightly observations. As he guided his car through darkened streets, he noticed that his mood, whatever it might be, would saturate his dreams completely. A peaceful heart led to dreams of gentle motion and harmony, while tension created dreams of blocked tracks and missed signals. Through both Louise and Harold's experiences, you glimpse the same truth. The moments before sleep offer a direct line to the creative force of the universe. Here, in this twilight sanctuary, your feelings bypass all barriers and plant themselves directly in the fertile soil of the subconscious. As you prepare for sleep tonight, settle into stillness and allow one pure feeling to fill you completely. Whether it be peace, gratitude, or quiet joy, let it saturate every cell of your being. Trust that in these precious moments between worlds, the universe receives your emotional signal with perfect clarity, preparing to echo it back through the chambers of tomorrow. Chapter 38. The Law of the Quiet Heart. In the soft glow of gaslight, Annabel Carden moved through her inn's corridors each evening, attending to final tasks before rest. As keeper of the Riverside Haven Inn since 1902, she had grown accustomed to the constant flow of travelers and their stories. Yet it was in the stillness of night, when all guests had settled, that she discovered an unexpected truth about the heart's hidden power. One evening, as she sat in her rocking chair beside the kitchen hearth, Annabel noticed something peculiar. As the house grew quiet and her own heart settled into a peaceful rhythm, small miracles began appearing in her life. Guest rooms filled without effort, perfect solutions arose to daily challenges, and a gentle prosperity flowed through her establishment. She realized that her heart, when quieted in the night's embrace, became a silent beacon drawing blessing toward her. The heart, you see, holds a sacred position in the metaphysical realm. When it enters a state of pure calm, it transforms into an amplifier of intention, broadcasting your desires into the universe with crystalline clarity. Like a still pond that reflects the stars perfectly, a quiet heart mirrors your deepest wishes to the cosmos without distortion. This amplification occurs because emotional turbulence, even subtle forms, creates static in your vibrational field. But as your heart finds its natural peace in the night hours, this static dissolves, allowing your true frequency to shine forth unimpeded. The universe responds most powerfully to signals sent from this place of inner quiet. In a small barber shop across town, Jasper Malone discovered this same principle through his evening ritual. After a day of conversation and the steady rhythm of his scissors, he would sit in his barber's chair as darkness fell, allowing his heart to still itself. He noticed that on nights when his heart felt most peaceful, his dreams took on a different quality, more vivid, more aligned with his wishes, more prophetic in nature. The patterns in his dreams began shifting to match the calm resonance of his heart, and gradually his waking life followed suit. Both Annabelle and Jasper reveal a timeless truth. The heart, when allowed to rest in genuine quiet, becomes a powerful instrument of creation. This is not the artificial quiet of forced meditation, but the natural stillness that emerges when you surrender to the night's embrace. This ancient wisdom speaks directly to your own journey of manifestation. Each night offers you the same opportunity to harness the quiet heart's magnetic power. As your heart settles into its natural rhythm, free from the day's concerns, your intentions gain the clarity and strength needed to reshape reality. Take your place now in the silent hours. Place your hand gently over your heart, feeling its steady rhythm beneath your palm. Allow each breath to carry you deeper into stillness, until you sense that sacred quiet emerging from within. Let this be your nightly practice, the art of the quiet heart. Chapter 39. The Law of Dimmed Resistance. In the quiet hours before dawn, Clifford Danner would rise to tend the fields of Willow Creek Farm. Year after year, he wrestled with nature's untamed forces, drought, frost, and storm. Yet his greatest discovery came not from his daily labors, but in those precious moments as sleep approached each night. Lying in his simple bed after sunset, Clifford noticed something extraordinary. The same resistance he carried through his days, the tension in his shoulders, the worries about crops, the struggle against circumstances, began to soften like morning mist in sunlight. As drowsiness wrapped around him, these mental barriers dissolved until he felt weightless, unburdened, free. In this state of surrender, life began flowing more easily. The very challenges he had fought against seemed to resolve themselves, as though the universe had only been waiting for him to release his grip. This reveals one of the most powerful secrets of night creation. As resistance dims, manifestation accelerates. The subconscious mind works most effectively when it encounters no opposition, and sleep provides this precise condition. Your nightly surrender is not weakness, but wisdom, for it allows the universe to move on your behalf without interference. Consider how water flows around rocks in a stream. The water does not fight or strain. It simply finds the path of least resistance. Similarly, your desires manifest most powerfully when you release the need to control their unfolding. Night offers you this gift of effortless allowing. Marilyn Stokes, who ran a small laundry service in town, discovered this truth through her own evening practice. After long days of scrubbing and pressing, she would sit in her rocking chair as twilight deepened. Rather than carry her concerns about customers and costs into sleep, she learned to let them dissolve like soap bubbles in water. Each worry, each tension, each resistance would float away as she drifted toward rest. Soon she noticed that problems that had seemed insurmountable began resolving themselves, as though her nightly surrender had cleared the path for solutions to appear. Both Clifford and Marilyn illuminate the same principle. When you release resistance, you activate your natural alignment with universal flow. Their experiences mirror your own opportunity each night. As you prepare for sleep, you enter a sacred space where letting go becomes effortless. Practice. Take a moment now to lie still and feel any resistance you carry. Without trying to change it, simply observe how it naturally begins to soften as you approach sleep. Let your emotional grip loosen, knowing that in this surrender lies your greatest power. The universe works most freely through those who trust enough to let go. Chapter 40. The Law of Nocturnal Acceleration. In the bustling Grand Central Station of 1920s New York, Eugene Prescott sat at his railway clerk's desk, watching thousands of passengers rush past each day. He noticed how trains gained momentum gradually, starting slow, then building speed until they flew across the countryside. This observation led him to a profound discovery about the nature of manifestation. Each night as Eugene prepared for sleep, he would focus briefly on his heart's desires. Rather than gripping these intentions tightly as he did during his waking hours, he simply held them in his awareness as consciousness began to fade. To his amazement, these nighttime seeds sprouted far more quickly than any daytime efforts. Dreams that once seemed distant materialized within days or weeks, as though sleep itself accelerated the universe's response. This revelation unveils one of the most powerful principles of metaphysical creation: the acceleration of manifestation during sleep. When your conscious mind releases its hold, your subconscious works unimpeded by doubt, fear, or resistance. Like a train freed from its brakes, your intentions gather momentum in the fertile soil of night. The mechanics of this acceleration are simple yet profound. During waking hours, your analytical mind constantly interrupts the creative process with questions, doubts, and contradictory thoughts. But as you drift toward sleep, these mental obstacles dissolve. Your subconscious, now operating without interference, moves your desires along paths of least resistance, orchestrating circumstances with remarkable speed and precision. A similar truth revealed itself to Daisy Hollander, who sold newspapers on a busy street corner. Each morning before dawn, she would arrange her papers precisely, knowing that proper preparation led to smoother sales. One evening, exhausted from her day's work, she focused on her desire for increased prosperity just before sleep. Within days, she noticed more customers stopping at her corner, as though the night had accelerated her intention into reality. Like Eugene and Daisy, you hold the same power of accelerated creation. Your nightly surrender is not passive, but deeply active on subtle levels. As your conscious mind steps aside, the universe works unhindered through your subconscious, moving pieces into place with an efficiency impossible during waking hours. This acceleration occurs because sleep provides the perfect conditions for manifestation. Just as a seed grows faster in fertile soil, your intentions flourish in the rich medium of the sleeping mind. The absence of resistance allows the universe to work at full speed, unimpeded by the doubts and fears that often slow the process during day. Sacred practice. As you prepare for sleep tonight, choose one clear intention. Rather than forcing it or analyzing it, simply allow it to rest in your awareness. Feel it beginning to move, like a train slowly pulling from the station. Trust that as you drift into sleep, this intention accelerates naturally, gathering momentum in the darkness. The universe, operating through your unconscious mind, will carry it forward with perfect timing and precision. You need only release and allow the acceleration to unfold. Part 5. The Fifth Veil, Dissolving Shadows and Inner Tension. Chapter 41. Letting the Night Carry Your Burdens. In the dim light of a textile mill at the turn of the century, Harriet Montgomery stood among the endless rows of looms, her shoulders bent beneath invisible weights. Each day added new layers, expectations, worries, the constant hum of machines that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. Yet in the quiet of her modest room each night, she stumbled upon a truth that would transform her understanding of burden and release. As she lay down each evening, Harriet noticed something extraordinary, the way her body naturally surrendered its accumulated tension to the darkness. The weight she carried throughout the day would begin to lift, not through any conscious effort on her part, but through a gentle absorption into the night itself. This simple act of allowing revealed that her burdens were never truly fixed but fluid, ready to dissolve when given permission. The universe operates through this sacred law of release. What you hold too tightly by day, the night stands ready to receive. Your only task is to soften your grip and trust in this eternal exchange. The silver thread activates as consciousness dims, creating a bridge between your weighted self and your natural state of ease. This is not mere relaxation, but a metaphysical transfer, where what no longer serves you is drawn into the vast, quiet hands of darkness. Norman Fletcher discovered this same truth in the bustling post office of 1930 Chicago. Sorting endless stacks of mail, he carried silent worries about deadlines and quotas, until one evening, lying in his bed, he imagined physically placing his troubles into the night's care. To his amazement, these concerns felt lighter by morning, as though the darkness had indeed received them and transformed their density into clarity. Both Harriet and Norman reveal that the night acts as a cosmic collector, gathering the burdens you're ready to release. This transfer requires no technique or skill, only your willingness to let go. The universe designed sleep not just for physical rest, but for energetic unburdening, creating a daily opportunity to return to your essential lightness. As you prepare for sleep tonight, imagine your accumulated weights becoming soft and permeable. Feel them lifting naturally from your shoulders, your mind, your heart. The night extends its gentle hands, ready to receive whatever you've carried long enough. Trust in this ancient exchange, your release, the darkness's embrace, and the dawn's renewal. Let the night carry what was never yours to hold forever. Chapter 42. fear fades in the silver dark. In the amber glow of her evening kitchen, Luella Danvers stood washing the last dish, her mind heavy with the familiar weight of worry. Through the day, her fears loomed like shadows cast by the midday sun, sharp, dark, and seemingly permanent. Yet, as twilight approached, she noticed something extraordinary occurring within her consciousness. Each night, as she settled beneath her quilted coverlet, those same fears that had seemed so substantial began to lose their definition. Like ink dropped into water, their edges would blur and fade, their intensity dispersing into the gentle darkness that preceded sleep. Through this nightly dissolution, Luella uncovered an ancient truth about the nature of fear itself. The silver dark, that sacred field of consciousness between wakefulness and dreams, holds a power unknown to the striving mind of day. Here, in this ethereal realm, fear cannot maintain its structured intensity. Just as ice melts in warmth, the rigid constructions of anxiety naturally dissolve when touched by night's subtle embrace. Within this twilight, wisdom lies a profound metaphysical law. Fear requires the sharp light of analytical thought to maintain its form. It feeds on the mind's tendency to craft detailed scenarios and weave elaborate webs of what if. But as consciousness softens and the silver dark rises, these mental constructions begin to unravel of their own accord. Harold Carmichael, operating his elevator in the bustling merchant's building, carried his own burden of constant unease. His days were filled with an endless stream of worry about timing, safety, and the judgment of others. Yet each evening, as he allowed himself to sink into the quiet of his modest room, he witnessed his fears losing their grip, not through any effort of will, but through simple surrender to the night's dissolving touch. Through his nightly observations, Harold discovered that fear was not the solid force it appeared to be during daylight hours. In the gentle descent toward sleep, its seemingly unshakable presence would dissolve like morning mist, leaving behind a spacious calm he never thought possible. Both Luella and Harold revealed this timeless truth. Fear cannot survive intact in the silver dark. It requires your active participation, your focused attention and emotional investment to maintain its form. When you allow consciousness to soften into night's embrace, fear naturally loses its structure, revealing itself as merely a temporary configuration of thought rather than an immutable reality. As you prepare for sleep tonight, select one fear that has occupied your thoughts. Sit quietly with it, not trying to change or fight it, but simply watching as the silver dark rises around you. Notice how its edges begin to blur, its intensity begins to fade, and its grip on your consciousness naturally loosens. Trust in this ancient process of dissolution, knowing that the night itself works to free you from what the day has bound too tightly. Chapter 43. The Alchemy of Gentle Courage. In the hushed corners of the city library, Marian Livingston moved between towering shelves, her steps hesitant, her voice barely above a whisper. During daylight hours, uncertainty followed her like a constant companion, whispering doubts into each interaction and decision. Yet, as evening approached and the last patrons drifted home, she discovered something extraordinary within herself. Each night, as street lamps cast their gentle glow and the world grew quiet, Marian felt a different kind of strength awakening. Not the bold, forceful courage celebrated in stories, but something far more subtle, a soft yet unwavering trust in life itself. As her breath deepened and her mind settled into the approaching night, she found herself touched by an ancient wisdom. True courage flows most freely when you stop trying to summon it. The night reveals what the day often conceals, that courage is not a quality to be gripped tightly or forced into being. Rather, it emerges naturally when you allow the silver thread to guide you into deeper waters of consciousness. Here lies one of the most powerful secrets of sleep metaphysics. As external noise fades and inner quiet rises, courage returns to its original form, a gentle but unshakable alignment with the universe's flow. In another part of town, Clayton Norris sat at his workbench, mending worn soles with practiced hands. Though his days were marked by hesitation, his dreams brought him visions of quiet strength. A peaceful lake reflecting moonlight, a tree growing slowly but surely toward the sky. Through these nighttime symbols, he learned that courage need not announce itself with fanfare. It could arrive as softly as dusk settling over the city. Both Marian and Clayton discovered the same timeless truth. Courage dwells not in the clamor of day, but in the gentle acceptance that comes as consciousness shifts toward sleep. Their experiences mirror your own pathway to inner strength, not through forcing or striving, but through allowing the night to teach you its subtle ways. You rest in bed and breathe deeply, inviting the gentle courage of the night to rise through you. Like Marian in her library and Clayton at his bench, you discover that true strength emerges not from effort, but from surrender, not from resistance, but from rest. The night has always known this secret, waiting to share it with those who listen with quiet hearts. Chapter 44. Unweaving Ancient Worries. In the bustling telephone exchange office of 1910, Ethel Radcliffe sat before her switchboard, connecting calls with swift precision, while carrying the invisible weight of long-held worries. During daylight hours, these concerns wrapped tightly around her thoughts like old thread bound too firmly around a spool. Yet as evening approached, she noticed something peculiar. The moment she allowed herself to sink into the approaching night, these same worries began to loosen, unraveling like aged fabric, finally ready to release its weave. The ancient metaphysical truth lies before you. Worries persist not through their own power, but through the tight grip with which your emotional memory holds them. Like fabric that has been wound too long in one position, these patterns seem permanent only because they have never been given space to naturally unwind. Sleep offers this sacred space, a gentle loosening of the threads that have bound your spirit. Each worry you carry is simply an energetic thread woven into the tapestry of your consciousness. During waking hours, these threads appear solid and unchangeable. But as you approach sleep, the universe itself begins to work upon these knots with invisible fingers, preparing them for release. This is not a process that requires your effort or intervention, only your willingness to sink into the night's embrace and allow what is ready to unwind. In a different corner of the city, Harrison Bell stood at his lathe, the familiar hum of machinery surrounding him. Though his hands remained steady at their work, his mind carried burdens that had grown heavy with time. Yet in his dreams, he found himself watching these same burdens transform into symbols, tangled ropes that untied themselves, old coats that fell away, locked doors that opened to reveal simple solutions. Through these nighttime visions, Harrison discovered that the subconscious mind often knows exactly how to unravel what the conscious mind believes to be permanent. Both Ethel and Harrison reveal the same timeless principle. The night holds a gentle power to loosen what has long been bound. Their experiences mirror the process available to you each evening as you prepare for sleep. You are guided now to lie still and imagine your oldest worries as threads in fabric, watching as they begin to unweave themselves naturally in the approaching darkness. There is no need to pull or force. Simply observe as each thread softens and releases, carried away by the quiet current of night. Chapter 45. The Flame of Trust Within. In a modest boarding house in 1930s Chicago, Eunice Mallory would end her long days at the laundry by lighting a small white candle. As the flame caught and steadied, she noticed something stirring within her chest, a warmth that felt like remembering an old truth. Night after night, this simple ritual awakened something deeper than the visible light, a quiet trust that had been waiting to flicker back to life. Through Eunice's nightly practice, you discover an ancient wisdom. Trust is not built through force or determination, but through gentle invitation, like a flame that catches most easily in the stillness before sleep. As day surrenders to evening, as outer noise dims to whispers, trust rises naturally within the heart that makes space for it. Trust serves as the great stabilizer in the metaphysical realm. When you allow trust to fill your being, your intentions travel through the silver thread with perfect clarity, unclouded by the static of doubt. Like a steady flame that burns regardless of shadows around it, trust maintains the purity of your creative signal even as you drift into sleep. This stabilizing power works silently through the night, holding your desires in a clear, unwavering field. While doubt scatters energy in many directions, trust creates a single focused beam through which the universe can respond with precision. It is not trust in specific outcomes, but trust in the greater wisdom that guides all creation. A return to your natural state of alignment with universal law. In a small cobbler's shop across town, Jonas Whitcomb discovered a similar truth. Each evening, as he put away his tools and prepared for rest, he would take a moment to nurture a feeling of trust in his chest. Over time, he noticed his dreams becoming more harmonious, filled with symbols of possibility rather than limitation. More remarkably, his waking hours began to mirror this harmony, as though the trust he cultivated at night was weaving itself into the fabric of his days. Jonas's experience reveals how trust, once awakened in the night realm, naturally extends its influence into all hours. When you strengthen trust before sleep, you create a stable foundation from which all manifestation can emerge with greater ease. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you are guided to imagine a small flame kindling in your chest. Breathe gently, watching this inner light grow steady and warm. Feel how this flame of trust creates a quiet certainty within you, not a forceful conviction, but a soft, unwavering knowledge that all is well, that the universe works perpetually in your favor, that every intention you hold is received and answered in perfect time. Chapter 46. Anxiety's Final Echo. In the dimming light of his modest office, Clifford Barnes would pause each evening before leaving his accounting ledgers behind. As the city outside grew quiet, he noticed a peculiar pattern. The moment he laid his head upon his pillow, anxiety would rise for one last whispered conversation, speaking of tomorrow's concerns and yesterday's missteps. Yet, rather than tormenting him through the night as it once had, this final surge of worry would dissolve like mist in morning light. Through Clifford's experience, you begin to understand a hidden law of the night realm. Anxiety speaks loudest at the threshold of sleep, precisely because it senses its own approaching dissolution. Like a shadow that grows longest just before light extinguishes it, worry makes its final stand as the silver thread begins to glow. This is not a signal to brace yourself, but rather a sign that release is already underway. The metaphysical truth reveals itself. Anxiety requires the waking mind's participation to persist. As consciousness softens towards sleep, anxiety loses its anchor point. Its final echo is not a call to attention, but a farewell, the last ripple of a pattern preparing to transform in the alchemical chambers of night. In a small dry goods shop across town, Florence Weaver discovered this same principle through her own evening ritual. Each night, as she hung up her apron and prepared for rest, familiar worries would surface with unexpected intensity. At first, this troubled her until she realized something profound. The worries spoke loudest when they were about to fade. Florence began welcoming these final echoes, recognizing them not as threats but as signs of imminent peace. She noticed that the more gracefully she received anxiety's last words, the more completely they dissolved into the night's embrace. Her discovery mirrors an ancient truth. What you resist persists, but what you bless with awareness transforms. These moments before sleep reveal the precise mechanism through which anxiety releases its hold. The final echo serves as a signal that the mind is shifting from its daytime guardian role into its nighttime surrender. This transition creates a brief window where old patterns rise to the surface, not to disturb your peace, but to be transformed by the night's gentle alchemy. As your own head touches the pillow this evening, you are guided to listen with new understanding as anxiety offers its final echo. Rather than turning away or bracing against it, bless this last whisper of worry. Watch with quiet awareness as it fades naturally into the soft darkness, knowing that this momentary rise in volume is not a call to action, but anxiety's farewell song as it dissolves into the night's transformative silence. Chapter 47, Cloaked in Silver Security. In a small diner on the outskirts of town, Nancy Pullman would often feel exposed to the world's harsh energies after long days of serving others. Each evening brought its own collection of absorbed emotions and lingering tensions from countless interactions. Yet one night, as she prepared for sleep. An intuition guided her to imagine a luminous silver cloak wrapping around her shoulders. As the ethereal fabric settled over her form, she felt a profound shift, a cocoon of safety that transformed her nightly descent into rest. The universe whispers this truth through Nancy's discovery. The subconscious mind responds with remarkable power to symbols of protection. When you wrap yourself in imagined light, you signal to the deeper layers of consciousness that it is safe to lower defenses, safe to enter the sacred chambers of creation where manifestation begins. This symbolic safety creates a metaphysical field where intention can root deeply without interference from doubt or external discord. Like a greenhouse sheltering tender plants, the silver cloak provides an environment where your desires can flourish undisturbed by the world's harsher frequencies. In his small apothecary shop filled with glass bottles and healing herbs, Elias Hargrove stumbled upon a similar truth. Each night, before organizing his remedies, he would imagine himself surrounded by protective light. Soon he noticed his dreams growing richer, more vivid, carrying messages of guidance that had been too subtle to perceive when his energy felt unshielded. Through both Nancy and Elias, you glimpse an essential principle. When the subconscious feels secure, it opens like a night-blooming flower, releasing its full creative power. The silver cloak acts as a boundary between your inner sanctuary and the outer world, allowing you to remain receptive while maintaining energetic clarity. This symbolic protection amplifies your natural receptivity to the universe's guidance. Like a radio receiver freed from static, your connection to the silver thread strengthens when you feel safely held within the cloak's embrace. Your dreams become clearer, your intuition sharper, and your manifestations more precise. Before sleep tonight, imagine a soft silver cloak descending gently around your form. Feel its weightless protection enveloping you completely, creating a sacred space where your intentions can breathe and expand. Let this ethereal garment remind you that you are always held safely in the universe's embrace as you drift into the deeper realms of creation. Chapter 48. Melting Tension into the Earth. In the clattering rhythm of a busy newsroom, Geraldine Carter spent her days typing endless columns of text, her shoulders growing tighter with each passing hour. Night after night, she would carry this tension home until one evening, lying in her bed, she discovered an ancient truth. As she became still, she felt her mattress not as a barrier but as a bridge to the earth below. With each breath, she allowed her accumulated tension to melt downward, like wax softening in warmth, seeping through the layers beneath her until it returned to the waiting earth. When you understand the metaphysical structure of tension, you recognize it as merely borrowed energy that has forgotten its way home. Your body was never meant to be its permanent dwelling place. The earth below you is not just physical ground, but a vast reservoir of transmutation, eternally ready to receive what you release and transform it back into pure potential. This is why the ancient practice of grounding holds such power. It provides a natural pathway for energetic unburdening. Your physical form exists as a channel between heaven and earth, designed to allow energy to flow freely rather than accumulate. When tension gathers within you, It signals a disruption in this natural circulation, a temporary holding pattern that seeks resolution through release. Roy Talbot discovered this wisdom in his small butcher shop in 1910. After long days of physical labor, he would lie in bed feeling the weight of work stored in his muscles and bones. One night, rather than tossing restlessly, he focused his awareness downward, imagining each point of tension becoming fluid, seeking the earth like water finding its level. To his amazement, his body began to release its hold, allowing accumulated strain to drain away into the ground below. Both Geraldine and Roy stumbled upon the same timeless principle. Tension cannot truly dissolve until it finds a pathway to return to source. The earth waits below as an endless receiver, transforming dense energy back into its original light. This is why grounding brings such profound relief. It reopens the natural circuit of energy that modern life so often interrupts. As you prepare for sleep tonight, imagine your mattress as a permeable layer between you and the earth's vast receiving presence. Feel each point of tension beginning to soften, becoming fluid like warming wax. Allow this liquid tension to sink downward, drawn by gravity's gentle pull, flowing through each layer beneath you until it returns to the earth's transformative embrace. Trust that what you release will be received, transformed, and returned to the universal field of pure potential. Chapter 49. The Quiet Heroism of Surrender. In a small bookshop tucked away on a quiet street, Abigail Morton spent her days surrounded by thousands of stories. Yet the most profound tale she would discover was not found within the chapters of any book, but in the gentle surrender that visited her each night. As darkness settled over the city, she would lie in her bed, feeling the weight of unsold volumes, unpaid bills, and unspoken worries pressing upon her heart. But one evening, as she prepared for sleep, a different understanding dawned within her. The act of consciously releasing her grip on these concerns required more courage than holding on to them ever did. The universe speaks to you through the language of surrender. When you choose to let go, you demonstrate a trust more powerful than any act of control could ever be. This release is not weakness, but the highest form of spiritual strength, for it acknowledges that you are held within a greater wisdom than your own mind could devise. Each night offers you this sacred opportunity to practice the art of courageous surrender. As you lie between wakefulness and sleep, you stand at the threshold where human will meets divine orchestration. Here, in this quiet space, you can choose to lay down the armor of control and allow the universe to work unhindered through your life. Stanley Harwood discovered this truth while shining shoes at the corner of Mason Street. Day after day, he would polish leather to a mirror finish, his hands moving in practiced circles as he worried about his future. Each evening found him carrying these concerns home like heavy bottles in an old sack. But one night, as he lay in his small room above the barber shop, he realized he could simply let go. Not with resignation, but with trust. Each time he surrendered his worries to the night, he would wake to find life had rearranged itself more beautifully than his planning could have achieved. Through both Abigail and Stanley's experiences, you glimpse the same eternal truth. Surrender is not giving up, but giving over. When you release your grip on life's steering wheel, You allow the universe to navigate through channels your limited vision cannot perceive. Your surrender becomes an act of supreme trust in the greater intelligence that orchestrates galaxies and guides sparrows home. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you are invited into this ancient practice. Lie still and gather all of today's weight, its victories and defeats, its joys and sorrows, its certainties and doubts. Feel them resting in your hands like tangible objects. Then, with one long, soft exhale, imagine releasing them completely into the universe's care. Trust that what needs to be transformed will be transformed, what needs to be healed will be healed, and what needs to be created will be created, not by your effort, but by your willingness to let go. Chapter 50. Rebirth in the Pool of Calm. In the soft glow of an oil lamp, Beatrice Langley would finish her evening duties in the grand house where she served, her hands raw from the day's work. Yet as she prepared for sleep in her small room beneath the stairs, a sacred ritual awaited her, one that transformed her understanding of rest itself. Each night, as her eyes grew heavy, she found herself drawn into the same dream, a luminous pool surrounded by ancient stones, its waters radiating a gentle silver light that seemed to call her name. As she stepped into these waters, Beatrice felt every tension, every worry, every trace of weariness dissolve. The pool's calm embrace renewed her not just in body, but in spirit, teaching her that true rest was more than mere sleep. It was a return to source, a nightly baptism in the waters of pure potential. Within the depths of sleep lies a metaphysical cleansing that few recognize, yet all experience. This nightly immersion strips away the accumulated weight of the day's vibrations, allowing your energy to reset to its natural frequency. Just as water cleanses the body, sleep cleanses the spirit, washing away discordant emotions and preparing the field of consciousness for fresh creation. The truth whispers clearly. Each night offers you rebirth. Your descent into sleep is not an ending but a beginning, a return to the pristine waters of potential where manifestation begins anew. Here, in this sacred pool of consciousness, you shed the old and emerge refreshed, your vibration restored to its pure state. Rufus Glenn, a traveling salesman who carried sample cases from town to town, discovered this truth in his own way. Night after night, as he rested in different boarding houses, he found himself entering a profound silence in his dreams, a vast, still space that felt like stepping into an infinite pool of peace. This silence did more than quiet his mind. It restored his entire being. Through this nightly renewal, Rufus learned that true rest wasn't found in the absence of sound, but in the presence of deep calm. Both Beatrice and Rufus reveal an ageless truth. The calm that encompasses you during sleep is not empty void, but fertile stillness, the very womb from which new creation springs. Like a pool that appears motionless, yet teems with life beneath its surface, this calm carries tremendous creative power. Each night invites you into this sacred pool. As you prepare for sleep now, imagine stepping into waters of pure, luminous calm. Feel each toe, each foot, each limb being embraced by this gentle light. Allow yourself to sink slowly into this pool of peace, knowing that here, In these still waters, you are being renewed. Part 6. The Sixth Veil, Softening the Self into Stillness. Chapter 51. Returning to the Inner Chamber. In the dim evening light of a bustling city bank, Clara Ellington would close her ledger books and prepare to leave for home. Yet the true journey of her day began later, in those precious moments before sleep, when she discovered a doorway within herself, an entrance to what she came to call her inner chamber. Here, in this sacred space that opened only as her breath slowed and her mind quieted, Clara found a sanctuary beyond the reach of the world's clamor. The clicking of typewriters, the shuffle of papers, the endless calculations that filled her days, all fell away as she entered this inner room of perfect stillness. Within you lies this same chamber, waiting in patient silence. It is the sacred space where the universe speaks most clearly, where intention finds its purest expression, and where the noise of the outer world cannot follow. This inner sanctuary exists beyond time, beyond space, in the depths of your consciousness, where creation itself begins. When you enter this chamber in the moments before sleep, you step into a field of pure potential. Here, your thoughts carry a weight and resonance impossible to achieve in waking hours. Every impression you place within this space echoes through the chambers of your subconscious, reverberating with the power to reshape your reality. Louis Farnsworth, who spent his days repairing the mechanical hearts of broken machines, discovered his own inner chamber quite by accident. Each night, as the world grew quiet, he found himself drawn inward to a space of profound stillness. In this sanctuary, he needed no tools, no diagrams, no careful calculations. Here, he simply rested in the silence, and gradually the scattered pieces of his life began arranging themselves into perfect order. The experiences of Clara and Louis illuminate an ancient truth. Your inner chamber is not merely a metaphor, but a living reality within you. It is the sacred space where alignment happens naturally, where resistance dissolves without effort, and where your deepest intentions take root in fertile soil. This chamber holds the power of pure being, untouched by the world's complexity. When you enter it before sleep, you allow your entire system to reset, to remember its original harmony. Here, in this space of gentle quiet, manifestation requires no force, no strain, only your willingness to be present. Now, as sleep approaches, imagine stepping into your own inner chamber. Feel the world's weight and worry falling away behind you as you cross this sacred threshold. Allow yourself to settle into its quiet embrace, knowing that here, in this space of perfect peace, your intentions carry their greatest power. Chapter 52. Softening the Armor of the Day. In the fading light of her office, Evelyn Brooks noticed the weight she carried, not in her leather briefcase or the stack of papers she tidied each evening, but in the invisible armor that had become so familiar she barely recognized its presence. Her shoulders held the shield of endless tasks, her chest the breastplate of unspoken worries, her neck the collar of constant vigilance. Yet as darkness drew her toward sleep, something remarkable occurred. Without effort or intention, the armor began to loosen, clasps unhooking themselves in the quiet of her bedroom. plates of protection sliding away into the night. This nightly dissolution reveals one of the universe's most tender mercies, the natural release of what you have accumulated through your day. Your daily armor, though necessary for navigating the world's demands, was never meant to become permanent. It serves its purpose in the light, but the night calls for a different state entirely. Each interaction you experience, each worry you shoulder, each obligation you meet, creates another layer of invisible protection. These layers, though useful, eventually become barriers between your essence and the universe's creative current. They restrict the flow of energy, limit your receptivity, and muffle the whispers of your deeper wisdom. Douglas Harper discovered this truth in his later years. After decades of operating, heavy machinery had taught his body to hold tension like a second skin. It was only as he approached sleep, when his defenses softened naturally, that he began hearing the quiet voice of inner knowing, guidance that had always been present, but was muffled by his daily armor. Through Douglas's experience, we glimpse an essential truth. Wisdom flows most freely through softened vessels. When your armor melts away, you become like a clear channel through which the universe can speak, through which intention can travel unimpeded. Both Evelyn and Douglas demonstrate that this softening is not something you must struggle to achieve. It is your natural state, revealed each night as sleep approaches. This gentling of your entire being creates the perfect conditions for manifesting your desires, for it is only when tension releases that your intentions can sink deeply into the fertile soil of your subconscious. As you lie in bed tonight, allow yourself to become aware of your invisible armor. Feel how it has served you through the day, protecting you, holding you upright. Now, with each breath, visualize another piece unclasping, the shield across your chest, the helmet of rushing thoughts, the gauntlets of ceaseless doing. Let each piece dissolve into the darkness, returning you to your original softness, your natural state of receptivity. Chapter 53. The Nightly Descent into Purity. Margaret Linwood sat before her switchboard each day, hands dancing across a maze of cables and connections, her mind juggling countless voices and needs. By evening, her thoughts felt tangled like the very wires she managed, crossed and knotted with fragments of others' conversations, worries, and demands. Yet as she lay in her narrow bed each night, something extraordinary began to unfold. As sleep approached, a gentle clarity would rise through her like spring water, washing away the static of countless connections until only pristine silence remained. In this washing away, she discovered a profound truth. Beneath the noise of daily life, an untouched purity awaited, constant as the stars. This sacred return to purity reveals one of the universe's most cherished gifts. Your true nature is not the accumulation of daily experiences, not the residue of interactions or the echo of others' energies. These are but temporary ripples across the surface of your being. Your essence remains pure, untouched by the world's chaos, waiting to be remembered in the quiet of night. The subconscious recognizes this purity as your natural state. When you allow yourself to drift towards sleep, you begin a journey back to this original condition. not through effort or cleansing, but through simple surrender. Like a pond settling after wind has stirred its surface, your being naturally returns to clarity when you cease all doing. Silas Rainford knew this truth in his bones, though he spent his days covered in coal dust, delivering heavy bags through London's grey streets. Each night, as he settled into his bed, he felt his mind clearing as though an invisible hand drew a clean cloth across his thoughts. The day's grime, both physical and mental, fell away, revealing a pristine awareness beneath. Through Silas's experience, we glimpse an eternal truth. Purity is not achieved, but remembered. It is not a state to be earned through perfect conduct or rigid discipline. Rather, it is your original condition, the soul's natural clarity that emerges when you allow the world to fall away. Both Margaret and Silas reveal that this return to purity requires no special technique, no complex ritual. It arrives naturally with surrender, as you release your grip on the day and allow sleep to draw you inward. This is why the moments before sleep hold such powerful metaphysical potential. You are closest to your pure state, unburdened by the world's imprints. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, imagine descending a staircase of soft light. With each step downward, feel another layer of the day's energy falling away, returning you to your natural purity. Let each breath draw you deeper into this untouched clarity that has always been yours. Chapter 54. Resting in the Eternal Moment. In a bustling telephone exchange office, Lydia Whitlow spent her days measuring life in rings, connections, and disconnections. Each second held weight. Each minute demanded precision. Yet as darkness settled over the city each evening, she discovered something extraordinary in the space between wakefulness and sleep, a moment that seemed to stretch beyond time itself. Lying in her bed, Lydia found herself entering what felt like an eternal pause, where the ticking of her bedside clock grew distant and meaningless. In this suspended state, she noticed that all pressure fell away, all demands dissolved, and a vast field of possibility opened before her. It was as though she had stepped through an invisible doorway into a realm where time held no authority. This timeless space you enter before sleep is not an illusion, but a metaphysical reality, a threshold where the rigid structures of chronological time soften into the eternal now. Here, in this sacred pause, you touch the universal field where all creation exists simultaneously, where past and future merge into pure potential. Within this field, your subconscious mind becomes extraordinarily receptive. Free from time's usual constraints, it can absorb intention and emotional frequency with remarkable clarity. This is why desires planted in these moments often manifest with surprising speed. They bypass the usual resistance of linear time. Bernard Kingsley understood this truth through his own quiet observations. As a barber, he spent his days in precise movements, each cut measured against the passing hours. But at night, as he settled into bed, he discovered a different kind of precision, one that existed outside of time entirely. In these eternal moments, solutions to problems would appear fully formed, creative insights would blossom without effort, and deep understanding would rise naturally from within. What Bernard found in those timeless instants was not mere drowsiness, but a direct connection to universal wisdom. When time's grip loosened, his mind could receive guidance that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Both Lydia and Bernard's experiences illuminate an essential truth. The moments before sleep offer you access to a dimension where time's usual rules do not apply. Here, in this eternal pause, your intentions meet no resistance from past or future. They simply are, radiating with pure creative potential. Sacred practice. Lying still in your bed, focus on a single breath. Let it expand until the sensation of time begins to fade. Notice how this moment starts to feel eternal, boundless, free from all measurement. Rest here, allowing your intention to float in this timeless space where all things are possible. Chapter 55. Becoming Weightless. In a small textile mill in Massachusetts, Helen Dorsey stood at her spinning wheel day after day, her body anchored by the steady rhythm of work and the weight of earthly concerns. Yet each night, as she prepared for sleep, she discovered a profound mystery. The closer she drifted toward unconsciousness, the more her body seemed to float, as though invisible hands were gently lifting her beyond physical bounds. This sensation of weightlessness grew familiar to Helen, becoming a nightly ritual that transformed her understanding of reality itself. As her breath softened and her mind quieted, she felt the heaviness of her limbs dissolve until she seemed to hover just above her mattress, suspended in a state of perfect balance between earth and air. You too will discover that this weightless hour holds one of the universe's most powerful secrets. As you approach sleep, your identification with the physical body naturally begins to loosen. This release is not merely physical, but metaphysical, a sacred unbinding that allows your emotional essence to rise above the dense vibrations of daily life. In this state of gentle suspension, manifestation flows with remarkable ease. No longer bound by the weight of physical thinking, your desires travel unhindered through the silver thread, carried by the lightness of pure intention. The universe responds most powerfully to this weightless signal, for it carries no resistance, no strain, no earthly burden. Along the rain-slicked streets of Chicago, Raymond Langford delivered telegrams through wind and weather, his feet heavy with miles traveled. Yet each night, as he lay in his modest room, he experienced the same mysterious lightness Helen had discovered. As his consciousness drifted toward sleep, the weight of countless steps seemed to lift from his legs, and his mind floated free of all burden. Through Raymond's nightly ascension, he found his days growing lighter as well. Problems that once seemed heavy became manageable, and opportunities appeared to float toward him with surprising ease. The lightness he discovered in those precious moments before sleep began to infuse his waking hours with a new buoyancy of spirit. Both Helen and Raymond reveal an essential truth. As you release the weight of physical consciousness each night, you enter a state of pure creative potential. This weightlessness is your soul's preparation for effortless manifestation, a return to its natural state of unlimited possibility. Sacred practice. Lie still upon your bed and focus on your breath. With each exhale, imagine your body becoming slightly lighter, as though gravity's hold is gently loosening. Continue this practice until you feel suspended in perfect calm, floating in the peaceful void where creation begins. Chapter 56. Dissolving into the Quiet Stream. Along the cobbled streets of a small New England town, Irene Caldwell arranged flowers in her modest shop, their fresh scents mingling with the crisp morning air. Though her days brimmed with beauty, her mind often carried the weight of unspoken concerns. Yet she discovered a sacred practice that transformed her nights. As she lay in bed, she would imagine a crystal-clear stream flowing beside her, its waters gleaming with moonlight. Each evening, Irene would watch her thoughts drift like autumn leaves upon this gentle current. Worries about tomorrow's arrangements, concerns about dwindling supplies, and anxieties about mounting expenses would settle onto the water's surface, carried away by the stream's patient flow. She noticed that thoughts released to the water never returned with the same intensity, as though the stream's movement had dissolved their power to trouble her. The stream that flows through your consciousness as you approach sleep holds profound metaphysical significance. Your subconscious mind responds with remarkable power to images of natural movement, particularly water, which has long served as a symbol of emotional release and purification. When you allow your thoughts to rest upon an imagined current, you activate an ancient mechanism within the deeper mind that recognizes this symbol as permission to let go. This release requires no effort, no analysis, and no understanding. Like water itself, it asks only that you allow movement to do what movement does naturally, carry away what is ready to depart. The stream becomes a metaphysical extension of sleep's own dissolving power, enhancing the mind's natural tendency to release its hold as consciousness softens. Along the Eastern Seaboard Railway line, Samuel Pike stood in his booth, day after day, taking tickets from hurried passengers. Each face that passed carried its own story of worry or hope, and Samuel found himself absorbing the weight of countless untold tales. Yet at night, he too discovered the power of the flowing stream. In his small room above the station, Samuel would close his eyes and picture a peaceful brook running beneath his window. The clickety-clack of trains transformed in his mind to the steady murmur of moving water, and he would place each collected concern upon its surface, watching as the tensions of the day dissolved into the current like sugar in warm tea. Through both Irene and Samuel's experiences, you glimpse a fundamental truth. The mind's natural state is one of peaceful flow, not static worry. When you align with this flow through gentle visualization, you participate in sleep's sacred dissolution of thought, allowing the universe to wash away what no longer serves your highest good. Sacred practice. As you rest in bed, envision a quiet stream flowing peacefully beside you. Place each thought that arises onto its surface, watching as the current carries it into the distance until it dissolves completely. Let the stream's gentle movement remind you that release requires no effort, only permission to flow. Chapter 57. The Art of Soft Receiving. In a bustling downtown diner, Vera Donnelly moved between tables with quiet grace, serving plates of comfort to weary souls. Though her days overflowed with requests and demands, she discovered a precious truth in her evening hours. As she prepared for sleep each night, Vera would lie still and simply expect good things, not with force or desperation, but with the gentleness of someone watching flowers bloom. At first, she noticed small changes. Customers leaving generous tips, her supervisor offering better shifts, fresh flowers appearing on her windowsill from an anonymous admirer. But as she continued her practice of soft expectation, larger blessings began flowing into her life. A promotion to head waitress, an unexpected inheritance from a distant aunt, a charming apartment overlooking the park. Each blessing arrived with such natural ease that it felt like the universe had been waiting to deliver these gifts all along. The art of receiving is perhaps the most misunderstood aspect of creation. Many believe they must grasp, chase, or demand what they desire. Yet the universe operates through a more refined law, the law of soft receiving. When you approach sleep with gentle expectancy, you align with this sacred principle. The night magnifies this receptivity because your usual resistance dissolves in the approach to sleep, leaving you in a pure state of allowing. In the quiet corners of Main Street, Calvin Mercer polished shoes with careful attention, transforming scuffed leather into gleaming mirrors. He noticed that whenever he finished his day with quiet acceptance rather than worried planning, unexpected good fortune would find him. A wealthy businessman would appear the next morning requesting extra services, or he would find precisely the supplies he needed at reduced prices. Without striving or struggling, Calvin discovered that life flowed most abundantly when he simply opened himself to receive. Both Vera and Calvin reveal an ageless truth. The universe delivers most generously to those who receive most softly. Like morning dew collecting on open petals, blessings gather naturally in hearts that remain gently expectant. The night holds special power in this process, for as your conscious mind releases its grip, your being becomes like an empty vessel, ready to be filled with whatever you have softly anticipated. In the depths of sleep, this receptive state reaches its peak. Your resistance falls away completely, allowing the universe to work unimpeded through the silver thread that connects you to all creation. Each breath draws you deeper into this sacred allowing, where receiving becomes as natural as the moon, accepting light from the sun. You imagine your heart opening gently like a flower receiving moonlight. Chapter 58. The Peace Beneath Every Breath. In a small-town post office where letters carried the weight of countless hopes and worries, Edith Monroe sorted mail with trembling fingers. Her anxiety followed her like a shadow, tightening her chest and quickening her breath. Yet each night, as she lay in her narrow bed, she stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. As her breathing began to settle, Edith noticed something extraordinary. Beneath the surface of her anxious breaths lay another rhythm, steady and undisturbed. Like finding still water beneath choppy waves, she realized this deeper peace had always been there, waiting to be recognized. Night after night, this discovery transformed her relationship with breath itself. The breath is more than mere air moving through your body. It is the ancient bridge between two realms of consciousness. Every inhalation carries you closer to the surface world of thought and sensation, while every exhalation draws you toward the depths where the subconscious dwells. Within this gentle oscillation lies a profound truth. Peace is not something to be created, but uncovered. Your breath holds 3 layers of wisdom. The first is physical, the simple movement of air. The second is emotional, the pattern of your current state. But the third and deepest layer is metaphysical, the unchanging peace that underlies all movement, like the ocean floor beneath shifting tides. In a dusty workshop across town, Jasper Linden spent his days crafting furniture from raw wood, his hands steady but his mind often racing with concern about orders and deadlines. Each evening, as he prepared for sleep, he developed a practice of following his breath until he found that same still point Edith had discovered. Through this nightly ritual, he came to understand that just as every piece of furniture contained the quietness of the tree it came from, every breath contained the silence of its source. What Edith and Jasper both discovered mirrors an essential truth. Beneath the surface of your breathing lies a peace that never wavers, a stillness that remains untouched by the world's chaos. This peace is not distant or separate from you. It waits within every breath, accessible the moment you turn your attention toward it. Settle now into a comfortable position and place your awareness on your breath. Notice its natural rhythm without trying to change it. As you continue breathing, allow your attention to sink beneath the movement, like dropping a stone through water, until it reaches the quiet bottom. Here, in this deeper layer of breathing, you will find the peace that has been waiting for you all along. Practice. You breathe slowly until you feel the quiet peace beneath the movement of your chest. Chapter 59. Sinking into Divine Support. In the warm glow of a small seamstress shop, Ruthie Callahan spent her days mending the torn fabric of other people's lives. Her fingers worked tirelessly with needle and thread, yet each evening left her feeling as though she carried the weight of every garment she had repaired. But as darkness settled and she prepared for sleep, Ruthie discovered something extraordinary. The more she allowed herself to soften, to release the tension held in her shoulders, her back, her mind, the more she became aware of an unseen presence. It wasn't a physical sensation so much as a knowing, a gentle certainty that something vast and benevolent cradled her entire being. Like a child being held by an invisible parent, she felt completely supported, utterly safe. This support you sense in your softest moments is not imagination, but recognition. The universe maintains a constant field of support beneath and around you, an eternal embrace that never wavers, never tires, never judges. Yet this divine holding becomes perceptible only when the mind releases its grip on control, when the body surrenders its learned tension, when the heart opens to receive what has always been there. Across town at the paper mill, Floyd Harrison noticed something similar during his nighttime ritual. After long days of managing the heavy machinery, he would lie in bed and feel his body gradually release its rigid posture. As his muscles softened, he became aware of what felt like a warm, invisible blanket enveloping him completely. This sensation brought tears to his eyes the first time he noticed it, not from sadness, but from the profound relief of recognizing he had never truly been alone. What Ruthie and Floyd discovered reflects an ancient truth. The universe's support is not earned through effort or granted through worthiness. It is your natural state of being. like a fish that suddenly becomes aware of the water that has always held it. You simply need to soften enough to perceive what has never left you. This support becomes most tangible in the moments before sleep, when your guard lowers and your awareness expands beyond the physical. It is then that you can feel the truth. You are held completely and unconditionally by the very fabric of existence itself. The universe is not a distant force, but an intimate presence, waiting for you to release enough tension to feel its embrace. In your softest moments, when you stop trying to hold yourself together, you discover you are already being held. Ancient practice. Lie quietly and imagine releasing all effort to hold yourself up. Feel an invisible field of support beneath your body, inviting you to sink into its embrace. Allow yourself to be completely held, knowing that the more deeply you surrender, the more fully you can receive this eternal support. Chapter 60. The Softness That Remakes You. In the clicking rhythms of a busy typing pool, Eleanor Parsons maintained perfect posture, her fingers striking each key with practiced precision. For years, she wore her efficiency like armor, priding herself on a demeanor as rigid as the typewriter's metal frame. Yet in the quiet moments before sleep, she stumbled upon a truth that would transform her understanding of strength. As she lay in her modest boarding-house room each night, Eleanor noticed that when she allowed herself to soften, to release the day's rigid patterns, something remarkable began to occur. The memories that had shaped her expectations, the old hurts that influenced her choices, the fears that guided her decisions, all began to lose their sharp edges. In this gentle dissolution, she found her inner landscape slowly reshaping itself, like clay being reformed by invisible hands. The universe speaks most clearly through softness, for it is in this state that the deeper frequencies of creation can penetrate the layers of accumulated tension. When you release the need to hold yourself together, to maintain the shape that life has pressed upon you, you enter the sacred space where transformation becomes possible. Here, in the quiet surrender before sleep, your emotional body becomes receptive to new patterns, new possibilities, new ways of being. Otis Bellwether discovered this truth while arranging hardware supplies each evening. Though his days were filled with the harsh clink of metal and the weight of tools, he found that allowing himself to soften before sleep brought unexpected clarity. The solutions to problems that had puzzled him for weeks would arise effortlessly. Relationships that had seemed hopelessly tangled would unknot themselves. The very fabric of his life began to reshape itself, not through force or effort, but through the simple act of softening into the night. What both Eleanor and Otis revealed is that softness is not a passive state, but an active force of transformation. When you release the rigid patterns that have defined your reality, you create space for the universe to pour new frequencies into your being. Each night offers you this opportunity to let go of who you think you should be and allow yourself to be reshaped by the gentle hands of creation. The practice. Lie still and imagine softness entering your body like warm honey, beginning at the crown of your head and flowing downward. Let it dissolve any tension, any resistance, any old patterns that no longer serve you. Feel yourself becoming malleable, receptive, open to being reshaped by the universe's loving wisdom. Rest in this softness, trusting that as you surrender, your entire being is being gently reformed into its truest expression. Part 7. The Seventh Veil Entering the Midnight Gate of Manifestation. Chapter 61. Touching the Midnight Gate. In the warmth of her small bakery kitchen, Lily Mae Davenport spent her days crafting bread and pastries, her hands working the dough with practiced certainty. Yet it was in the stillness of night that she discovered something far more precious than any recipe, a sacred moment where reality itself seemed to shimmer and bend. Each evening, as weariness began to soften her thoughts, she noticed a peculiar sensation. The air would grow thick with possibility, like the charged moments before summer rain. Her consciousness would begin to blur at the edges, and in this gentle dissolution, she sensed herself standing before what she came to call the Midnight Gate, an invisible threshold where her thoughts carried a strange new weight. The Midnight Gate marks the sacred junction between your surface mind and the deeper chambers of creation. It is here, in this trembling space between wakefulness and dreams, that your thoughts transform from mere whispers into seeds of manifestation. As your awareness begins to dim, you enter the most potent creative corridor, where intention bypasses all resistance and plants itself directly in the fertile soil of the subconscious. Edgar Whitlock discovered this truth through his own nightly observations. As he finished his rounds delivering paper across the city, he would return home and sink into his armchair, allowing drowsiness to overtake him gradually. He noticed that in these moments, just as his mind began to blur, his dreams would respond with startling immediacy to whatever feeling he carried. A gentle thought of peace would instantly transform his dream landscape into a quiet garden. A flutter of joy would fill his dreams with warm light. Through Lily Mae and Edgar's experiences, you glimpse an ancient secret. The Midnight Gate is not merely a passage into sleep, but a metaphysical doorway where your emotional vibration becomes pure, creative force. What you feel as you cross this threshold ripples through the fabric of tomorrow, shaping experiences and drawing circumstances that match your inner tone. The practice. When you feel your thoughts beginning to blur and your awareness growing soft, recognize that you stand before the Midnight Gate. In this precious moment, whisper one intention, not with your voice, but with your heart. Let it be simple, clear, and wrapped in gentle emotion. Then allow yourself to drift through the gate, knowing that your whispered truth has been received by the architect of dreams. Chapter 62. Breathing through the Threshold. Agnes Hollander sat at her piano each evening, guiding young fingers across ivory keys until the last student departed. As twilight deepened into night, she noticed something peculiar about her own rhythm. Not the tempo of music, but the cadence of her breath. In those precious moments before sleep claimed her, her breathing would shift, becoming deeper and more measured, as though her body understood it was approaching an ancient threshold. Night after night she observed this subtle transformation. Her breath would slow naturally, each inhale drawing her closer to an unseen doorway, each exhale helping her slip through it with greater ease. She began to sense that this wasn't mere relaxation, but a sacred adjustment, her body's innate wisdom preparing her to cross between worlds. Your breath is more than just air moving through your lungs. It is the eternal bridge between conscious thought and the deeper realms of creation. As you approach sleep, your breathing naturally attunes to the frequency of transition, becoming a gentle current that carries you across the threshold of self. This is why ancient traditions have always recognized breath as the primary key to transformation. It is both the vehicle and the path into the sacred chamber where manifestation begins. Each breath acts as a bridge builder, constructing the path into deeper consciousness one inhale at a time. As your breathing slows, it creates a harmonic resonance that allows your emotional frequency to align perfectly with the field of creation. This alignment is essential, for it ensures that your intentions travel clearly into the subconscious, unmarred by the static of waking thought. Ralph Hensley discovered this truth during his long nights as a hotel bellhop. Standing in the quiet lobby during the midnight shift, he began experimenting with his breath as drowsiness crept over him. He noticed that when he breathed consciously during these moments, allowing each exhale to carry him deeper, his dreams became vivid mirrors of his desires rather than scattered reflections of his day. Both Agnes and Ralph reveal the same timeless wisdom. Breath is the golden thread that guides you through the doorway of transformation. As your breathing naturally deepens, it creates the perfect conditions for crossing the threshold into the realm where the subconscious listens with perfect clarity. The practice. As you lie in bed, allow your breath to find its own rhythm. Notice how it naturally slows and deepens. With each exhale, feel yourself being carried gently across the threshold, knowing that your breath is creating the perfect bridge into the realm of pure creation. Chapter 63. Meeting the Guardian of Emotion. In the gaslit streets of 1910's Boston, Dorothy Sinclair spent her days tutoring mathematics, teaching young minds to find order in numbers and patterns. Yet it was in her own evening observations that she discovered a different kind of pattern, one that emerged not through calculation, but through inner attention. As she prepared for sleep each night, Dorothy encountered a familiar presence, as consistent as the ticking of her bedside clock. It wasn't a voice or a vision, but rather a gentle, discerning awareness that seemed to examine her emotional state. She began calling it the Guardian, for it felt like a watchful sentinel at the threshold between waking and sleep. The Guardian, you will come to understand, is not a mere fancy of drowsy imagination, but the metaphysical filter through which your emotions must pass before they become part of tomorrow's creation. It stands as an ancient checkpoint between your conscious feelings and the deeper chambers of manifestation, determining which emotional frequencies will be woven into the fabric of your becoming. Each night, as you approach sleep, this timeless inspector reviews the feelings you carry. Those emotions aligned with your highest good are allowed passage across the silver thread, while those that no longer serve your evolution naturally dissolve into the night. This is why your emotional state before sleep holds such profound creative power. It must first pass through the Guardian's discerning gaze. Mason Aldridge, a telegraph operator in a busy railway station, discovered this truth through his own nightly encounters. Amid the constant flow of messages he transmitted during the day, he began noticing a similar process within himself as sleep approached, a presence that seemed to sort through his feelings as carefully as he sorted through telegrams. Over time, Mason learned to work with this inner guardian. Before sleep, he would consciously offer up only those emotions he wished to see reflected in his life: peace, anticipation, quiet joy. He noticed that when he did this, his days began to mirror these chosen feelings with remarkable precision. Both Dorothy and Mason unveil an ageless understanding that has been whispered in temples and sacred chambers throughout time. Your emotional offering before sleep must pass through the guardian's inspection. This is not a judgment, but a gift, a divine filter, ensuring that only those feelings aligned with your true desires cross the threshold into deeper consciousness. The practice. As you settle into bed tonight, become aware of the guardian's gentle presence. Choose one pure emotion, perhaps gratitude, tranquility, or soft expectancy, and offer it up with clear intention. Feel the guardian receiving this offering, knowing it will carry this chosen frequency across the silver thread into tomorrow's creation. Chapter 64. The Hour When Thought Turns to Light. In a small apartment above the bustle of 1930s Chicago, Beatrice Winslow sat at her sewing machine each day, carefully guiding fabric beneath the needle's rhythmic dance. Yet her most extraordinary discovery came not through her skillful stitching, but in those precious moments as she drifted toward sleep. Night after night, Beatrice noticed something peculiar. Her thoughts seemed to transform. What began as solid mental images would slowly begin to glow, expanding outward like lanterns being lit from within. These illuminated thoughts felt different from their daytime counterparts, lighter, more ethereal, as though they had shed their earthly weight. This transformation you witness before sleep is no mere drowsy imagination, but a sacred metaphysical process. As consciousness loosens its grip, your thoughts naturally shed their density, becoming pure light signals that the subconscious receives without resistance. In this state, intention travels not through the channels of logic, but through the luminous pathways of pure potential. Consider Floyd Renner, who worked quietly behind the counter of McKinley's tobacco shop. Each night, as he lay in his modest room, he noticed his gentlest thoughts taking on a subtle radiance. A simple wish for harmony at work would shimmer in his mind before sleep, and the next day would unfold with unexpected ease. A quiet hope for connection would glow softly as he drifted off, and within days, meaningful encounters would arise. Floyd discovered, as you will too, that these glowing thoughts carried a peculiar power. Unlike the heavy mental effort of daylight hours, these luminous signals seemed to bypass all resistance, flowing directly into the creative current of the universe. What Beatrice and Floyd reveal is profound. The night transforms your thoughts into pure light essence, a form that speaks directly to the subconscious architect. Their experiences show that in those precious moments before sleep, your mind naturally converts intention into radiance, allowing it to merge seamlessly with the field of infinite possibility. Lie still now and choose one pure thought to hold. Feel it begin to glow within your mind, becoming lighter and more expansive. Watch as it transforms from solid thought into pure luminescence. Allow this radiant signal to rise naturally into your subconscious, knowing it carries your intention into the depths where creation begins. Chapter 65. Surrendering into the Magnetic Current. In the quiet hours after the last calls had faded from her switchboard, Genevieve Morton would sit at her small vanity, brushing her hair before bed. It was during these moments that she first noticed the gentle pull, a warm, invisible current that seemed to draw her consciousness inward. Unlike the usual sensation of falling into sleep, this felt more like being carried, as though the night itself was guiding her into its depths with tender precision. The magnetic current you experience before sleep is one of the universe's most profound mechanisms. This sacred pull emerges when your resistance softens and your awareness turns inward, creating a natural pathway into the deepest chambers of the subconscious. Like a river flowing inevitably toward the sea, this current carries your intentions, emotions, and desires into the field where manifestation begins. What Genevieve discovered was not mere drowsiness, but the activation of an ancient metaphysical law, the law of magnetic surrender. As she allowed herself to be carried by this current each night, she noticed her days beginning to flow with similar ease, as though the gentle surrender of nighttime was teaching her how to move through life itself. In a small barbershop across town, Thurman Pierce made a similar discovery. After years of trying to force his desires into being through sheer will, he began noticing a soft, persistent pull each night as he prepared for sleep. Rather than resist this sensation, he learned to place his intentions gently into the current, like leaves upon a stream. To his amazement, these surrendered intentions manifested with remarkable speed and grace, far more effectively than his previous efforts of mental strain. What Genevieve and Thurman reveal is a truth long hidden in the mysteries of sleep. The magnetic current activates most powerfully not through effort, but through willing surrender. This current flows naturally within you each night, offering to carry your desires into the depths, where the universe shapes tomorrow's experiences. As you prepare for sleep now, sense the gentle pull of this current. Feel how it draws you inward with warm certainty. Rather than fall into sleep, allow yourself to be carried by this sacred flow. Place your intention softly into the current, knowing it will be drawn precisely where it needs to go. Let the magnetic stream of night guide you into the depths where manifestation begins. Chapter 66. The Whisper of Desired Futures. Each evening, as the bakery's warmth faded and the last traces of flour settled from the air, Henrietta Bloom would pause in her tiny apartment kitchen. In those hushed moments between closing her recipe book and preparing for bed, something extraordinary began to happen. Like music played from another room, she started hearing gentle whispers, not of the past day's concerns, but of tomorrow's possibilities. These weren't the loud declarations of daytime ambition, but soft impressions that seemed to rise from the quietest corners of her heart, showing her glimpses of what her life could become. The whispers that emerge in the space between wakefulness and sleep are among the most sacred messages you will ever receive. These are not mere thoughts or idle fantasies, but the voice of your highest potential reaching through the veil of time. The subconscious, in its infinite wisdom, uses these delicate moments to preview the future that awaits your claiming, when your analytical mind has softened enough to allow wonder to enter. These whispers appear precisely when your resistance is lowest and your connection to the silver thread is strongest. They carry the frequency of possibility, the subtle vibration of futures already formed in the universal field, waiting only for your recognition and acceptance to begin their manifestation. In a small garage across town, Everett Boone discovered similar whispers while cleaning his tools each night. At first they seemed like passing thoughts, glimpses of a life where his work brought him joy beyond measure, where his skill served a greater purpose than he'd imagined possible. As he learned to listen more carefully, these whispers grew clearer, guiding him toward opportunities his waking mind would never have conceived. What appeared as simple nudges led Everett to subtle shifts in his daily choices. He began treating each repair as though it held deeper significance, and soon found himself drawn to projects that aligned perfectly with his inner whispers. His reputation grew not just as a skilled mechanic, but as someone who seemed to understand machines on an almost mystical level. Both Henrietta and Everett reveal a profound truth. The whispers that find you in the night are not random musings, but direct communications from your highest timeline. They are the universe's way of showing you the path already prepared for your walking, the future already aligned with your deepest nature. These whispers hold a peculiar power. They bypass the mind's usual resistance and speak directly to the part of you that recognizes truth without needing proof. They arrive not with the thunderous certainty of daylight conviction, but with the gentle assurance of a friend sharing a treasured secret. As you rest now, allow yourself to become aware of these subtle whispers. They may come as feelings, impressions, or quiet knowings. Welcome them without strain or effort, understanding that each one is an invitation to step into a future already waiting for you. Let your breath slow and your mind soften until you can hear the gentle voice of tomorrow's light speaking through the silence. Chapter 67. When Time Opens Like a Door. In the quiet moments before sleep claimed her each night, Dorcas Ellery would sit at her bedroom window, watching the street lamps cast their gentle glow upon the empty sidewalks. As a widow and schoolteacher in the early years of the century, she had grown accustomed to solitude. Yet in these precious minutes, something extraordinary would unfold. Time itself seemed to stretch like warm honey, creating a sacred pause where her thoughts could settle more deeply into the fabric of existence. Within this expanded moment, you encounter one of the most potent metaphysical truths, the natural dilation of consciousness that occurs as you approach sleep. This is not merely a slowing of perception, but an actual widening of the field in which creation takes place. As your awareness begins to drift, the universe provides a sacred window where time loosens its rigid march and opens into a vast, receptive space. The nature of this temporal expansion serves a profound purpose. When time stretches, your intentions no longer compete with the rushing current of daily life. Instead, they settle like seeds into fertile soil, taking root in the timeless dimension where all possibilities exist simultaneously. This is why desires placed into this expanded field often manifest with surprising grace. They have been planted in the eternal now, beyond the limitations of linear time. Across town, in a small bookshop filled with the scent of aged paper and leather bindings, Phineas Hart discovered this same phenomenon. Each evening, as he prepared to close the shop, he would pause in his favorite reading chair. In these moments, the ticking of the wall clock seemed to slow, and the space between seconds expanded into a vast chamber of possibility. Within this widened present, his mind grew crystal clear, as though viewing life through the purest lens. Through both Dorcas and Phineas, you glimpse an essential truth. The moments before sleep offer a unique gateway into timeless creation. When you recognize this expansion and work consciously within it, you access a level of manifestation unavailable during the rushed hours of day. Here, in time's gentle stretching, your intentions find their most potent expression. You are invited now to rest quietly and feel time opening around you like a flower in bloom. As the moments expand, place a single cherished desire into this widened space, knowing it rests now in the eternal field where all creation begins. Chapter 68. The night receives what the day rejects. In the dim light of her modest room, Eveline Strafford would sit on the edge of her bed each night, her hands still red from the day's washing. The air carried traces of lye soap and steam from the laundry where she worked, but as she lay down, something extraordinary occurred. The knots of worry about unpaid bills, the sting of harsh words from difficult customers, the nagging doubts that plagued her during daylight, all began to soften and dissolve like soap bubbles in warm water. Through your own experience, you know these unresolved fragments well, the emotions too complex to process, the situations that defy understanding, the inner tangles that resist daylight examination. Yet the night holds a sacred function in the metaphysical order, serving as a cosmic processor of all that remains incomplete within you. The subconscious mind operates as a master alchemist during sleep, receiving these emotional fragments not as burdens to be carried, but as raw material for transformation. What seems insurmountable in waking hours naturally dissolves in the gentle darkness, transformed by forces beyond conscious comprehension. This is why you often wake to find that what troubled you deeply the night before has lost its sharp edges, softened by the night's quiet work. Joseph Brantley discovered this truth during his years as a railroad porter, carrying not only passengers' bags but also the weight of their prejudices and his own unspoken frustrations. Each evening, as he lay in his narrow bed listening to distant train whistles, he would feel these burdens begin to lift. Without effort or struggle, the accumulated tension of the day would simply release, as though the night itself had gentle hands that knew exactly how to unknot what bound him. Their experiences illuminate an ancient wisdom. The night serves as a sacred vessel for all that remains unresolved within you. Like a silent river that carries away what no longer serves, sleep provides the perfect conditions for release and renewal. The subconscious requires no instruction or technique. It knows precisely how to process what the waking mind cannot untangle. As you prepare for sleep, imagine gathering anything unresolved from your day, the conversation that left you unsettled, the decision that remains unclear, the emotion that defies expression. With complete trust, hand these fragments to the night, knowing they will be transformed in ways your conscious mind need not understand. Chapter 69. Tuning Yourself to the Silver Thread. In the quiet hours after her typewriter fell silent, Matilda Crane would rest in her small boarding house room, hands still remembering the rhythm of keys. As drowsiness approached, she began noticing something peculiar, a subtle sensation, like a gossamer strand of moonlight threading through her chest. At first, she dismissed it as imagination, but night after night, this gentle presence returned, carrying with it an inexplicable sense of rightness and direction. The silver thread exists within you as the sacred connection between your conscious desires and the vast creative power of your subconscious mind. This living bridge activates most strongly in the moments before sleep, when your awareness softens and resistance dissolves. It serves as both compass and conduit, guiding you toward alignment while carrying your intentions into the deeper chambers of manifestation. As you drift toward sleep, this thread becomes more perceptible, humming with a quiet energy that feels both ancient and intimately familiar. It responds not to force or demand, but to gentle attention and trust. The more softly you acknowledge its presence, the stronger its guidance becomes, showing you the path of least resistance toward your desires. Solomon Wade, a cobbler known for his precise craftsmanship, discovered this truth during his evening hours. After closing his shop, he would sit in his worn leather chair, feeling for that same subtle current Matilda had found. Over time, he learned that this thread responded to his emotional tone, growing stronger when he relaxed into acceptance, fading when he grasped too tightly at outcomes. His life began shifting in unexpected ways, as though the thread was weaving a pattern too intricate for his conscious mind to design. Their experiences reveal the same wisdom. The silver thread serves as your inner compass, aligning your entire being with the field of creation. It requires no effort to access, only recognition and gentle surrender. Like a master weaver working in the night, it takes the raw material of your intentions and weaves them into the fabric of manifestation while you rest. Before sleep claims you, take a moment to breathe gently until you sense that faint inner pull, the subtle current of guidance running through your chest. This is the silver thread awakening, ready to carry your desires into the depths where creation begins. Chapter 70. Crossing the Gate as a Creator. In the lamp-lit hours of a small New England shop, Lucille Brigham arranged bolts of fabric and straightened display counters as she had done countless evenings before. Yet on this particular night, as she lay in her narrow bed, something shifted in her awareness. The familiar descent toward sleep transformed into something sacred, a conscious crossing. No longer did she merely drift into unconsciousness. She recognized herself standing before an unseen threshold, carrying her intentions with the same care one might carry a lit candle through darkness. When you understand the true nature of sleep, you discover that the midnight gate is not a passive doorway, but a living portal that responds to your awareness. Just as sunlight knows how to touch the earth without instruction, your consciousness knows how to cross this threshold. It merely awaits your recognition of this innate wisdom. The gate opens to those who approach it with both surrender and sovereignty. It requires no special preparation beyond your willingness to enter sleep as a conscious creator rather than a passive passenger. In this crossing, you carry the emotional tone of your desires, not as hope or wish, but as present reality. Grant Holloway discovered this truth during his evening deliveries. After years of simply collapsing into exhausted sleep, he began to notice the subtle shift that preceded unconsciousness. Each night, standing at the threshold between waking and sleeping, he chose to cross with intention rather than habit. His dreams began to shift, and with them, his days transformed, as though the conscious crossing had awakened something dormant within him. This crossing is not about forcing or striving. It is a gentle recognition of your own creative authority. Like water knowing precisely how to flow, or a bird understanding the currents of air, you innately know how to traverse this sacred boundary. The key lies not in technique, but in awareness, in recognizing that each night offers you this moment of conscious creation. The gate responds not to your thoughts, but to your emotional signature. It reads the frequency you carry and amplifies it through the hours of sleep, weaving it into the fabric of your becoming. This is why the ancient wisdom keepers taught that sleep was not mere rest, but a sacred act of creation. You already cross this threshold each night. Now you do so with the lamp of consciousness held high, aware that this crossing is your moment of greatest creative power. As drowsiness approaches, feel yourself standing before the midnight gate. Choose the emotional tone you wish to carry across, be it peace, abundance, or joy, and let it fill your being completely. Then, with the sovereignty of a conscious creator, step through. You are not falling into sleep, but entering it as a master enters their workshop. The gate awaits your conscious crossing, ready to amplify whatever frequency you choose to carry through its sacred threshold. Now, as sleep approaches, cross the midnight gate while holding the pure emotion of your chosen reality. Let this feeling be your torch, your guide, your creative signature as you step through the threshold into the realm where tomorrow takes shape. Part 8. The Eighth Veil of Radiant Integration. Chapter 71. The Dawn Between Worlds. In a modest boarding house facing east, Clara Bennett would rise before the other residents to practice at the old upright piano. Yet it was not the music that taught her the most profound lesson of her life. It was those precious moments just after waking, when reality hung suspended like morning mist. Each dawn, Clara noticed a delicate shimmer in her awareness, a gossamer veil where dreams had not yet released their hold, and the day had not yet claimed its dominion. In this tender space, she discovered that whatever feeling she allowed to fill her heart became the melody that played throughout her hours. When you first open your eyes, you enter the most sacred interval of creation, the bridge between the infinite and the manifest. Here, the silver thread still pulses with nighttime wisdom, while the fresh canvas of morning awaits your emotional signature. This moment holds more creative power than 1,000 affirmations spoken in broad daylight, for it is here that the sleeping and waking realms join in perfect harmony. The ancient ones knew that dawn was not an ending but a continuation, a gentle transfer of creative force from the inner temple to the outer world. They understood that this fragile threshold requires not haste, but reverence. For it is the moment when your night vision begins its transformation into physical form. Leonard Pierce discovered this truth during his early morning inspections of the city's trams. Rather than rushing to begin his rounds, he learned to rest in those first moments of consciousness, allowing the peace of sleep to linger in his being. As he did, he noticed that the day's events began arranging themselves with unexpected grace, as though reality itself responded to his gentle awakening. This sacred interval is not meant to be broken, but bridged. The subconscious, still warm from sleep's embrace, remains receptive to the feeling you choose to nurture. Like dew catching the first light of dawn, your emotion in these moments contains a special luminosity that colors everything it touches. This border between night and morning is not a line to be crossed, but a field to be tended. The universe listens closely to the tone you set in these precious seconds, taking it as instruction for the day's unfolding. Your choice in this moment, to rush forth or to remain still, to hold peace or to scatter it, becomes the foundation upon which the hours will build. When you first awaken, remain motionless in your bed, letting the sweetness of sleep linger in your heart. Allow the light to fill you gradually, naturally, until you feel the new day's creation stirring within. This is how morning becomes not an interruption of night's magic, but its gentle culmination. Chapter 72. Harvesting Sleep's Seeds. In the gentle light of morning, Mabel Thornton would pause before rising from her bed, savoring not the specific images of her dreams, but the subtle feelings they left behind. Like delicate perfume lingering in still air, these emotions, peace, appreciation, quiet certainty, seemed to float within her, coloring her perception of each unfolding moment. As she moved through her days at the seamstress shop, Mabel noticed these dream-gifted feelings acting like invisible threads, weaving patterns of harmony through her encounters. When she carried morning's calm, difficult customers grew easier. When gratitude remained from her dreams, unexpected kindnesses appeared. When hope whispered from her night visions, new opportunities emerged as naturally as flowers opening to sunshine. Within the sacred space between sleeping and waking, your emotions possess extraordinary creative power. The feelings gathered during sleep are not mere remnants, but seeds planted by the universe itself. These seeds, when acknowledged and held gently in the heart, unfold into the very fabric of your day's experience. Each emotion becomes a note in the symphony of creation, calling forth matching circumstances with precise and loving accuracy. Harold Albright discovered this truth through his own dawn ritual at the train station's ticket window. Each morning before opening, he would sit quietly at his desk, searching within for one beautiful feeling that remained from his dreams, perhaps joy or peace or anticipation. Rather than rushing to begin his duties, he would name this emotion silently, letting it fill his awareness completely. As weeks passed, Harold watched in quiet wonder as his days began to mirror these chosen feelings. When he named peace, even the busiest rushes flowed smoothly. When he claimed joy, passengers seemed to arrive with smiles already prepared. The simple act of honoring one dream-touched emotion transformed his entire experience of reality. These stories illuminate an ageless truth. The vibration you choose to carry forward from sleep becomes the foundation of your daily creation. Like a painter selecting the first color for their canvas, your initial emotional tone determines the entire composition of experience that follows. You are invited to practice this gentle art of emotional awareness each morning. As you first awaken, before movement or thought, rest in perfect stillness. Take one slow, conscious breath and notice what feeling remains from your dreams. Perhaps it is peace, or love, or quiet confidence. Whatever emotion presents itself, welcome it with soft attention, allowing it to expand naturally through your awakening hours. This simple practice aligns you with the creative current that flows eternally between night and day, dreams and reality, the infinite and the manifest. Chapter 73. The Return of the Silver Thread. In the gentle hours before dawn, Estelle Crane would feel a subtle luminescence drawing her from sleep's depths, not jarring or sudden, but as natural as a leaf rising on water. This delicate current felt familiar, carrying the same signature of grace that had guided her into dreams hours before. As a nurse working long shifts at the city hospital, she had learned to trust this soft ascension, understanding that it connected her night wisdom with her day's purpose. The silver thread that guides you into sleep does not abandon you in dreams, but remains as an eternal bridge between consciousness and the infinite. Like a shimmering lifeline, it ensures that nothing of value is lost between the worlds of sleep and waking. This sacred current flows in both directions, drawing you down into the depths of rest, then lifting you back into the light of day, carrying the essence of your nighttime creation. Victor Langley discovered this truth through his own morning practice at the printing press. As dawn approached, rather than forcing himself awake, he would attune to the gentle current rising through his chest. The same silver thread that had accepted his intentions at night now offered them back, refined and clarified by dream wisdom. He learned to breathe in harmony with this subtle flow, matching its natural rhythm. With each synchronized breath, Victor found his awareness expanding smoothly, free from the usual morning heaviness. The day's demands no longer seemed to press upon him, but rather arranged themselves naturally around the steady pulse of that inner current. His fingers moved with newfound precision among the metal type, guided by the same thread that had carried his consciousness through the dream realms. Through these experiences, you begin to recognize that the silver thread maintains an unbroken connection between your deepest self and the creative force of the universe. It serves as both anchor and guide, ensuring that your journey from sleep to waking unfolds with grace and purpose. The thread that accepts your intentions at night returns them transformed, woven into the fabric of your emerging day. When you awaken aligned with this current, you carry forward the pure vibration of your dreaming wisdom. There is no separation between night and day, sleep and activity, only the continuous flow of creative energy along the silver thread's luminous path. You take one deep breath and feel the silver thread glimmer through your chest, lifting you softly into the day, fresh and clear. Chapter 74. Dreamlight in Daylight. In the soft hours of dawn, Eleanor Hunt discovered something extraordinary about ordinary mornings. As she prepared her classroom in the amber light of sunrise, she noticed a peculiar radiance lingering from her dreams, not separate from daylight, but interwoven with it, as though the inner glow of sleep had followed her into waking. This merging of lights reveals one of the most sacred principles of creation. The boundary between dream consciousness and daily awareness is more permeable than you imagine. When you allow the serene luminescence of your nighttime realm to infuse your waking hours, you become a living bridge between worlds. The universe does not distinguish between inner and outer radiance. It responds to the quality of light you carry, regardless of its source. Each morning holds the potential for this sacred integration. The peace, wisdom, and creative power that fills your dreams need not fade with the rising sun. By maintaining gentle awareness of that inner glow, you transform every moment into an opportunity for effortless manifestation. Arthur Bell discovered this truth while tending the gardens at the city park. Rather than approaching his work as mere labor, he allowed the tranquil energy of his dreams to flow through each motion, the way he turned soil, pruned branches, or watered seedlings. What others saw as routine tasks became for Arthur a continuation of dream consciousness expressed through physical movement. The flowers seemed to respond to this carried-over serenity, blooming with unusual vigor under his dreamlight touch. His experience reveals that the radiance you cultivate in sleep naturally extends into your waking hours when you remain soft and receptive. There is no need to force this integration or consciously maintain it. Like Arthur, you need only remember that the light within you and the light around you arise from the same source. The gardener's story shows how seamlessly inner illumination can blend with outer activity. When you allow your dream glow to shine through daily tasks, the distinction between effort and miracle dissolves. Each action becomes infused with the same creative power that shapes your dreams, transforming ordinary moments into expressions of universal harmony. Ancient practice. You picture your dream glow like morning sunlight, letting it shine through each small moment with tender steadiness. Chapter 75. The Language of Synchronicity. Florence Dane arranged paintbrushes in the morning light of Hartwell's art supply when a blue jay landed on the windowsill, identical to the one from her dream the previous night. As she watched, mesmerized, her eyes fell upon a silver key hanging from a customer's belt, matching the one that had opened a mysterious door in her sleep. Later that afternoon, a white feather drifted down from nowhere, settling at her feet just as feathers had reigned in her dreamscape. These are not mere coincidences. The universe speaks a subtle language that bridges the sleeping and waking worlds. When symbols from your dreams manifest in physical reality, you witness the continuous dialogue between your subconscious mind and the creative force that shapes existence. Each echo serves as confirmation that your inner and outer worlds are engaged in constant communication. The silver thread does not cease its work when you open your eyes. It continues weaving patterns of meaning throughout your day, using the language of synchronicity to guide and affirm your path. Every repeated symbol, Every coincidental appearance of dream imagery in waking life represents the universe responding to the intentions you plant during sleep. Consider Lionel Marsh, who collected insurance premiums door to door in the 1940s Chicago. Each morning he began noticing how numbers from his dreams would appear on house addresses, clock faces, and receipt totals. The phrase "golden autumn" that whispered through his dreams suddenly emerged in conversations, newspaper headlines, and advertisement copy. At first, he dismissed these echoes as chance, but their persistence revealed a deeper truth. His dreaming and waking consciousness were engaged in an ongoing conversation through the fabric of reality itself. These synchronicities serve as bridges between your nocturnal wisdom and daily experience. They confirm that your sleep state intentions are being received and acknowledged by the universe. Each echo acts as a gentle reminder that you exist within an intelligent field of creation that responds to your deepest levels of awareness. You need not strain to interpret every coincidence. Simply acknowledging these moments of resonance strengthens the connection between your dreaming and waking self. When you recognize a symbol or pattern from your dreams manifesting in physical reality, you witness the universe speaking directly to your journey of creation. The practice itself is simple yet profound. When you encounter any coincidence that echoes your recent dreams, be it a number, symbol, phrase, or image, pause for a moment of gentle gratitude. Thank this synchronicity as you would thank a love letter from your deeper self, for that is precisely what it is. These moments of recognition create a feedback loop of awareness, amplifying the creative dialogue between your conscious and unconscious realms. This heartfelt acknowledgement keeps the channels of communication open, allowing more synchronicities to flow into your experience. You become increasingly attuned to the subtle language spoken between worlds, recognizing that every meaningful coincidence is the universe confirming your alignment with the process of creation. Practice. When next you encounter a coincidence that mirrors your dreams, pause briefly and offer silent thanks, treating it as a message of love sent directly from your sleeping self to your waking awareness. Chapter 76. Carrying Night's Stillness into Motion. In the bustling morning hours of 1930s Chicago, Nettie James discovered a sacred truth while collecting fares on the Clark Street trolley. As passengers rushed aboard with harried expressions, she maintained the same peaceful rhythm she had known in her dreams. Unhurried movements, gentle responses, a quiet heart beating beneath the city's chaos. Through her, the stillness of night flowed into day like clear water from a hidden spring. The universe teaches that peace gathered in sleep is not meant to dissipate with dawn. The tranquility you touch in dreams becomes portable strength, a quiet force carried within your chest even as the world spins faster around you. When you allow nocturnal serenity to anchor your movements, every gesture becomes a bridge between the sleeping and waking realms. Your nighttime stillness yearns to be embodied, not abandoned. It seeks expression through your hands, your voice, your presence. The same force that held you in perfect peace as you slept now wishes to move through your daily actions, transforming mundane moments into ceremonies of grace. Edward Crane's hardware shop on Main Street provides another window into this truth. For years, his mornings began in tension, checking inventory, arranging displays, preparing for the day's demands. Yet after learning to carry forward the quiet breath he found in dreams, everything shifted. Customers remarked on the shop's harmonious atmosphere. Tasks that once felt hurried now flowed with ease. By allowing night stillness to inform his movements, Edward transformed his store into a sanctuary of aligned energy. His experience reveals that peace is not fragile. It need not shatter against the day's sharp edges. When rooted in the body through conscious breath and unhurried motion, the serenity of sleep becomes a steadying force, a quiet strength that holds you steady amid life's turbulent waters. The stillness you touch in dreams is meant to become your companion, not your memory. It wishes to infuse your interactions, guide your choices, and remind you of the deeper rhythm underlying all motion. Night's peace seeks expression through your being. Breathe this truth into your bones. The tranquility of sleep was never meant to remain in darkness. It rises with you, moves with you, speaks through you when you allow its presence to persist. Your task is not to protect this peace, but to embody it, letting it flow naturally into each moment, each encounter, each breath. Sacred practice. You pause before each activity, letting the stillness from last night settle behind your heartbeat, then proceed gently forward. Chapter 77. The Mirror of Midday. In a modest hotel along the seaside, Beulah Frost discovered a pattern so subtle yet profound it changed her understanding of time itself. Each day, as she turned down beds and refreshed linens, she noticed that her midday mood matched exactly the feeling she had carried into sleep the night before. If she had drifted off with worry, that same shadow would fall across her spirit as the sun reached its peak. But when she surrendered to peace before sleep, that same tranquility would bloom within her chest precisely at noon. Through this observation, an ancient truth reveals itself. The hours of day and night form a perfect circle of emotional reflection. What you plant in the soil of sleep grows into the garden of noon. This mirror effect serves as both teacher and guide, showing you with unfailing accuracy how your nighttime vibration shapes the following day's reality. The universe has designed this cycle as a precise feedback system. Your noon mood is not random, but a direct echo of your last waking feeling, returning to remind you of what you have set in motion. In this way, midday becomes a sacred checkpoint, a moment when you can witness the seeds you planted the night before and choose whether to nurture or transform them. Gilbert Hayes, working at the Central Post Office, unwittingly stumbled upon this same principle. Day after day, he found himself experiencing a familiar heaviness as he sorted the afternoon mail. Until one day, recognizing the pattern, he consciously chose to shift his inner state during his lunch break. He closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and summoned gratitude. To his amazement, the entire trajectory of his afternoon transformed. Letters seemed lighter, colleagues friendlier, and time flowed with unexpected grace. Gilbert's discovery illuminates a vital truth. The noon mirror offers not just reflection, but redemption. By becoming aware of this emotional echo, you gain the power to adjust your vibration and thereby redirect the remaining hours. The universe grants this midpoint as a moment of conscious choice, an opportunity to polish any shadowed feeling until it shines again with original light. When you pause beneath the high sun and observe your inner state, you touch the thread that connects night to day. In that awareness lies mastery of the complete cycle. For in recognizing how your evening surrender shapes your noon reality, you hold the key to harmonizing both realms. You pause when the sun stands high. Notice how you feel and breathe once, polishing that feeling until brightness returns. Chapter 78. Evening as Sacred Rehearsal. Through evening's gentle veil, Martha Blythe discovered a truth as old as twilight itself. Each day, as shadows lengthened across her bookkeeping ledgers, she noticed that her approach to dusk directly shaped the quality of her dreams. When she rushed through evening's transition, her nights felt turbulent and unclear. But on evenings when she allowed herself to slow with the setting sun, her dreams opened like flowers beneath moonlight. As the hour grows hushed, the soul yearns to match nature's tempo. This sacred interval between day and dreams serves as rehearsal for the deeper surrender that sleep requires. Just as a river slows before meeting the sea, your consciousness must gentle itself before entering the dream field. The universe has designed twilight as a buffer zone, a soft space where the mind can practice the art of letting go. When you honor this transition, treating dusk as holy ground, the night responds with profound receptivity. Each breath drawn in evening's amber light prepares you for passage through the drowsing gate. Each thought allowed to soften and settle creates space for dream wisdom to arise. Owen Ridley, keeper of melodies and master of recorded sound, discovered this same principle through his evening ritual of gratitude. As the last customers departed his record shop, he would stand in the deepening quiet and name 3 blessings from his day. This simple practice turned his nights into gardens of peaceful creation, where inspiration flowed as naturally as starlight through silk. Through his nightly offering of thanks, Owen found that gratitude serves as a golden key, unlocking the door between waking and dreaming. His dreams began carrying messages of possibility, showing him paths he had never imagined in daylight's busy hours. Martha and Owen's experiences illuminate an ageless understanding. The way you treat twilight determines how gently you will descend into night's embrace. When you approach evening with reverence, allowing your pace to slow and your grip to soften, you create perfect conditions for luminous dreams to arise. You are invited to participate in this ancient alchemy. As the sun sinks toward horizon's edge, consciously lower your inner tempo. Let your thoughts dim like lanterns being turned down one by one, until your mind glows with quiet, golden hush. This gentle practice ensures that when sleep calls, you will answer from a place of deep readiness, prepared to receive whatever gifts the night may bring. Chapter 79. Circular Creation. In the gentle hush of a bell foundry, Irene Hobbs stood among the gleaming instruments, noticing how each bell's tone rippled outward in perfect circles before returning to its source. Night after night, her dreams repeated this same wisdom through different scenes. Sometimes she walked circular gardens. Other times she traced endless knots. But always the message remained. Life moves in sacred loops of understanding. The deepest truth of manifestation lies within its circular nature. Each experience you encounter is not a straight line moving forward, but a ring completing itself. When situations appear to repeat, they do not signal failure or stagnation. They reveal the universe's patient method of refining vibration into harmony. Like a craftsman polishing metal until it shines, the great mind allows patterns to cycle until their frequency reaches perfect pitch. Within the spiritual architecture of creation, nothing truly repeats without purpose. Each turn of the wheel carries subtle variations, lifting the soul's understanding to higher octaves of wisdom. What seems like repetition is actually spiral evolution, the same lesson viewed from ascending levels of consciousness. In his modest workshop, Clarence Vale confronted this truth through leather and thread. For years, he met each frustrated customer with tension, watching helplessly as similar conflicts arose again and again. Until one morning, gazing at the circular motions of his stitching, he understood these patterns persisted not to torment him, but to teach him. That day, he began blessing each repeated challenge, treating it as a master treats a student who needs extra guidance. Within weeks, his shop's atmosphere transformed entirely. The same situation still arose, but now they dissolved quickly into mutual understanding, as though his gratitude had polished away their sharp edges. When you resist what repeats, you hold yourself in that frequency. But when you thank the circle for its perfect teaching, you complete its revolution and allow yourself to spiral upward. Every pattern in your life, from daily habits to recurring dreams, forms a ring of light waiting to be acknowledged and elevated through appreciation. The universe speaks in circles because wisdom unfolds in layers of understanding. Each time you pass through a familiar lesson with gratitude, you add another level of clarity to your consciousness. Nothing repeats without carrying a gift, a chance to see with new eyes what you thought you already knew. You are invited now to review your day, especially those moments that feel frustratingly familiar. Take each recurring pattern and hold it gently in your awareness, thanking it for its persistence in teaching you. Watch as your gratitude transforms these circles from chains into rings of light, each one lifting you closer to mastery. Chapter 80. The Unity of the Eternal Sleeper. In the quiet hours before midnight, Nellie Grant sat at her telegraph desk, fingers resting lightly on the keys as consciousness began to drift. Within moments, she found herself walking through a dreamscape where silver mist swirled around her feet. Yet something was different this night. A sudden recognition bloomed within her awareness. The scene before her eyes, the cool air against her skin, even her own presence within the dream, all of it emanated from the same source. She was simultaneously the creator and the witness, the dreamer and the dream itself. Through this ancient doorway of understanding walks every soul who awakens to the deeper truth. There exists no division between the one who dreams and what is dreamed. You are the eternal sleeper, the consciousness that weaves every reality it experiences. When you close your eyes at night, you do not escape into fantasy. You simply shift your creative attention to another level of your infinite being. The telegraph keys beneath Nellie's fingers became streams of light, and she understood that every symbol, every signal, every message was her own consciousness speaking to itself through different forms. In that moment, the barrier between sleeping and waking dissolved completely, revealing that all experience flows from one source, your own divine awareness. Along the misty shores of a northern coast, Amos Leland tended his lighthouse with quiet devotion. Each night, as he trimmed the lamp and polished the lens, he began noticing how the beam that guided ships through darkness matched the light of awareness that guided his inner journey. The external beacon and his consciousness were not two separate lights, but the same radiance expressing itself in different forms. As he watched the beam sweep across dark waters, he realized he was witnessing his own awareness illuminating the vast ocean of existence. This recognition of unity, that you are both the light and what it illuminates, dissolves the final veil of separation. Your dreams are not episodes that happen to you. They are you expressing in the language of symbol and metaphor. Your waking hours are not events that unfold before you. They are you, manifesting through the medium of physical form. As you prepare for sleep tonight, let this truth settle deeply into your being. The drowsy warmth that embraces you, the fading thoughts that drift like clouds, the dreams that await your arrival, all are expressions of your own infinite consciousness. Rest now in this understanding as you exhale softly and whisper, "I am the sleeper and the dream," allowing these words to dissolve into luminous silence. Part 9. The Ninth Veil of Eternal Weaving. Chapter 81. Threads of Infinite Continuity. In the quiet sanctuary of her church as twilight deepened, Marjorie Pelham's fingers moved across the organ keys, drawing forth notes that seemed to drift upward like golden threads. That night, as she surrendered to sleep, she found herself standing before a celestial loom that stretched beyond the limits of vision. Each strand pulsed with living light. Some threads shimmered with memories of love given and received, while others glowed with the luminous potential of moments yet to unfold. Through this magnificent tapestry, she witnessed how every experience, every emotion, every thought was eternally preserved, woven into the fabric of infinite being. The universe reveals its deepest truth through this sacred metaphor. Consciousness flows unbroken through all existence, creating patterns that echo through eternity. You are not separate moments strung together by time, but a continuous stream of awareness expressing itself through endless variation. Each thought you think, each feeling you hold, becomes another thread in the cosmic weaving that never ceases, never breaks, only transforms from one pattern into another. In a small shop lit by afternoon sun, Rufus Clay bent over his work table, guiding needle and thread through fabric with practiced care. Though his hands moved with earthly purpose, his heart began to sense something vast behind each simple motion. Every stitch he placed seemed to mirror some greater design, as though his humble sewing was somehow connected to the very patterns holding the cosmos together. He noticed how a single thread could transform separate pieces into unified whole, just as consciousness joins all moments into one seamless flow of being. Through both Marjorie's vision and Rufus's quiet revelation, you glimpse the eternal truth. There is no division in consciousness, no real separation between one moment and the next, between sleeping and waking, between past and future. All flows together in an unbroken stream of awareness, each experience adding its unique hue to the infinite tapestry of being. This sacred understanding holds profound power. Your consciousness never truly breaks or divides. It simply flows from one pattern into another, carrying forward every thread of wisdom, every strand of love, every fiber of growth you have ever known. Each night as you drift toward sleep, you are not ending one day and beginning another, but continuing the eternal weaving of your soul's expression. As you prepare for rest, imagine a single luminous thread flowing through your being. Feel how it connects every moment you have lived, every dream you have dreamed, every truth you have discovered. Let this shining filament remind you that your consciousness remains whole and unbroken as you transition from waking to sleeping, carrying forward the perfect pattern of who you are becoming. Chapter 82. The Music of the Infinite Pulse. In a small room lit by a single lamp, Beulah Raines spent her evenings tuning pianos, bringing harmony to discordant strings. One night, as she lay in her bed, a curious sensation drew her from the edge of sleep. Beneath the settling silence of her room, she perceived a low, steady hum, not from any earthly source, but from the space between sounds. This subtle vibration felt ancient and familiar, like a forgotten lullaby hummed by the universe itself. As she listened more deeply, she recognized it as the same rhythm that guided the stars in their celestial dance and kept time with every heartbeat on earth. This eternal pulse reveals itself in the quietest moments, when the mind releases its grip on surface noise and sinks into deeper awareness. It is the metronome of creation itself, the steady breath of the cosmos that orchestrates all manifestation. Within this universal rhythm lies the secret of synchronicity, for all things that align with this divine tempo naturally fall into perfect arrangement. Just as waves upon the shore follow their measured cadence, and planets trace their orbits in cosmic time, your own consciousness moves to this infinite symphony. When you attune yourself to this rhythm, resistance dissolves, and creation flows unhindered through your being. The universe speaks through this subtle frequency, guiding all matter and energy in an eternal dance of becoming. Along the railway line that cut through misty hills, Ernest Howe stood guard at his lonely station. Night after night, he noticed a gentle thrumming that seemed to rise from the earth itself. Rather than fight the solitude, he began matching his breath to this hidden pulse. As he did, a profound peace settled over him. The random events of his nights began arranging themselves with uncanny precision, travelers arriving at just the right moment, connections made without effort, even the wild foxes appearing as if on schedule. He had found the cosmic timekeeper that conducted life's symphony. This pulse you hear in deepest quiet is the same force that guides galaxies in their spin and cells in their dance. When you align your own rhythm with this eternal tone, you slip into the current where synchronicity becomes natural law. Like Ernest discovering serenity in surrender to this tempo, you too can find harmony by matching your breath to creation's cadence. As you prepare for sleep, become still and listen beyond surface silence. Feel for the subtle throb that pulses beneath all things. Let your breath gradually align with this measured rhythm until you feel yourself rocking gently in its embrace. This is the cosmic lullaby that has sung since the beginning of time, calling you into harmony with life's infinite flow. Ritual practice. Rest quietly in bed and listen for the faint throb beneath silence. Allow its measured cadence to rock you into sleep's holy rhythm. Chapter 83. The Library Beneath All Dreams. In the soft light of a vintage printing house, Hazel Thorpe spent her days arranging metal letters into stories for others to read. One night, as sleep embraced her, she found herself walking through towering shelves that seemed to stretch into eternity. Unlike the earthbound books she knew, these volumes pulsed with their own inner radiance, their spines inscribed with symbols that danced and shifted, titles that whispered in languages older than time. As she moved through the aisles, understanding dawned. Here resided every dream ever dreamt, every vision glimpsed in the darkness of night, preserved as living wisdom. The infinite dream library exists beyond time and space, a repository where all knowledge flows like light between chapters. This sacred archive holds not only personal visions, but the collective insights of humanity. Each dream adding its unique gleam to the eternal collection. When you approach sleep with reverence, the shelves of this library begin to shimmer at the edges of your awareness, offering precisely the wisdom your soul seeks. Your own subconscious mind connects directly to this vast repository. As outer thought dims, inner knowing brightens, allowing you to access deeper truth through the gentle gateway of dreams. Every question you carry finds its answer here, written in the alphabet of pure consciousness. Vernon Keats earned his living coding walls in shades chosen by others, until one night he dreamed of a book whose chapters held colors he had never seen in waking life. Each leaf shimmered with hues that seemed to vibrate with meaning. Coral that spoke of dawn's promise. Azure that whispered of infinite possibility. Gold that hummed with divine potential. Upon waking, he began incorporating these dream colors into his work, transforming simple rooms into spaces that lifted the spirit. His clients noticed the difference, though they couldn't explain why his paintings felt more alive, more purposeful. Both Hazel and Vernon discovered the same truth. The dream library holds wisdom that transcends ordinary knowing. Every shelf contains volumes of insight waiting to be recalled. Every aisle leads to understanding that your conscious mind has forgotten, but your soul remembers. The answers you seek already exist within this luminous archive, patiently waiting for you to remember them. Each night before sleep claims you. Imagine yourself entering these sacred aisles of memory. Walk slowly between towering shelves of light until you feel drawn to one particular volume. Let your hands lift it gently, opening to the exact page where your answer glows like captured starlight. The wisdom you need will rise to meet you, as natural as breath, as clear as dawn. Practice. As you lie in bed, picture yourself entering the infinite library. Move through its radiant corridors until one book calls to your heart. Open it softly and let its chapters breathe the answer you have silently sought. Chapter 84. The Immortal Observer. Beneath starlit skies of an earlier time, Gordon Firth sat at his radio console, fingers dancing across dials and switches, when sleep's gentle current drew him inward. As consciousness shifted, he found himself both within and above an unfolding dream, watching himself move through scenes while remaining perfectly still at their center. In this expanded awareness, he discovered a profound truth. He was not merely the character walking through the dream's landscape, but the vast consciousness observing it all unfold. Through Gordon's experience, you glimpse an ancient teaching, that within every dream lies the I Am presence, the eternal witness that remains unchanged while all else transforms. This presence is your true nature, the silent awareness behind both sleeping and waking life that watches without becoming entangled in any passing scene. As Gordon learned to rest in this witnessing state, his dreams became teachers rather than tales, each image arising and dissolving in the light of pure observation. Through this detachment, he found that anxiety and fear lost their grip, for he recognized himself as the unchanging sky through which all clouds must pass. A second tale unfolds through Lila Barton, whose nights had long been haunted by memories of loss until she learned the art of loving observation. Each evening, as sleep approached, she practiced watching her thoughts and feelings as though they were scenes in a distant play. Night after night she noticed how her emotions would arise, peak, and fade, while something within her remained untouched, a calm presence that neither clung to joy nor pushed away sorrow. Through both Gordon and Lila's journeys, you discover that true freedom lies not in controlling your dreams, but in recognizing yourself as the awareness within which all dreams appear. When you rest as the witness, every image becomes a sacred messenger, every emotion a passing wave in the ocean of consciousness. Before sleep tonight, find a comfortable position and practice this ancient art. Picture yourself seated calmly at the still center of your mind, watching thoughts drift past like clouds that need no correction. Let each thought, each feeling, each memory float by without grasping or resistance. In this gentle witnessing, you touch the eternal presence that remains unchanged through all transformations. Chapter 85. Bridging the Waking Collective. In the twilight hours of 1925, Walter Grant noticed something extraordinary occurring in his small town. The elderly craftsman, known for his intricate woodwork, began hearing similar accounts from friends and neighbors, each describing dreams of white doves soaring across vast skies, their wings catching silver moonlight. At first, he dismissed these as mere coincidence until the pattern grew too precise to ignore. Through the gentle wisdom of his years, Walter understood that something deeper was unfolding. These shared visions revealed an ancient truth. Consciousness knows no boundaries, and when hearts align in similar intention, their dreams weave together like threads in an infinite tapestry. Night after night, as more townspeople reported seeing the doves, Walter sensed how their collective hope had taken wing in the dream field. The shared dreaming of Walter's community unveils a sacred principle that consciousness is not confined within individual minds, but flows as one vast ocean. When multiple dreamers hold similar feelings, their combined energy creates waves powerful enough to reshape the fabric of reality itself. Like drops of rain joining to form a river, shared intention gains momentum as it flows through the sleeping minds of humanity. This truth finds reflection in the story of Pauline Evers, a nurse at the local infirmary. Each night before retiring, she would stand quietly in the ward, sending silent blessings to each patient under her care. As she drifted into sleep, her dreams would fill with images of healing light surrounding those same beds. To her amazement, patients began reporting dreams of warm, golden radiance, and their recovery rates subtly increased. Pauline's nightly ritual demonstrates how intention, carried through the silver thread into sleep, ripples outward to touch other dreamers. Her compassion, multiplied through the dream field, became a healing force that transcended physical distance and rational understanding. Through Walter and Pauline's experiences, you glimpse the profound power of unified dreaming. When you enter sleep holding thoughts of peace or healing, your intention joins countless others who share that same pure desire. This collective dreaming becomes a force for transformation, lifting the vibration of all humanity. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, rest quietly for a moment. Imagine your heart as a lighthouse, sending one gentle wave of peace outward to all who share this night with you. Let your blessing join the countless others who in this same moment dream of a world made whole through love. In this sacred act of shared intention, you participate in humanity's collective awakening. Chapter 86, Dissolving the Shadow Planet. In the quiet observatory of 1940s New England, Clarice Milton peered through her telescope night after night, charting celestial bodies with meticulous care. Yet in her dreams, she witnessed something her instruments could never detect: a dark planet orbiting Earth like a shadow moon, its surface rippling with the collected fears of humanity. At first, this vision troubled her scientific mind, until she realized this celestial body represented not physical matter, but the accumulated weight of human anxiety circling our world. The truth revealed through Clarice's vision speaks to the deepest metaphysical law, that darkness persists only through unconscious attention. Like a planet held in orbit by invisible forces, collective fear maintains its presence through humanity's unexamined beliefs and unnamed worries. Yet this shadow planet exists not through its own power, but through the energy we unknowingly feed it. When you understand that darkness draws its strength solely from unacknowledged attention, you gain the key to its dissolution. Just as a shadow cannot exist in a fully illuminated room, fear cannot maintain its form when met with the light of conscious awareness and compassion. This wisdom finds its reflection in the story of Hugh Sanders, a fisherman from the rocky Maine coast. Each evening before setting out to sea, Hugh would sit quietly in his modest cabin, sending waves of blessing toward the stormy waters that threatened his fellow sailors. Over time, he noticed that the nights he spent in deep prayer corresponded with calmer seas, as though his inner peace created ripples in the physical world. Hugh's practice demonstrated a profound truth that mastery over external conditions begins with mastery of inner storms. By meeting turbulent weather with steady compassion rather than fear, he participated in a greater calming, one that extended beyond his individual consciousness into the collective field. Through both Clarice and Hugh's experiences, you glimpse how shadow transforms through gentle acknowledgement. The dark planet of collective fear loses its orbit not through resistance or force, but through the steady application of understanding. When met with clear sight and open heart, what seemed solid and threatening reveals itself as merely temporary and transformable. This ancient knowledge shows you that every shadow contains within itself the seeds of light. By facing collective fear with wisdom rather than rejection, you participate in humanity's gradual awakening from the dream of separation. You are invited now to close your eyes and envision Earth suspended in space, surrounded by silver light. Watch as this luminescence grows stronger, touching every shadow with gentle understanding until darkness itself becomes translucent, absorbed into the radiance of higher awareness. Chapter 87. The Spiral of Returning Light. In the dim lamplight of a 1930s atelier, Melinda Cross sits at her workbench, threading her needle with practiced grace. Night after night she notices the same patterns returning, not just in the fabrics before her, but in the tapestry of her life. The customers who test her patience, the financial worries that knot her stomach, the doubts that fray her confidence, all these experiences circle back, yet each time they feel lighter, less threatening, as though being rewoven with finer thread. Through her quiet observation, you discover one of the most profound metaphysical truths. Life moves not in circles, but in spirals. What appears to be repetition is actually ascension, each experience returning at a higher vibration, carrying wisdom rather than weight. The universe, in its infinite patience, presents the same lessons until you recognize them not as burdens, but as breadcrumbs leading toward mastery. Like the silver thread that guides you through sleep, these recurring patterns form a spiral staircase of consciousness. Each step may feel familiar, yet you stand upon it with greater awareness than before. What once triggered resistance now invites reflection. What once seemed like punishment reveals itself as polish, smoothing rough edges into luminous understanding. James Allerton, a bookbinder in the 1920s London, discovers this truth through his dreams. Night after night, the same nightmare visits him, a dark room filled with unbound chapters. Initially, these dreams fill him with dread until he begins greeting them differently. Instead of resisting, he explores the darkness, discovering that each visit reveals new details, gold leaf hiding in shadows, whispered wisdom in the rustling papers. By embracing what returns, he transforms his nightmares into navigation tools, each repetition illuminating another facet of his inner landscape. Through both Melinda and James, you learn that evolution spirals quietly through acceptance. Every pattern that repeats carries a gift, the opportunity to respond with greater grace, to understand with deeper clarity, to love with fuller presence. The universe spins not to torment, but to transform, each turn of the spiral lifting you closer to your highest expression. You greet any revisited thought or dream kindly, asking it what light it carries for you this time around. Chapter 88. The Covenant of Inner Radiance. In the gathering dusk of 1920s London, Hester Lee moves from lamp to lamp, kindling each flame against the encroaching dark. Yet, beyond her visible duties, she carries a deeper understanding, one that visits her through dreams. Night after night, she sees herself tending a different kind of flame, one that glows within her chest even when the streets lie in shadow. Through these visions, she comes to understand that her true work is maintaining this inner light, regardless of external conditions. The light within is not merely personal illumination, but a sacred trust, passed down through generations of those who understood the deeper laws of creation. When outer circumstances dim, this internal radiance becomes crucial, not just for personal guidance, but as nourishment for the collective spirit of humanity. As you tend your own inner flame, you participate in an ancient covenant, the agreement to remain lit from within, knowing that your light joins countless others in sustaining the world's hope and harmony. This is not a burden, but a privilege, the honor of being one of the countless points of brightness that keep the universe aglow. Milton Perry, a baker in the quiet hours before dawn, discovers this truth through his daily practice of kindness. Each small act of generosity, a warm smile, an extra roll slipped into a poor child's bag, a moment of patience with a difficult customer, fans the flame within his chest. He notices that when his inner light burns steady, those around him begin to shine brighter too, as though one flame ignites another in an endless chain of illumination. Through Milton's experience, you understand that inner radiance naturally spreads, touching lives in ways you may never witness. Your maintained light becomes a beacon for others, especially in their moments of darkness. This is why the ancients taught that keeping your inner flame alive is not optional but essential. It forms part of the invisible architecture that supports all of creation. When you lie down to rest, sense the small flame glowing within your heart. Feel how it steadies and strengthens as you breathe, sending its gentle light out into the world. Though you may sleep, this flame continues its sacred work, blessing unknown travelers through the night's vast territories. In this way, you fulfill your part in the eternal covenant of light, the promise to remain lit from within, no matter what shadows may pass across the outer world. Let yourself rest now, knowing your inner radiance joins the great field of light that holds the world in grace. As you drift toward sleep, sense that small, steady flame in your chest, and trust that it continues its holy work even as you dream. You sense a small flame inside your heart. As you rest, that glow steadies, blessing unseen travelers through the night. Chapter 89. The Revelation of Continuous Dreaming. In the quiet hours before dawn, while most of the city slept, Ida Frank sat at her telegraph station, fingers dancing across brass keys. As messages flowed through her hands, she began noticing something peculiar. The line between her nighttime dreams and daytime awareness had grown increasingly thin. The clicking of the telegraph keys seemed to merge with the echoes of her dreams, until she could no longer distinguish where one realm ended and the other began. Through this discovery, you learn that consciousness flows like water, never truly breaking its course, but simply changing its form. The ancient mystics knew this truth, that what you call waking and sleeping are merely different chambers of the same vast palace of awareness. When you understand that consciousness never sleeps, never wakes, but only shifts its attention, you begin to see how the universe maintains perfect continuity. Your thoughts, your feelings, your very essence remains unbroken. Only the scenery changes around this eternal witness that you are. In a modest tailor shop across town, Oliver Rhodes discovered this same truth through his own unique path. As he stitched fine suits during the day, he began treating each moment with the same lucid awareness he cultivated in his dreams. He noticed that the needle passing through fabric carried the same sacred attention as his dream walking. Soon the boundary between his waking craft and sleeping visions dissolved completely. Oliver's experience shows you that when awareness remains steady, the artificial divisions between sleep and wakefulness naturally fade. The tailor and his dreams became one continuous expression of the same divine consciousness, flowing seamlessly between forms. Through Ida and Oliver, you discover that life itself is one unbroken dream of the universe, expressing through endless variations of form and experience. The telegraph operator and the tailor reveal that your own awareness never truly breaks. It simply flows from one scene to the next in the eternal play of existence. As you prepare for sleep tonight, recognize that you are not leaving one state of consciousness for another, but simply allowing your awareness to shift into a different room of the same infinite palace. The silver thread remains constant, guiding you through all realms with equal grace. You whisper as you fall asleep, "All is one dream of love," letting consciousness float seamlessly onward without edge. Chapter 90. The Radiant Weave of All That Is. In the soft hours before dawn, Frances Lowry sat at her writing desk, pen hovering above empty pages. As sleep's veil thinned, she beheld a vision vast beyond measure, an infinite tapestry stretching through dimensions, each thread a living soul pulsing with inner light. Through her poet's eyes, you glimpse the truth that has waited since time's beginning. Every being shimmers as part of one continuous weave, each life a golden strand in the cosmic pattern. The core wisdom reveals itself with gentle certainty. There has never been true separation. What appears as individual experience is the infinite mind knowing itself through countless points of radiance. Like stars that seem distinct yet share the same celestial light, all consciousness flows from and returns to the same luminous source. Through Frances's vision, you understand that every thought, every dream, every quiet hope rises from and returns to this unified field. The boundaries you perceived between self and other, between inner and outer realms, dissolve into recognition of one eternal awareness, expressing itself through infinite forms. Across the city, Jerome Tate lifted his violin for what he thought would be a final performance. As bow touched string, the melody that emerged seemed to continue beyond the walls of his small apartment, beyond the limits of sound itself. Each note revealed itself as already part of a vast, unending symphony. His music didn't end, but merged into a chord that had always been playing, one he could no longer finish because he recognized it continuing everywhere, through everything. Jerome's experience shows you that every individual expression, whether through music, words, or simple presence, is a thread being woven into the greater harmony. What seems to begin and end in time is actually eternal, each note and silence part of one continuous song. These stories reveal the deepest truth, the dreamer, the dreamed, and the act of dreaming are not separate, but one radiant weave, an infinite tapestry of consciousness knowing itself through every life, every breath, every moment of awareness. Practice. As you prepare for sleep, imagine yourself as a glowing thread woven through the luminous fabric of existence. Feel how your light joins countless others in perfect harmony. Rest in the knowledge that you have never been separate. You are, and have always been, part of the eternal weave. Part 10. The 10th Veil of Luminous Return. Chapter 91. The Door Beyond the Door. A gentle hush falls over the story of Alma Whitfield, who spent her days connecting voices across distances at the telephone exchange. One night, as sleep drew near, she found herself standing before a familiar silvered gate, the same one she had crossed in meditation many times before. Yet this evening brought a revelation that would change her understanding forever. As she passed through the first gate's luminous archway, another appeared in the distance, its frame wreathed in a light more pure than any she had known. With each step toward this second threshold, a third emerged on the horizon, beckoning with even greater radiance. Through Alma's experience, you begin to understand that spiritual unfoldment follows no final destination. It flows as an eternal invitation into ever-deepening light. The core teachings reveal a truth long held in the silent chambers of ancient wisdom. What appears as arrival is always the doorway to greater beginning. Each plateau of understanding opens into vaster fields of possibility. Like waves upon the cosmic ocean, consciousness expands through infinite ripples of awakening, each crest revealing new horizons beyond. Along the misty shores of an eastern coastline, Edward Morse kept his nightly vigil in the lighthouse tower. Year after year, he would watch as one bank of fog would clear only to reveal another lying deeper at sea. At first, this endless succession of mists troubled him, until he realized that each clearing brought sharper vision, allowing him to pierce through the next veil with greater clarity. Through patience and steady attention, Edward learned that every lifted fog allowed him to see further, each horizon promising still brighter dawns beyond. His story mirrors your own journey through the chambers of inner knowing. Like Edward's lighthouse beam cutting through successive layers of mist, your consciousness moves through ever subtler veils of understanding. What once seemed like the destination reveals itself as merely the starting point of a more profound voyage. These tales show you that evolution of spirit knows no final shore. Each door you pass through, each insight you embrace, each level of peace you attain becomes the foundation for the next awakening. The path continues to unfold, drawing you deeper into the infinite light of your own being. Practice. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, picture one new door forming in the quiet space of your mind. Let it glow with gentle invitation. In your imagination, step forward and open this door, allowing yourself to move softly into the expanding peace that waits beyond. Trust that this threshold, like all before it, leads to even greater understanding. Chapter 92. The Golden Hum of Return. In the dim light of a vintage concert hall, Beatrice Haven sat alone with her violin after evening rehearsal. As the last echoes of music faded from the rafters, she noticed something extraordinary, a subtle golden vibration humming beneath the silence. At first, she thought it might be a lingering note from her instrument, but this sound existed independent of any earthly music. Night after night, this resonance grew clearer to her awareness, until she recognized it as the very pulse of existence itself, a tender heartbeat reminding her that each breath drew her closer to Source. Through Beatrice's discovery, you begin to understand that beneath all motion, beneath every thought and feeling, flows an eternal frequency, the hum of divine love sustaining all creation. This golden vibration is not heard with physical ears, but sensed through the heart's own knowing. It calls you home to unity with such gentle persistence that once recognized, it can never be forgotten. The core teachings reveal that this sacred hum is the original sound from which all other sounds emerge. It is the song of Source, expressing through infinite forms, the cosmic lullaby that holds galaxies in their dance. When you attune to this frequency, you align with the fundamental current of creation itself. In a small workshop filled with precise instruments, Clark Pemberton spent his days maintaining the delicate mechanisms of timepieces. One afternoon, while adjusting a particularly fine watch, he found himself humming a quiet tone, the same golden frequency that had always lived at the edge of his awareness. To his amazement, the gears began moving with unprecedented smoothness, as though the very metal remembered its origin in this primal sound. From that day forward, Clark worked in harmony with this subtle vibration, letting it guide his hands and steady his breath. His experience illuminates a profound truth. When consciousness recognizes and aligns with love's frequency, all of life moves in greater harmony. Like the gears in Clark's watches, every aspect of existence functions optimally when attuned to this golden hum of Source. Through both Beatrice and Clark, you learn that this divine resonance never ceases. It simply waits to be acknowledged. It is the eternal song of home, the vibration of love that guides every particle of creation back to unity, back to the heart of all that is. Practice. You breathe until that subtle golden hum surrounds your awareness, letting it cradle you toward luminous rest. Chapter 93. The River That Forgets and Remembers. In a small cottage at the edge of a wooded valley, Harriet Dove sat at her spinning wheel each evening, her fingers moving in gentle rhythm with the wood and wool. One night, as she drifted towards sleep, a luminous vision appeared, a shining river flowing through darkness, its waters gleaming with fragments of the day. She watched as moments of struggle, joy, and ordinary living floated past like autumn leaves on the current. Yet, as each memory dissolved into the crystalline flow, she felt its essence remain, distilled into pure understanding. The river flows through every life, carrying away what no longer serves while preserving the golden threads of wisdom within its depths. This ancient stream teaches that true release is not loss, but transformation. Each experience refined into clarity as it passes through love's endless current. The river shows you that memory need not weigh upon the heart. It can instead nourish the soul when offered to these sacred waters. In a dusty music shop across town, Lionel Carr moved from piano to piano, his trained ear discerning each instrument's unique voice. For years, discordant memories had haunted his fingers. Opportunities missed, words unspoken, paths not taken. But one evening, as he played a gentle melody filled with gratitude, he noticed those same regrets dissolving into the music, leaving behind only their subtle gifts of understanding. Through Harriet's vision and Lionel's discovery, you learn that the past is not meant to be a burden, but a bridge. Every experience, when surrendered to the shining current, returns as wisdom. The river does not erase, it purifies, transforming what was into what can be. Each memory you release becomes part of this flowing grace, its essence preserved while its weight dissolves into light. The river teaches that letting go is not forgetting, but allowing love to distill every moment into its truest meaning. As you prepare for sleep, imagine placing the day upon a clear current, trusting it to deliver every lesson purified by grace. Watch as each moment flows into the shining stream, knowing that what matters most will remain, transformed into wisdom by the tender alchemy of surrender. Chapter 94. The Silent Teachers. In a hushed corner of the city library, Agnes Rowe arranged returned books with practiced grace, feeling a subtle shift in the air around her each evening as closing time approached. At first she dismissed the sensation as fatigue, yet night after night the feeling grew more distinct, a gentle presence, as though invisible companions had gathered near her desk, radiating waves of understanding without speaking a word. As you explore this sacred truth through Agnes's experience, you begin to understand that higher wisdom often arrives not through sound, but through the delicate frequencies of presence. These unseen teachers hover at the edges of awareness, offering guidance through the language of pure feeling rather than the clutter of words. The core teachings reveal that divine intelligence communicates primarily through resonance, a subtle attunement that bypasses the thinking mind and speaks directly to the soul. Just as music can transform emotion without explanation, these formless mentors transmit understanding through their very presence, requiring only your willingness to rest in their company. In a telegraph office across town, Russell Dean discovered a similar truth through very different means. As his fingers tapped out messages day after day, he began noticing that the spaces between signals held a peculiar power. These intervals of quiet carried meaning far deeper than the coded words themselves. In time, he learned to listen not to the clicking of the telegraph key, but to the pregnant pauses between, moments filled with unspoken wisdom that seemed to arise from nowhere, yet answered questions he hadn't dared to ask. Through both Agnes and Russell's experiences, you glimpse an ancient principle. The universe educates not through proclamation, but through presence. Its highest teachings flow through channels of silence, entering the heart that has grown still enough to receive them. The practice of receiving this guidance requires no effort, only recognition. You need only rest quietly, as though surrounded by wise and loving presences. Allow their wordless peace to settle within you like gentle snow, knowing that understanding will arise naturally through simple proximity to their grace. Just as Agnes found wisdom in the library's hushed corners, and Russell discovered truth in the spaces between signals, you too can access this divine instruction through the practice of receptive stillness. Rest now in the company of these unseen teachers, allowing their silent presence to awaken deeper knowing within you. Practice. You rest in silence as though surrounded by kind mentors, allowing their wordless peace to settle within you. Chapter 95. The Mirror of Pure Awareness. In the softly lit workshop of a 1920s art studio, Oliver Kane spent his days carving form from stone. Yet it was his nightly encounters that unveiled the deepest truth. Each evening, as he drifted toward sleep, he found himself polishing an infinite mirror, not with cloth or silver paste, but with pure attention. Night after night he worked at this ethereal task until something extraordinary occurred. The mirror began emanating its own luminescence. As he gazed into its depths, he realized with startling clarity that what radiated back was not a reflection, but consciousness itself, pure, unbounded awareness that had always been present, merely waiting to be recognized. Through Oliver's revelation, you begin to understand that consciousness is both the perceiver and the perceived, the witness and the witnessed. Like a mirror that needs no external light to shine, your awareness exists independent of thought, emotion, or circumstance. It is the unchanging backdrop against which all experience plays. The core teachings illuminate this profound principle. Your true nature is not the endless parade of thoughts and feelings that cross your mind, but the pristine awareness that observes them. Just as a mirror remains unsullied by the images it reflects, your consciousness stands untouched by the content it perceives. A second truth emerges through Elsie Pruitt, whose simple yet profound discovery transformed her daily life. In her modest kitchen, surrounded by the familiar tools of homemaking, Elsie found herself overwhelmed by inner turmoil. Rather than turning away, she made an unexpected choice. She looked directly at her pain, holding it in steady awareness. To her amazement, the more intently she gazed, the more transparent her suffering became, until only clarity remained. Like ice melting in warm sunlight, her distress dissolved in the pure light of attention. Through these teachings, you come to recognize that what you truly are cannot be tarnished or diminished. Just as Oliver's mirror emanated its own radiance and Elsie's steady gaze dissolved all shadows, your consciousness shines by its own light, requiring nothing external to illuminate its nature. What appears as struggle or confusion is merely a temporary reflection, while your awareness remains forever clear and bright. You envision a shining mirror within your chest, its surface bright and still, reflecting only light into your rest. Chapter 96. The Celestial Hearth. The air fills with the scent of beeswax and gentle light as Mildred Hayes works in her small candle shop, carefully dipping wicks into warm pools of golden wax. Each night before sleep claims her. She beholds a magnificent vision, a vast cosmic hearth suspended in the velvet darkness of the sky, its eternal flame drawing countless souls to gather in reverent circles around its warmth. Night after night, she watches as these beings, some dim, some bright, but all connected, draw closer to the unified fire, their individual lights merging into a tapestry of shared radiance. The ancient truth reveals itself through Mildred's vision. Every life burns as a spark of one eternal flame. Just as a single candle can illuminate a room without diminishing its own light, love grows more abundant through sharing. When hearts open to one another, the collective flame burns brighter, warmer, steadier. This is the sacred alchemy that transforms individual sparks into an ocean of light. In the gaslit streets of an early-century town, Andrew Lyle makes his nightly rounds, touching his flame to each lamp along his path. At first, he sees only the practical nature of his work, bringing light to darkness. But as months pass, he notices something extraordinary. Each lamp he tends seems to cast its glow back upon his own way, illuminating his next steps. The more diligently he serves others' need for light, the clearer his own path becomes. Through Andrew's experience, a deeper wisdom emerges. Every act of giving strengthens the giver. Every shared flame multiplies its warmth. When you tend another's light, you participate in the eternal circulation of divine fire, the infinite hearth that warms all beings equally. These stories mirror an essential truth. We are all keepers of the same sacred flame. Each kind word, each gesture of compassion, each moment of understanding adds fuel to the cosmic fire that sustains all life. By recognizing our place in this circle of light, we dissolve the illusion of separation and remember our true nature as embodiments of one infinite warmth. Take a moment now to rest quietly. Picture a gentle fire glowing within your heart, its warmth soft and steady. Feel this inner flame expanding slowly, reaching out to touch other hearts near and far. Without effort or strain, allow its natural radiance to spread, connecting you to the vast circle of souls sharing this eternal hearth. Let your inner light join the infinite flame that warms all beings, knowing that in this unified glow, none walk alone. Chapter 97. The Secret of Effortless Service. In the quiet halls of a 1930s hospital, Dorothy Fielding moves through her rounds with an unexpected discovery unfolding in her heart. Each time she approaches her patients with serenity rather than strain, their recovery seems to quicken, as though her inner peace becomes medicine itself. She notices how fever breaks more swiftly, wounds heal more cleanly, and spirits lift more naturally when she enters their rooms carrying calm instead of concern. Through Dorothy's revelation, an ancient truth emerges. Service flowing from inner completion holds a power that mere duty cannot match. When you approach any task from alignment rather than obligation, you become a channel through which the universe works unhindered. Your presence alone becomes healing, your touch transformative, not through effort, but through the natural radiance of your settled heart. In the warm afternoon light of his shop, Nathan Boyd sits at his workbench and makes a subtle shift in his approach to tailoring. Rather than seeing each stitch as another task to complete, he begins sewing with quiet contentment, letting joy flow through his fingers into the fabric. As weeks pass, he notices something remarkable. Not only do his garments carry a finer finish, but his business flourishes without strain. Customers sense the peace woven into their clothes and return with friends, abundance following the path of his contentment like thread following needle. Through Nathan's experience, you glimpse a profound principle. Work infused with joy multiplies its own rewards. When action springs from inner harmony rather than obligation, results expand naturally, without force or friction. The universe responds to the frequency of your being more than the intensity of your doing. Both Dorothy and Nathan illuminate the same truth, that effectiveness flows not from what you do, but from the state of consciousness from which you do it. When you allow yourself to rest in completion rather than strain toward it, your presence becomes a blessing and your work becomes light. Take a moment now as you prepare for sleep. Let your breathing soften and settle, feeling how each gentle exhale carries peace into the world around you. Without effort or intent, allow your natural state of calm to overflow, blessing all beings through the simple radiance of your restful heart. Chapter 98. The Fold of Infinite Rest. In a time when ledgers ruled the days and numbers marched in endless columns, Hazel Moore discovered something extraordinary in her dreams. Night after night, she found herself handling vast sheets of fabric that seemed woven from pure light. With each careful fold, the luminous material would collapse inward, growing smaller yet somehow deeper, until finally vanishing into a single point of radiance. Through this nightly vision, she came to understand that true peace arrives not through addition, but through the gentle subtraction of movement. The universe operates in perfect balance between expansion and contraction. Just as your breath must release after filling your lungs, all creation moves in cycles of expression and return. This eternal oscillation reveals that rest is not merely the absence of action. It is the invisible half of the creative wave, the sacred pause where renewal dwells. When you surrender into stillness, you participate in the cosmos's own rhythm of return. Each time you release into the night's embrace, you mirror the universe's own pattern of folding back into itself. This is why deep peace feels like coming home. It is quite literally the soul's return to source. Walter Sloan knew the precise schedule of every train that passed through his station, yet it was a different kind of timing that transformed his understanding. Each midnight, as he completed his final rounds, he would feel an inexplicable sensation, as though space itself were folding around him like a gentle blanket. This quiet enfolding brought such profound peace that he began to recognize it as a sacred appointment, a nightly reunion with something vast yet intimately familiar. Walter's experience reveals what mystics have long understood, that the sensation of being enfolded into rest is actually the embrace of the infinite, gathering you back into its heart. When you allow yourself to be folded into stillness, you are not merely stopping activity. You are participating in the universe's eternal dance of return. As you lie in bed tonight, Exhale deeply and imagine yourself folding inward like soft silk. Let each breath draw you further into that center point where all motion ceases and only lucid calm remains. Feel how naturally your awareness wants to collapse into this infinite rest, for this is your true home, the point of radiance from which all dreams and realities emerge. Chapter 99. The Final Dissolution of Form. In the quiet hours before dawn, when metal plates awaited their inscriptions, Ellen Draper would drift into dreams that revealed the deepest mysteries of being. Night after night, she experienced her form dissolving into pure luminescence, each particle of her existence scattering like stardust across the infinite expanse. Through these visions, she discovered that what appeared solid during day was merely light-holding temporary shape. Your physical form, your thoughts, your very sense of self, these are but temporary arrangements of universal energy. Like ice forming in a river, identity is simply consciousness condensed into pattern. Yet just as ice inevitably returns to flowing water, awareness naturally seeks reunion with its formless source. This truth becomes most apparent in those precious moments when you allow yourself to dissolve into the night's embrace. The subconscious understands this innately. It knows that every apparent separation is illusion, every boundary temporary. When you surrender into sleep, you participate in a sacred remembering that your essence is not confined to shape, but flows as freely as light itself. Jonas Keene spent his days amid heavy cargo and solid forms, handling the weight of the material world. Yet each night, as he released himself into rest, he would experience a profound revelation. Nothing essential could ever be truly lost. The more completely he surrendered to this dissolution, the more he understood that his real nature was as vast and indestructible as the ocean itself. Through Jonas's experience, you glimpse an eternal truth. That which is real cannot be destroyed but only transformed. Your awareness, like light, neither begins nor ends, but simply shifts from one expression to another. This understanding brings profound peace, for it reveals that no part of you can ever be truly lost. The wisdom of these experiences points to the ultimate freedom. You are not bound by the limits of form. Like a wave returning to the ocean, your consciousness naturally knows how to release its temporary shape and merge with the infinite. This is not an ending, but an expansion, a loving dispersal into the vastness that has always been your true home. You sense the edges of yourself relaxing until all boundaries melt into gentle radiance without outline. Chapter 1. 100. The Eternal Sleeper awakens. In the velvet hours before morning, when the piano keys lay silent beneath moonlight, Helena North found herself drifting into an extraordinary state of awareness. Within this lucid sleep, she witnessed not just one dream, but every dream she had ever dreamed, all flowing simultaneously through her consciousness like tributaries of a vast river. Through this revelation, she understood that she was not merely the dreamer, but the witnessing presence behind all dreams, the eternal awareness that had never truly slept. The infinite mind dreams all possibilities at once. What appears as separate moments, sleeping and waking, dark and light, movement and stillness, are simply waves upon the surface of unchanging consciousness. You have always been this awareness, watching the play of creation through countless forms, while remaining untouched at the center. Within this living stillness, Thomas Rayner, who spent his days amid the steady rhythm of clocks and gears, experienced a profound vision. In his final dream, time itself ceased its eternal march. The world around him froze in a perfect sphere of radiant light, revealing that beneath all motion lay an absolute peace. Through this timeless instant, he glimpsed the truth, that every tick and tock arose from and returned to perfect silence. His experience mirrors an ancient understanding. The appearance of time is but a ripple on the surface of the timeless. Just as waves rise and fall within the unchanging ocean, all dreams of existence emerge from and dissolve back into the eternal now. In this culminating revelation, you discover that awakening and sleeping were never truly separate states. They are one continuous breath of awareness, eternally expressing itself through the dance of form and formlessness. The dreamer and the dream arise together, sustained by the same infinite presence that watches through your eyes in this moment. You settle into that breath where dreams and dawn coexist, understanding that you have never left the infinite mind at all. Part 11. The 11th Veil of Radiant Homecoming. Chapter 1. 101. The Bridge of Quiet Radiance. In the quiet hours before dawn, Eleanor West, a milliner known for her delicate handiwork, found herself walking across a bridge unlike any she had crafted or seen. This bridge emanated from her own chest, a structure of pure, golden light, formed entirely from the serenity within her heart. With each step, a soft chime resonated through the ethereal span, as though peace itself had found its voice. The bridge stretched between worlds, its foundation anchored in both the visible and invisible realms. As Eleanor moved forward, she understood that this crossing was not mere imagination, but the very architecture of consciousness made manifest. Her calm breath became the mortar binding each luminous plank, while her steady heart provided the unwavering support beneath. Through centuries, mystics have whispered of this bridge of quiet radiance, the living pathway that forms whenever a soul trusts deeply enough to rest in perfect alignment. It is not built by human hands, but grows naturally from sustained inner peace, each moment of genuine tranquility, adding another gleaming section to its span. This truth reveals itself again through Rupert Shaw, whose small stationery shop in the heart of the city became a sanctuary of stillness. Each morning, before opening his ledgers or arranging his wares, Rupert would pause and imagine crossing an inner bridge. With every breath, he laid another golden plank beneath his feet, until his entire day rested upon this foundation of calm certainty. His customers began to notice the change, how entering his shop felt like stepping into a pool of quiet light, how even the most hurried among them found their pace slowing, their shoulders softening. Without speaking a word about his practice, Rupert demonstrated how inner serenity creates tangible architecture in the outer world. What Eleanor and Rupert discovered through their experiences illuminates an ancient principle. Tranquility is not abstract, but substantive. forming real structures that bridge the gap between spiritual insight and earthly experience. Every moment spent in genuine peace builds another segment of this eternal crossing. Here lies perhaps the most powerful secret of manifestation. As you maintain inner calm, you literally construct the pathway between your current reality and your highest vision. This bridge, formed from the substance of your own radiant peace, becomes the very means by which heaven touches earth through you. Practice. You close your eyes and move slowly across an inner bridge of light, letting every inhalation lay a step of gold until stillness spreads through you completely. Chapter 102. The Circle That Breathes. In the depths of a misty evening in 1920s America, Doris Lane sat quietly in her rocking chair after attending her third birth of the day. As her body settled into stillness, she noticed something extraordinary about her own breath. It moved like the ocean's eternal tides. Each inhale drew universal life into her being, while every exhale offered that same essence back to the world. Through this simple observation, she uncovered one of existence's most sacred rhythms. The breath, as ancient wisdom reveals, forms the universal circle, an endless loop of giving and receiving through which all creation flows. This circle maintains perfect balance, for what enters must also return, establishing the cosmic dance between spirit and form. Your own breath participates in this divine exchange, though you may have forgotten its deeper significance. When you breathe in, you accept the gift of universal energy, drawing sustenance from the infinite. As you exhale, you complete the circle by offering your essence back to the whole. This rhythm never ceases, connecting you to the very pulse of creation itself. In a small village forge, Edwin Rowland discovered this same truth through his craft. For years he had struggled with difficult metalwork until one evening he began timing his hammer strikes to match his breathing. Inhale as he raised the hammer, exhale as it fell. Soon the metal seemed to flow like water beneath his tools, taking shape with unexpected ease. His breath had aligned him with the universal rhythm, allowing creation to move through him unimpeded. Through Edwin's story, you glimpse how cooperation with cosmic breath transforms ordinary action into sacred partnership. The universe itself breathes, expanding and contracting in eternal motion, and your own respiration echoes this divine pattern. To join this rhythm consciously is to participate in God's own breathing. Each inhale becomes a holy receiving, each exhale a blessed giving. Through this simple yet profound awareness, you enter the ancient circle of creation, where all is one continuous breath. As you prepare for sleep, rest your awareness upon your breathing. Feel how it loops naturally, like waves upon an infinite shore. Allow yourself to sense the world's own respiration moving through you, receiving as you inhale, offering as you exhale. Let this rhythm carry you gently toward sleep, knowing you participate in the eternal circle with every breath. Chapter 103. The Song Beneath Creation. In the soft twilight hours of her small New England home, Caroline Fitch first noticed it, a gentle, continuous tone that seemed to thread through everything. At first, she thought it might be the remnant of her 40 years teaching music to young minds, but this was different. This note carried no pitch, yet held all pitches within it, like a whisper from the universe itself. Through countless quiet evenings, Carolyn discovered that this eternal tone grew clearest when she released all effort to hear it. It revealed itself most purely in the spaces between thoughts, in the pause between breaths, in the stillness before sleep. She began calling it the note that never ends, for it existed beyond time, beyond waking and dreaming, beyond the very fabric of ordinary sound. Within this continuous resonance lies one of creation's most profound secrets, the law of harmonious vibration. This law reveals that beneath all manifest existence flows an unbroken current of divine sound, the very hum of the universe itself. This vibration responds not to mental seeking, but to the subtle, feeling awareness that opens when you grow still enough to listen with your whole being. You need not strain to hear this cosmic note, for it already sounds through every cell of your body. It is the song that sang worlds into being, the tone that maintains all creation in perfect balance. When you align with its frequency through quiet attention, manifestation becomes as natural as breath. In his small workshop filled with violins waiting to be restored, Samuel Pierce spent years seeking perfect pitch through endless adjustments of strings and bridges. Yet one evening, as he sat in unusual stillness, he realized that true harmony began within himself. The more he tuned his own inner state to match the peaceful resonance he felt in his heart, the more his instruments seemed to align themselves, requiring only the lightest touch to sing purely. Through Samuel's discovery, you glimpse an essential truth. External harmony flows naturally from internal attunement. When you find that note of peace within yourself, the outer world begins to vibrate in sympathy with your inner song. This is not metaphor, but metaphysical law. The universe responds instantly when you match its fundamental tone. As you rest in bed tonight, release all effort to make anything happen. Simply surrender to the quiet phrase that already hums beneath your breath. Let this soundless music hold you tenderly through the night, knowing that as you attune to its frequency, all of creation conspires to sing in harmony with your deepest desires. Feel how this eternal note carries you, cradles you, and moves through you with infinite gentleness. There is nothing to do, nothing to achieve, only a soft yielding into the cosmic lullaby that has always been playing in the temple of your heart. Chapter 1. 104. The Return to the Inner Sun. In the gentle shadows before dawn, Harriet Clove lay dreaming in her small attic room above the dye works. Through years of staining her hands with indigo, madder, and weld, she had come to know colors as intimate friends. Yet on this particular morning, she witnessed something that transformed her understanding entirely. Every hue she had ever loved streamed forth from a single point of golden light within her own chest. This radiance held all the warmth of summer afternoons, all the soft glow of candlelit evenings, all the fierce brilliance of noonday sun. As she watched in wonder, Harriet realized that this light was not merely illuminating color, it was creating it. Every shade and tint emerged from this one source, teaching her that all beauty flows from the divine spark dwelling in the heart. The inner sun is not metaphor, but living truth, a precise reflection of the infinite light in miniature form. Just as the cosmic sun gives life to worlds, this internal radiance generates the substance of your personal reality. It is self-luminous, requiring no external source, self-renewing, never dimming or dying, and self-expressing, naturally radiating its qualities into manifest form. You need not search the heavens for illumination, for the greatest light already dwells within you. This inner brilliance is your direct connection to Source, the pilot flame of consciousness itself, burning steadily behind every thought and breath. George Pelham discovered this truth through his work with electricity. As a man who spent his days channeling invisible power into visible light, he began to sense a deeper current flowing through his own being. Each time he wired a new lamp or repaired a failing circuit, he felt that same golden warmth in his chest directing his hands. Soon he realized that this internal radiance was the true power source. Everything else merely conducted its light into form. Through George's experience, you glimpse an essential principle. When you recognize the inner sun, every action becomes its sacred expression. There is no task too mundane to carry its light, no moment too small to shine with divine purpose. The search for illumination ends the instant you turn your attention to this eternal flame, already burning within. As you drift toward sleep tonight, place your awareness gently behind your breastbone. Feel the small sun glowing there, steady and bright. Allow its radiance to expand naturally, filling your body and dreams alike with unwavering light. Let this brilliant presence remind you that you are never separate from the source of all creation. You are its living expression, shining forth in perfect clarity. Chapter 1. 105. Home in the Hush Between Worlds. You enter this teaching through the gentle experience of Florence Ashby, who, after decades of stitching garments in her small shop near the railway station, discovers something far beyond the familiar rhythms of needle and thread. One ordinary evening, as she settles into her bed, the world around her dissolves, not into dreams, but into an infinite hush, a vastness that holds her in perfect stillness. In this space there is no need for movement, no urge for change, only an awareness that shines with its own light. Within this limitless quiet, Florence understands that she has stumbled upon the source of all being. Though her eyes are closed, she sees with perfect clarity that this hush is not empty, but overflowing with unmanifest potential. It is the canvas upon which all of creation is painted, the silence from which every sound emerges. The eternal truth reveals itself. This profound stillness is not absence, but the ultimate presence, the living heart of existence itself. It is the space between thoughts, the pause between breaths, the gap between moments where the universe eternally begins. From this hush, all forms arise, and to this hush, all forms return. Malcolm Haines, who tends the marble halls of the city courthouse, finds this same truth in an unexpected moment. Between sweeping one floor and ascending to the next, he pauses beside a window. In that simple break from motion, the familiar world falls away, and he finds himself held in an all-encompassing quiet. the mops and buckets, the endless corridors. Even his own hands fade into a vast, vibrant stillness. From that day forward, Malcolm works differently. Though his tasks remain the same, they now flow from this discovered silence. Each movement emerges from stillness and returns to stillness, like waves rising and falling in an infinite sea. His presence brings peace to the building and all who enter it, though they cannot say why. These stories illuminate an ageless truth. The hush is not something to seek, but something to remember. It is your own being, the eternal awareness that dreams all dreams into existence. When you rest in this stillness, you abide in divinity itself, the unchanging witness behind every changing scene. You lie still and let every sound fade until only the velvet stillness remains, peace widening until you feel both sleeping and awake within eternity. If you enjoyed this audiobook, I created a free ebook version for you. You can download it using the link in the pinned comment. Conclusion. Within the sacred quietude of night's embrace, you have journeyed through veils of ancient wisdom, uncovering truths that have whispered through the ages. The path led not outward, but inward, each chapter a gentle return to what your soul has always known. Through the stories of those who walked before, seamstresses and shopkeepers, clockmakers and clerks, you witnessed how the simplest moments hold the deepest revelations. The forbidden metaphysics of sleep revealed themselves not as complex formulas, but as natural as breath itself. In letting go, you found what seeking could never grasp. The silver thread, that luminous current of creation, flows through your awareness whether you notice it or not, connecting each heartbeat to the pulse of the universe. What started as exploration into manifestation has blossomed into recognition. You are the dream and the dreamer, the silence and the song. The eternal sleeper stirs within your chest, creating worlds through your gentlest thoughts and kindest intentions. Your nightly surrender is not an ending, but a return, a holy conversation between the finite and the infinite. In this moment, as these teachings settle into the soil of your consciousness, know that you need not reach for enlightenment. It has been your natural state all along, like the space between breaths or the pause between thoughts. The universe dreams through your peace, shapes reality through your calm, and expresses divinity through your simple presence. The gates you crossed, the shadows you dissolved, the inner chambers you explored, all led you here, to this understanding. You are already home in the hush between worlds. The ancient wisdom keepers knew this truth, and now it rests quietly in your heart, as natural as sleep itself.
If you enjoyed this exclusive audiobook, I handpicked this next book which will change your life.